The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Hello chess fans and greetings from the St. Louis Chess Club. This summer, we're hosting 4 U.S. national championships: the senior, the women's senior, the junior, and the girls junior. With everything on the line, national titles and the championship glory, every game counts. Now, let's get to the studio and start the action.
Beautiful shots of the World Chess Hall of Fame and the St. Louis Chess Club as we are waiting for the juniors and the seniors to start this exciting 4 new national championships. Welcome, chess fans. I'm Cristian Chirila, and it is my pleasure to welcome you in our St. Louis studio as we are getting ready to begin the national coverage of these 4 national championships alongside my 2 brilliant co-commentators. Let's get started.
Hello and welcome everyone to this show. I'm Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova, and I'm joined by Grandmasters Yasser, Seirawan, and Cristian Chirila.
Kate, wonderful to have you in studio.
Great
welcome
to be
back.
here.
Welcome,
Thank you.
welcome. What do you think of the new studio?
Amazing. I mean,
Amazing.
being so close to the chess club, it's so great to be able to actually go and see the players also.
Absolutely. Fantastic. Wonderful to have you and wonderful to be alongside you too, Cristian. This is great. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our broadcast. 4 national championships, 10 players in each section. We're going to have some very busy broadcasts as we've got 20 games to cover each and every round. Kate, do the honors. Tell us the roster of players. Let's start with the girls.
Yes, let's take a look. Who are the contenders in the Girls Junior Championship? The first, Rose Atwell. She's International Master-elect. She's having a great year. She also qualified for the 2026 Olympiad for the women's team. So this is going to be
Fantastic.
A strong event. Rachel is second, and Zoe Tang, the defending champion, in third.
And tell us about the roster of junior players.
The Junior Championship is incredibly strong. You wouldn't think these players are so young. Look at those ratings.
Wow.
Andy Woodward, 27-32. Wow. And then we know we have Abhimanyu Mishra, and third place, Liam Putnam.
It looks like a national championship, never mind a junior national championship, and then a very special and a first time, our inaugural event, the senior women's.
Yes, that's a very exciting addition for this year in St. Louis. We're going to crown the first U.S. senior women's champion. And here are the top contenders: Natalia Tsodikova, Angelina Belakovskaya, and third, Beatrice Marinello.
Fantastic. And the seniors this year has a very special edition.
Yes, we are seeing Alexander Onischuk. We've seen him in the U.S. Championship, but this is his first appearance in the U.S. Senior Championship. And then Vladimir Akopian, a very well-known name. And third, Alexander Goldin.
Defending champion Alex Fishbein will certainly have his work cut out for him today for this event. Fantastic. And then tell us about the format for these 4 national championships.
Yes, so we play 10-player round robins, which means each player gets to play everybody else in their respective section. No draw offers are allowed in any of these tournaments. And classical time control, 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game, and 30-second increment from move 1.
Very professional. Nice. And our schedule for these 4 tournaments?
Yes, let's take a look at the road to the titles for these players. So today, round 1, then 4 more rounds, and after round 5, players get to have a rest day. Then 4 more rounds, and if necessary, we will see playoffs on Friday, the 24th.
I like that, our own special day for the playoffs. And Cristian, it feels like a reunion of sorts, but some marvelous faces in the crowd.
Absolutely. Many faces and many stories, and I'm sure we'll be covering all of them for the next 10 days, but I do want to start with our leading players. And we're going to start in the juniors section because we have quite a surprise in that one. Take a look at that. Jumping categories, that is international master Alice Lee, who did not want to participate at the U.S. Junior Girls. She wanted to challenge herself. She will be joining the juniors field. 16 years of age, U.S. CF rating 2508, and she is a 3-time American Cup champion. That's just absolutely incredible, especially when you have players such as Irene Sukandar that's trying to stop you from winning those championships. Just an incredible player, and we cannot wait to see what she's going to bring to the tables. And in the seniors section, we have a newcomer as well. That is Grandmaster Alexander Onischuk. We've seen him last in 2017 at the U.S. Championships. 50 years of age, USCF rating 2707, and he is the 2006 U.S. Chess Champion. He's also part of the Grand Chess Tour, and he's also leading as a coach and director the team at Texas Tech. Just an incredible stat line for Alexander Onischuk. We're going to move on to the juniors section, and in this one we have a player that I'm very excited about, and that is Grandmaster Andy Woodward, who has had a stellar year up to this point. He won the Challengers group at Tata Steel that allowed him in 2027 to be joining the Masters group. He also played alongside Magnus Carlsen in Malmo, and he did quite well in that one as well. 16 years of age, USCF rating 2732, and he is the defending champion, 2025 US Junior Champion. We're going to move on to the junior girls, and in that one we have Zoe Tang, who has been impressing us this past year. 18 years of age, ready to go to college, USCF rating 2415, and she is also the defending champion, 2025 US Girls Junior Champion. And I have to say, she's been having a stellar performance in the past couple of years. We're going to be moving on to the new championship that we're hosting here at the St. Louis Chess Club, the Senior Women's Championship. And in this one, we have a leading player, women grandmaster Angelina Belakovskaya, 57 years of age, USCF rating 2223. And she's a 3-time U.S. Women's Chess Champion. And I'm sure, Yasser, you're quite acquainted with Angelina. Maybe you will, I'm sure you will tell us a lot of stories for the next 10 days. We have so many amazing players, and I cannot wait to cover all their games.
Absolutely. Thank you, Cristian. And of course, they're going to be competing for the national titles, but also nice prize funds. Tell us about the prize funds, Katja.
Yeah, let's take a look, and let's start with the girls' junior section, because there is an extremely generous prize fund, $50,000, with first place winning $12,500, second place $8,500, and third place $6,250, with the winner's bonus $2,500.
Very nice. Moving on to our next tournament?
Yes, so we have the Juniors Championship now, and the total prize fund of $75,000. Wow, first place $20,000, nice. Second place $13,000, and third place $9,000. And again, winner's bonus $3,000.
Thank you, St. Louis. And the senior women's
championship, the total prize fund of $60,000. First place $15,000, second place $10,000, third place $7,500, and a winner's bonus $2,750.
Nice. And finally, the seniors itself.
Yes, the biggest prize fund. Here we have a total prize fund of $100,000. Wow. First place winning $25,000, second place $17,000, third place $12,500, and a winner's bonus $5,000.
Again, thank you, St. Louis Chess Club, as the players taking their seats for this first round. And of course, there's the fair play rules that are in effect throughout. The players have to go through a security check, getting wanded, but also there's going to be spectators for this event. Also, the spectators have to surrender their cell phones, and they get wanded as well.
But I know everybody excited to be back at the St. Louis Chess Club, moving from the beautiful place of Hall of Fame, of course, but now being at the Chess Club, and spectators being able to see all those players. That's a great experience.
I don't envy the arbiters at all, because we're going to have 3 wings, if you will, 3 rooms of the chess club itself. hosting these 3 events, and the arbiters going to be keeping track of the spectators, the players, and of course the clocks as
And here we have Grandmaster Andy Woodward.
defending champion. When you think about this event, and the winner goes to the U.S. Championship, for Andy, and I know from him directly, playing in the national championship, going up against Fabi and Wesley and Levon and all of these big names.
The best players in the world.
Best players in the world. He loved the fact that he won the championship.
Well, arguably one of the most important tickets that you have to play these players.
Precisely.
When you start playing these players, you get accustomed to it, and then, sure, you're maybe going to lose the first few games against these type of players, but then slowly and surely, as you start gauging their strength, then you will be able to play and compete against them.
International arbiter Chris Board making an announcement.
Near the bathroom, near the refreshment area, and far away from the bathroom and far away from the refreshment area. Reminder, time control, 40 moves in 90 minutes, so step 30-second increment. Again, you will not get the 30 minutes added to your clock after you make your 40. We'll wait for one of the flags to fall first before it adds the additional 30 minutes. Yeah. If anyone has any questions during the games, please just speak to an arbiter and we will answer those questions, okay? Spectators, you are not to interact with any of the players whatsoever while the games are going on, please. Thank you. We have a couple of special guests ringing the bell for us today. It's traditional for us to always start the press round with the bell ringing. So we have Maureen Dumont from Kimberley Sioux. Maureen was one of the organizers of the U.S. Singing Women's Championship, which was used out the last 2 years. So, and Kimberly is heavily involved with U.S. Women's Chess too. So we are ready to begin. You can grab the bell, an online mark. Players, if you can, once you hear the bell, you can feel free to go ahead and start with clock. You can use the other start with clock. That would be appreciated. Go ahead and ring.
Button there. Sure. Yeah.
And off we go.
Yeah, there you heard Chris Burgess giving some last-minute announcements as we're viewing the ladies, the senior women, and again, this is their first competition. Let's start with the senior ladies, and let's pick up what I think is the round, the game to view as soon as I can find it. And
You want to see the defending champion?
Defending champion, Natalie. She is black today against Diana Lanny. I have Diana Lanny, when I go back in the history, I go back to the, and this is actually the game between Beatrice and Ivona. And I'm looking at the game between Diana Lanny and Natalie, how would I pronounce it?
Sodikova, who is the defending champion.
Exactly.
2025
and
senior champion.
Diana, I go back to the World Team Championships. Oh my gosh, now I'm going to get the dates all wrong. But it's wonderful to see these senior ladies. And again, we have the wrong video. That's Beatrice. By the way, Beatrice Menona. Yeah. And Beatrice, for those who don't know, she was also the president of the U.S. Chess Federation.
Really?
Really, absolutely. So she won the election.
Which years?
Oh my gosh, no. I'm going to go back to, let's say, 1998 to 2002. And then she's going to laugh at me and saying I got it all wrong. But those are the years that I seem to remember. By the way, D7, D6, a nice little tricky move that intimates I'm about to play the move B7, B5, and then when the bishop drops back, knight A5 and trap and take the bishop. Therefore, everybody usually plays C2, C3 in this position, and maybe Natalie is preparing one of those crazy lines with F7, F5 in order to surprise your opponent.
Well, there's also D4, right, in this position, and I think this is one of the ways to try
D4.
Yes.
She just captured on C6.
Wow.
None of that is going to happen.
Yeah.
Immediately after D6, taking on C6, not playing C3, not playing D4, fighting for the center, but rather going for the D4 immediately after capturing that knight on C6. Perhaps we can go one move back to just show what happens. Well, not what happens, because nothing bad happens after D4, but there are ways in which black can try to take advantage of that.
Well,
and I'm sure you know
the Noah's Ark trap, which I have fallen for in my career.
That's the name of it?
Yeah, the Noah's Ark.
I had no idea.
Of course. I mean, you're not a chess player if you haven't fallen for the Noah's Ark trap. And that comes from this position. And here you should stop for a second. And you should not capture the pawn on D4. You can play bishop to D5, you can play C2, C3, but this is the one I fell for. And I was so happy. And I still to this day, I remember as white, oops, excuse me, I'm having a little trouble with my mouse.
Double attack here, checkmating or getting the rook?
No. I saw that queen D5, bishop E6 would stop me. But I thought bishop takes F7 check. And of course, after king takes F7, queen D5 check. And I thought I was going to grab the rook, but then bishop E6, and I was done. But the Noah's Ark trap actually is you lose your bishop. Hold on, getting it right. You move your queen. Doesn't matter. Queen to D5, bishop to E6, queen to C6, check. But now notice that the queen is protecting the rook, and the bishop is trapped. Noah's Ark, there you go. None of this happened because the ladies, actually Diane, captured on C6 right away after D6, and I think she's played D4, captures, and now we're waiting. Cristian, what games have caught your eye for this opening round?
Well, I do think that we have quite a few clashes in this one, but I want to take our attention to the juniors section and perhaps check this game between Putnam and Andy Woodward. And I just want to remind everybody that Liam just won the National Open in Vegas. He tied with a few other players, but he won the Edmondson, I think is the name of the trophy.
Right.
And it's just an incredible accomplishment because that one doesn't come easily. And I say that because I won it as well. So
a long, prestigious line of champions. Very
so
prestigious.
we share something in common with Liam. Now let's take a look at what's happening. Obviously, he's playing Andy. Andy is coming into this one as, I wouldn't call him the clear favorite because we have Mishra as well, who's just an incredible player. But him and Mishra are definitely the favorites to win this one. D6, and this is the position that we have after D4, bishop to B6, A4, and rook to B8. Obviously, A4, at this point, you have to react in a certain way. You have a few ways to do so. You can do bishop to B7, bishop to D7, bishop to G4. It's all about defending or indirectly defending that rook on A8. And the way he did it was with the move rook to B8, just sidestepping that pin on the A file. Another way to do it would be to just simply go E4.
I think
we don't see my chessboard right now. I think this is just the live board.
The live board,
that, we have, and the analysis would be yours. I believe you were controlling that one, Yasser.
Oh, I was following what you were saying. Actually, just blindfold.
Blindfold. Oh, beautiful. So,
let's hope our viewers did the same.
Yeah, there you go. Now you've got it. But yes. A4, rook B8, as you were saying, you got to do something.
Absolutely. You have to react in a certain way. This is what we have right now, and I'm looking at the Explore tab, and I see a lot of games still in this position. Obviously, one of the most intriguing ways would be to, in fact, go A5. You cannot really touch that pawn. I mean, you can take it like this, but after rook takes A5, bishop takes a5, d takes e5. This is a really, really bad position for you because, let me just play that again. Rook takes a5, the exchange sacrifice, and if you take, after take, knight takes e5. Now I have a couple of ways that I'm attacking to grab one of your rooks. One of them is knight takes f7. That's deadly. And another one is knight to c6. It's going to be very, very difficult for you to defend against both of them. So this is another trap that you should probably be aware of. Rook to b8, one of the main moves, and right now it is Liam who is trying to remember exactly what he looked at before the game. How is he supposed to continue this one? He has a couple of ways. One of them, as I mentioned, is a5. You can also start targeting immediately that pawn on b5 with a takes b5 and knight to a3. This leads to a lot of complicated variations as well. Another way would be to just simply go a3, knight to a3 without taking on b5. So a lot of ways to continue. Andy surely still knows what he's doing in this position, as we can see from the time spent, 1 hour and 32 minutes. He's gained time. And Liam right now is taking his first sting. Definitely a big clash in this one. A player that's on the rise and a player, Andy, that's trying to cement his status as one of the leading junior players in the United States.
Nice, thank you, Cristian. I'm also looking in the junior section. Again, I think of the juniors as having Mishra and Andy Woodward, the two highest seeds, as being the clear favorite. And a couple of years ago, Mishra was the youngest grandmaster in the world ever. It's simply an incredible achievement. He's up against Tani, and Tani in the opening had played the e2, e3 anti-Grunfeld, so to speak. And for me, the players have transposed directly into a Benoni, except for one small detail.
You lost a tempo.
Lost a tempo. So I'm a little bit stunned that Tani deliberately walked into a position where he's got a position, and it's supposed to be his move.
But look at his clock. He has 1 hour and 34 minutes on the clock, so he probably prepared it. So
exactly. At the same time, Tani, as with white pieces, has prepared a position which was a mainline Benoni position with a tempo less. I mean, what goes on with opening theory these days? Anyway, we do have a Benoni, and one of the whole aspects of the Benoni has everything to do with pawn structure. So the idea of the pawn structure is very straightforward. White has this wedge, I want to say, in the center with his two pawns. But also you could say that White has 5 pawns on the king side against 4 for Black on the king side. But Abhi has 3 pawns on the queen side versus the 2. And what Black always aspires to do in the Benoni is play the move b7, b5.
So you want to fight where you have the majority of the pawns.
Now, exactly. And what White usually does in this position is he plays the move a2, a4 to prevent the move b7, b5. But since it's Black to move...
But wait, it's White's turn, so...
No, he just played e4. Sorry, I think he just played... Yeah, it's Black's turn. That's my whole point.
Because it seems his clock is running, but this is confusing.
Well, okay, it is White's turn. White has just made the move e2, e3, e4, having lost a tempo. And then what I'm saying is Black usually aspires to play the move b7, b5, and it's stopped by a4. So Black can play the move b5 right now. And ask the question, do you want to take the pawn? And you get the sacrifice with the rook on the b8 and the rook on, and the knight's going to g4.
He actually did play rook to b8.
He did play rook to b8.
Yes. Yeah, so the game continued. Rook b8, prepping b5, a4, and now a6. And he's really saying, I want to play b5 next. That's the idea in the position. You need to stop it somehow, because if you allow that pawn mass to start moving on the queen side, that's bad news
And
for the stability of your position. So probably you have to stop it by playing a5.
Exactly, a7, a5. And then there's two ways that that black can deal with it. First of all, you can play b5 and just allow the en passant. The second way is you can play bishop to d7 with the idea of meeting the move knight to c4 with either knight to b5, or bishop to b5. I'm kind of a little bit partial to bishop b5 myself. And the idea behind the Benoni is because white has the central pawn wedge, the more pieces on the board, the better it is for white, because you're suffering a kind of a cramped position. But the move bishop b5 ensures that you're going to be able to trade.
But Abhimanyu decided to play rook e8.
After a5, immediately rook. No, bishop to d7, rook to e8. Okay, so for the moment, that prevents knight c4 because you're putting pressure on e4. No knight to c4, you take the pawn. Queen c2 or f3 are standard ways of dealing with the pressure on the pawn. And Kate,
f3 has been played once.
so this position is actually still modern theory.
I wouldn't necessarily call it still modern theory. There's been just 2 games, at least according to my database, in the position right now. So there is definitely some nuance to this one. Generally, we see this position with an extra tempo for white.
That's what
because you
saying,
play e4 in one move. In this
Right.
case, you spend a couple of tempos to do that, e3 and then e4. So look, I'm seeing this position. I see the fact that there's not that many games. I've played the Benoni myself with the black
we all
pieces.
have.
This was, in fact, one of the most annoying ways that you could be facing as a Benoni player, but with an extra tempo for white. So without that extra tempo, I would feel quite relieved and quite safe and relaxed in the position with the black pieces right now. I think Abhimanyu is feeling confident after the opening phase.
Nice, nice. Also, I wanted to stay with the juniors for one other game, Alice Lee versus Evan Park. Now, you mentioned that Rose Atwell, fantastic performance, and she's achieved the Olympic team. But we would be remiss if we didn't also say Alice Lee.
Of course, Alice, she also is making the Olympic team.
So we have 2 U.S. Olympic team members, adult, if you will,
who are juniors.
In the juniors. So these kids are very, very strong. Alice is undergoing an incredible challenge. She would have, if Alice had played in the girls' championship, she would have been the #1 seed by far, and she would have likely dominated the event. She's coming into the junior championship as the 9th seed. So that goes to tell you how ambitious.
Previously, we had Karisayev playing the tournament.
Right,
we
in
had
the past.
Jennifer Shahadi. I think we had
also,
Irina Crush.
Also has played.
But usually it was a very tough challenge for the ladies. So we need to wish Alice good luck.
Yes, indeed. Let's hope she did well. And let's see what she chose to play as white. She opened up with a d-pawn, and Evan chose the Queen's Indian with the move bishop a6, a line of play that I actually like to play myself as black, b2, b3. Now, Evan went for d7, d5. I usually did not play for d5 myself. What I like to do was play c6, followed by d5, because the immediate d5, I didn't like what Alice did. I actually like this position for white. And so, as black, I would like to recapture on d5 with my c6 pawn. So I would often play it with c6 takes d5. Okay, castle, bishop d6, knight c3, and I think we've caught up with the players. And the problem I have for black is, what should I do to challenge white in the center? Should I play the move c7, c5? I didn't like doing this because I didn't like having the hanging pawns
But what
or-
if I first castle, then put rook on the open file?
Precisely. So we would first castle, let's say we would play rook e1, let's say we would play rook e8, let's say we would play bishop b2. And I'm asking the question, okay, if you let me as white just continue, I'm going to play rook c1 and queen c2, yeah? So I've got my setup in mind. But the question is, are you going to play c5 or not?
I mean, I don't want to, but
I
it
don't
feels
want
like
to.
maybe I have to.
At a certain point, let's say you mark time, because I don't know what else to suggest. Oops, sorry. You mark time with rook c8, and I mark time, with rook c1. And you play, I don't know, for h7, h6. Very, very nice move. And I play queen c2. And then you play queen e7, because again, you kind of don't know really what you're going. You're still reluctant for whatever reasons. You're reluctant. You haven't played the move c5. And now I do something. I'm going to play knight h4, knight f5.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm going to play bishop h3. Maybe I'm going to play knight takes d5 or even e2, e4. In other words, you can start to see that my play is a little bit more constructive as white than black's play. And that's why many players end up playing the move bishop b7, defending the pawn on d5, and then playing c5. And so Evan's going to have some challenges, and I think Alice is going to be happy for the resulting position out of the opening. And Cristian, what games caught your eye?
Well, let's move to the seniors section as well, because we do have quite a few clashes in that one, and I do want to start with this one, the battle of the Alexanders. Alexander Shabalov with the white pieces. He's facing Alexander Onischuk. He's trying to welcome him to the seniors championship.
Yeah.
Hey, come on in, have some fun,
fine.
enjoy the games. Take a look at the ratings, guys. The rating difference right now, 24-28 for Shabalov, 26-40 for Alexander Onischuk. But I did check, his last game was exactly 5 years ago.
Really?
In 2021, in July 2021. So it's been a while since Onischuk has played chess. On the other hand, Shabalov is extremely, extremely active. He plays almost every single Open here in the United States. He's won, I believe, a few World Senior Championships as well with Team USA.
Yep.
So he's definitely one of the leading players in the United States. And right now it's a battle of an active player with a slightly lower rating and an inactive player with a very, very high rating, 26-40 for Onischuk. So I'm very intrigued to see what this, how this one is going to transpire. Now, we have this QGD, very typical tabia position in this one after bishop to d6, and white has a couple of ways of playing this one. You can accept immediately the exchange of the dark square bishop with bishop takes d6. You can even play bishop to g3 and invite black to take on g3, which of course will lead to these type of positions with an open h file. So different structures, different ideas. Or you can just simply sidestep that with the move bishop to g5. Very often, in fact, after bishop g5, at some point black will go back to bishop e7 and continue to try to exchange the dark square bishops.
Bishop g3 was chosen,
I believe
by the way.
he just played bishop to g3. So this one was played quite a few times. I would say close to 50, 60 times, 60 games in this position after bishop to g3. Bishop to f5 by far seems to be the leading choice because this is one of the most important diagonals for the light square bishops in this position, both of the bishops. If you give me one more move, for example, if you go castle, then I'm going to immediately take that diagonal. Right now I'm going to be able to use that to launch my attack. For example, give me a few more moves and I'm going to be able to go queen to c2, and I'm starting to look at your king side. One way for black to challenge that is, in fact, to get to the same diagonal, but via a completely different route. Bishop to g4, queen to c2, and now, at sometimes, you're going to just simply withdraw like that with bishop to h5 and challenge the bishop on g6. So why not do it next move with bishop to f5 and immediately take that diagonal? And after bishop to f5, of course, bishop to d3 being the biggest move in the position, and then we're most likely going to see a lot of exchanges. What's going to be developing in this one is a very strategical game. So it's going to be slow moving, but we're expecting deep strategical ideas being displayed by these two seniors.
It's funny.
Legends. Let's call them legends. I just simply don't like that.
Yeah.
Legends.
I'm seeing these two. I mean, Alexander Onischuk, single former U.S. champion, won it once. I believe Shabalov has won the U.S. championship 3 times. So more successful for Shabalov in the U.S. championships. But nice to see them playing here in the seniors, these two legends. Bishop to g3, early days in the opening, I want to say, still a lot of theory exists in this game. I want to just check in on...
Maybe on the defending champion,
yes,
Alexander Fishbein?
Exactly. And he is up against Jesse Kraai. And let me just see how they got to this position. I'll just take us back to the opening moves. And it's a French defense. Ooh. Now, as a French defense player myself, I hated when they played the exchange French, because that always suggested to me that my opponents were playing for a draw, because the game is so very balanced, and I didn't get to play my, winner or whatever it is that I was looking forward to playing. However, a lot of players have been playing the exchange French, not just because they were looking to make a draw, but because they were looking to achieve a specific type of position that's favorable to them.
Because you can achieve like a very safe position where you're not risking anything, and it's either going to be a draw, or maybe you can try to push for something.
Exactly. And we see that I believe Alex Fishbein has actually achieved an advantage in the sense that this hook, as Cristian would like to call it, this pawn on c4 presents a very compelling target. You want to play b3 and force your opponent essentially to capture on b3, and you have a better structure. Well, let's see if that worked out the way Alex Fishbein is hoping. Ooh, Jesse took a very consequent decision with that last move. f7, f6. So obviously our bishop has to retreat. In this case, e3 seems like the most natural square. And then the knight looks a little bit, Walter Brown liked to say, high and dry.
I mean, black will have to play pawn to g6.
Right,
to make sure the knight can actually retreat to g7 at some moment.
Exactly.
And then maybe prepare bishop f5.
Makes sense. Still, it looks to me like black has some artificial things going on in his position. I find the position compelling for white after move b to b3. And let's take a snapshot of Alex's opponent, Jesse Kraai.
Yeah, so Grandmaster Jesse Kraai, 24 years old, USCF rating 2480, and 15th in the US senior rank.
And a novelist as well. He wrote a book, Lisa.
And he's part also of the Chess Dojo team.
Yes, exactly. As there he is, hard at work, as we would say. Kate, you haven't weighed in. Where would you like to take us?
I would like to go to the Girls' Championship to see either the defending champion
Let's start with
Zoe Tang, the defending champion.
She's up against Megan Paragua, who had a very nice competition last year. Megan did remarkably well for an early outing, I want to say. Now, Zoe, I won't go through the opening phase. She's achieved, I think, a nice opening success in the sense that her opponent has the isolated queen pawn. Oh, the isolated queen pawn position, is it good or is it bad? Well, the answer to that question is very simple. It's based on 2 factors. The first is if there's a lot of pieces in the position. If there's few pieces on the position, if it's simply a major piece ending, then the pawn is weak. If there's lots of pieces, then usually the dynamic imbalance makes it
because
even.
if there are a lot of pieces, that means there are a lot of open files, a lot of open
Exactly.
diagonals,
Right.
and that's all good. That means some tricks are about to happen.
Exactly. And then the other key factor is king position. So if one player's king is weak or vulnerable, then again the weakness of the isolated queen pawn is mitigated by the king's position. In this case, Zoe has traded off the bishops. She stabilized the weakness, the weak square in front of the isolated pawn, d4, and her king's completely safe. So as far as what kind of advantages you can hope to achieve out of the opening, Zoe has them. She's done well out of the opening, and the time, it doesn't really betray the fact that Megan's position isn't that good, because there's not that big a difference in the clock times. But for me, I like Zoe's position, and I think it's very easy for white to play. Queen b3, rook c1.
The rooks.
Bring the rook to the open file, double your rooks, and then put pressure on the d-pawn.
And if we trade pieces during the time, it's good for us, because
Exactly.
that means
Good for
the
white.
pawn is only going to be weaker in the endgame.
Exactly. Speaking of Olympians, I'm going to jump to Rose Atwell. She's up against Rachel Lee.
And you know, Rachel Lee, like we've been talking about Rose Atwell having a great year, making
Yes.
the U.S. Women's Olympic team. But
Yes.
Rachel Lee, just 3 weeks ago, she scored third at the World Youth Championship.
Did she?
Yeah, I was there actually as the
Congratulations.
head of delegation. We were 94 people. It was incredible, and she played an amazing tournament.
Where
She
was
was
it
even.
held?
It was in Italy, Monte
Yeah.
Silvano, and Rachel. She was even playing for the gold. So I mean, she finished third, which is an amazing result. And
Nice.
she's also feeling very strong with her chess.
Fantastic. Rachel, what a topsy-turvy tournament she had last year. She just was all over the map. She was winning some spectacular games, blundering, losing some others, and really had a huge impact on the outcome of the tournament last year. Here, maybe she's looking for a little bit more of a solid.
But you know, she's still extremely young. I believe she's 15 years old, so
Stop
she
it.
can play this so many times, and she's such an experienced player.
What do we have? We have a Botvinnik triangle pawn system. I loved to play the English in my career. I had this exact position many times in my career as both white and black. I'm incredibly familiar with the opening, and let's see how these ladies handle their business. So knight f6, and the whole idea behind the strategies for both players is, on the one hand, this bishop on g2 is sitting in an ambush, yeah? So let's say, I'll just put a position on the board. E4 takes f5, g6 takes f5. I open up this bishop for this long diagonal, and after moves like rook to b1, followed by b2, b4, and b7, b4, b5, I'm attacking or pressing, making pressure against the b7 pawn. From black's perspective, black's play is equally obvious. Rachel is going to go knight e7, knight to g6, and play for the move f5, f4. In fact, she's playing for a kingside attack. A lot of players, the hoochie-coochie, you scoot your queen over to the e8 square, you go queen e8, queen h5, f4, and bishop h3, and white gets checkmated.
And it seems like black is pretty fast, because usually you develop the knight, then you have to move the knight away and then push the f-pawn.
Because
but
of the
actually
King's
Rachel first pushed the f-pawn and then developed the knight, so she saved the tempo.
Exactly. So, yeah, it's like a King's Indian where she gets to play f5 without having put the knight in front of her king, in front of the pawn at the very, very start. Let me just get the current position, the live position. And again, I was looking ahead, castles, e4 takes f5. So this game is still in its development stages. And Cristian?
Well, let's move on just one board below between Iris Mu and Rochelle Wu, because that one is flaring up, and it's flaring up in...
What just happened?
Exactly. Let's take a look at what's happening, because Iris was not playing around, and neither is Rochelle, the Najdorf, with black pieces for Rochelle. f4, a very aggressive and somewhat of a new way of handling the Najdorf. A lot of players, a lot of top elite players are starting to look at this specific line. Magnus has played it. Jordan has played it against Magnus, and in fact has defeated Magnus with this move f4 against Najdorf. Queen to c7 and f5.
Ooh.
It's very raw and very brutal. I'm just trying to take as much space as fast as possible, and that's going to make it very uncomfortable for your pieces to find squares, especially for the knight on f6, as well as the bishop on c8, who right now is completely locked. On the flip side of the coin is you're giving a lot of squares away as well, especially this square on e5. If my knight manages to land there without, of course, a lot of trouble, for example, if you try to reroute it like this, after knight to d5, you can basically resign in the position. You just simply don't have enough resources, and you haven't finished. You haven't even begun your development. You just developed your queen and the knight for the moment. f5, b5, the right reaction. Try to immediately counter on the side and put pressure on knight on c3 and indirectly on the pawn on e4. And g4 was played quite quickly, so I'm expecting Iris to still be in her theoretical knowledge right now. And after a long think for Rochelle, she did not follow it up with the most natural move in the position, bishop to b7, which again, after bishop to g2, I'm still not seeing it. I still don't understand exactly where you're going to place your pieces. For example, if you try to go b4, this is not looking great. I have so much space advantage already so early on. And the big question is, where do you put your king on e8 as black? I mean, do you go short castle? Sure, but how do you make that happen?
What to do with the bishop on f8?
Probably you're going to have to go g6.
Right.
But you're playing g6 straight into my attack. So thank you very much. Sure, you're probably going to finish your development, but this one is not looking great for the safety of your king. So bishop to b7 still would have been the best choice in the position. She played the move d5. Striking, counter-striking in the center, but I don't think you're ready for it. For example, what if I just simply take that pawn? Knight takes d5. That's an easy way out. Take. Let's say queen to e5, right? I go, even king to f2 I can play in this position. And maybe it's the best move right now. You cannot touch that pawn because of bishop to g2.
That's
and then
clear.
you lose that rook on a8. So you have to prepare that with the move bishop to b7. But bishop to g2, rook to e1 is coming with a tempo.
Right.
Again, you only have your queen and the bishop developed. You still have and need a lot of time before you can finish your development as black. So,
I mean, thinking about the king on f2 being actually safe in an open position, wow.
It is indeed. And maybe even stronger is to start with just the simple bishop to g2.
That
if you
makes
take
a lot of sense.
I can go g5 first.
Wow.
Not the only move, but probably the best move in the position. Again, this one is flaring up, but it's flaring up in one direction and one direction only, and it seems like this is advantageous to white.
But
her attack is just much faster.
g5, if I go b4?
Let's see, we have a move, and it is knight takes d5.
Knight takes d5.
Yes.
So we may see that king f2.
G5, sidestepping g5 as well as sidestepping b5, b4.
Well, why she didn't want to take with the pawn is because right now you can get hit with b4, and this was probably Rochelle's main idea.
Right.
Take with the pawn, I go b4. Now you're struggling to find spots for your knight on c3 as well. And then finally I gave my knight one landing spot on d5. Why don't I just simply take an extra pawn for nothing? in the position. So this is what we have right now. It's looking really good already out of the gates for Iris move.
For me, Cristian, in the game between Iris and Rochelle, when I see the move F4, F5, I think my opponent is bluffing. I think, wait a minute, you're moving the same pawn twice. You've gone F4, F5. Wouldn't theory suggest the move E7, E5? You said B5 was the right way to counter.
Yes, B5 is one way, E5 is one way as well.
Because you're required almost to capture on E6, no?
Yeah.
F takes E6. Now, if I play bishop takes E6, well, I can understand white's a little bit justified. You win the two bishops. But if I recapture with the pawn, the central question to me is, who's the favorite with the open F-file? Who gets there first?
This has been played. And again, I do think that this is probably her opening preparation.
Right.
Now that we have the open file, sure, you no longer have the F-pawn as white to be able to control that E5 square. So perhaps that's a good point in black's favor. But at the same time, you also have the F-file opened to try to create more pressure via short castle, get that rook on the F-file, get the bishop to G5 most likely. And those type of ideas will be the leading ideas in this position. And again, it's all about who gets their way first. Right?
Exactly.
Will I be able to use the central square, E5, or will I be falter under your attack?
Exactly. Knight C6, Knight E5, or interesting decision by Iris. I think it's actually played dividends because I do like the live position. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
She just played Queen E5. She didn't even take on D5.
E5. Whoa,
Okay.
whoa, whoa. Okay, Rochelle is playing with fire here, guys. I'm not sure this is, but
She
So now
certainly
the pawn on
is.
E4 is hanging.
right.
So we may first take the knight on F6.
Okay,
Or
I'm assuming what Rochelle is saying, well, in that case, you're kind of helping me at the cost of a pawn, mind you. I mean, after all, white is the one with the material goods, right?
yeah, and the blockade now on the dark squares can be actually pretty strong.
Yeah, and here I'll be able to develop rather easily, I want to say. Do
So
I
if
have
I
better?
don't take, then the pawn on E4 is hanging.
Right.
Also, just knight takes D5 is a threat, right? Because the pawn is pinned, so black threatens to take the knight on D5 for free.
Right, no question about it. That's on your agenda. Let's imagine I play the move Queen D3. Okay, so what's my idea? My idea is I'm defending the pawn on E4.
So I take your knight.
You take the knight. Hold on, I can't. I'm really having trouble with my mouse. I do apologize here. Knight to F3. I can't take the knight. Obviously, I want to take the knight back. I want to kick your queen. Go somewhere, get out of dodge. If you go backwards, I'm just putting that. Then I will recapture on D5, and I'll go, yay, look at me, I'm a pawn.
You have a lot of space. Yeah.
And development too, right? So I don't know. As white, I want you to play to my script. I don't want to take on F6 and help your development. Do I have another way?
You do have another way.
Please, Cristian.
What about knight E2?
Whoa.
Take a look at that move. So obviously your main threat, queen takes C4 with a check, then pick up the knight on D5. If you take on E4 right now, the game finishes in one move.
Let's see it.
Knight to C7.
Checkmate.
Checkmate.
So don't forget about that. That's
Okay.
going to be a theme within this position for a while.
Okay.
So after knight E2, I also have a huge threat in the position. If you go bishop to B7, for example, just a regular looking move,
Yep.
after bishop to F4, once again, the game is over.
Exactly.
Because knight to C7 is coming next, and that's all she wrote.
Right.
So
So I have to take the knight, right?
you
So
probably have to take knight takes D5.
Okay. Oops. Yeah.
And after knight takes d5, of course, I have a couple of ways I can do this. I can take with the e-pawn, and that's going to lead to a very complex battle. Nevertheless, it does seem like white is just, wait a minute.
Wow,
she
92
just played it.
on
92.
the board.
Yeah.
That's the best
She
move.
understands the position very well right now,
Whoa.
it seems like. And I think this might have came as a shock for Rochelle. Wait a minute. The knights, those central beautiful knights can actually move backwards?
Well, this is actually, I think, worked out nicely in white's favor. A6 and B5 suddenly look like, what are you doing? There's no knight on C3. If you go bishop B7, I'll play bishop G2, but there is.
Yeah, but if I go bishop B7 now,
I'll go bishop G2.
queen E4? No, sorry, bishop G2 you go.
Yes, bishop to G2. But there is,
You're just not taking your pawn back anytime soon.
well,
is the
to
problem.
begin with, but there is possibility of H5 here.
That's probably the best way.
Do I play bishop F4?
Bishop
Queen
F4, yeah.
E4, rook G1?
But guys, okay, you play bishop f4, right?
Yeah.
Let's say you go queen takes b2. I don't know if you queen to e4, rook to g1, bishop to g2 is coming with a tempo as well. I mean, you have no development in the position.
Well, that's the thing that I really...
Like, really no development is bad.
I'm totally frightened about the lack of development, so that was why I didn't want to take on b2. But hold on, we do have...
Knight takes d5 on the board.
Well, the players are reacting well.
But I think we
The
will see
thing is-
pawn takes d5 and bishop b7. Why is it so scary?
For black,
Yes.
Well, you're a
bishop-
pawn down, first of all.
Right.
That's the big problem in the position.
that's the first problem.
Okay, knight d7.
But the second problem is your queen is about to get harassed by the move
Okay,
bishop
I
f4.
want pawn back, so I'll take on b2.
You're the poison pawn variation. You grab, so let's say
Knight d7?
knight
Knight
to
d7,
d7.
let's go castle. I mean, do we have to hurry with bishop f4? Bishop f4 can come anytime, right?
Okay, castles. And I really think black's position is like maybe lost. Like I think it's really, really, really bad because I'm seeing the move bishop f4, and I'm seeing Magnus Carlsen had a way of describing it. He said, the king stuck in the center. How many moves does it take to evacuate the king? And you got to go g6 or e6. That's one. Move the bishop, then castle. So you got 3 tempi, and in the meanwhile, white's pieces are just going to go poof, bishop f4, and be in your business. I don't care. A4, C4. Somehow I'm going to open up the position for my good developed pieces. Big danger at the moment, but I'm seeing that Iris is actually stopping because she's considering queen takes d5 at this moment. If in her mind's eye, if she can't justify bishop f4, queen takes b2, if she can't justify attacking the queen, then she could say to herself, well, look, I could trade queens, get into an ending where I'm a pawn up, put my bishop on g2, put my knight on f4.
Which, practically speaking, could be better.
An easier way to play.
Yeah.
It's
The only thing we have to be worried now about are the pawns on the king side, because they're maybe over pushed. So move like g6 and h5 from black.
Or natural.
Yeah.
Undermining, otherwise, this very promising structure. Nice. Great games so far. And just to remind everybody of the pairings, let's go through them.
So for the girls' junior here, we have Iris Mo against Rochelle, Zoe Tang, the defending champion, against Megan Paragua, Amy Yang against Chloe Go, Irene Fei against Jasmine Zhu, and Rose Atwell, the top-ranked player, against Rachel Lee.
Nice. Should we go through the? Should we go through the pairings? Oh, just for those. Okay. Let's go to the seniors.
Yeah.
And
another
favorite
has an interesting position.
Vladimir Akopian.
Well, we're staying within the Sicilian, that's the system, ecosystem, right?
Okay, there we go. He's up against Igor Novikov. And by the way, these legends, if you will, the legends, not only did they write the chess books, they really kind of wrote the openings. And a lot of players are specialists. It doesn't matter, specialize in the dragon variation or the Botvinnik pawn structure or the Najdorf. Igor Novikov had a reputation, very justified, as being one of the foremost players of the Najdorf. So seeing a Najdorf position when he's black isn't a surprise. What's a surprise for me is that Vladimir Akopian says, I am going to test you in your waters, and he's just played the move rook to g1 with, I would like to say, an open declaration of hostilities. He wants to play the move h4 and g5 and blast this knight away. If this knight ever has to move back because of a pawn coming to g5, the pawn is also going to go to g6, so that
That e6 square, right?
Precisely.
It's going to be another weakness.
That's exactly right. The knight on d4 attacks the pawn on e6. So if white can undermine the structure by playing g5, g6, watch out. It's like, it's game over. So Vladimir is setting up for h4 and g5 and get out
It's
of
happening.
dodge at knight to d7. And I think what Igor is saying, I'm going to roll with your punches. Go ahead, play the move g5, hg, hg. Now again, the threat of g6 is so overwhelming, I should stop you, play g6. Now the question is, how do you like this position? h4, pardon me, f4.
I mean, here I have to take with the bishop.
Yeah.
I cannot allow you to capture my dark square bishop.
Fair.
That's a crown.
Takes. But you've
But
won the two
F5
bishops.
is going to happen, right?
Bingo. That's exactly what's going to happen, is the move f4, f5. And basically, black has a great pawn structure. It really does. But a lack of development, lack of space, and the king is not really safe in the very center of the board.
It feels like black is missing a tempo. You know, if we had the, I don't know, knight on e5 already, or the queen on a5 where we can be pushing b4.
Yes.
But as of now, like, nothing seems to be working for black.
Exactly. And
I think that's a very good point. It's a one-tempo type of position, but
Yeah.
it does seem like white is just simply faster right now.
That's exactly
And
it.
even if we go back to that position, the last one that we just saw, with a pawn on f5.
Yeah,
So
okay.
keep going all the way into the line
Forward.
that you just showed,
Yeah.
because I think it's quite important to show that after f5, again, as Kay just mentioned, if you would have the knight on e5, you would be able to defend that pawn on e6 with, let's say, queen to d7.
Right.
Right now, the only way I can see how to defend that pawn on e6, directly at least, would be to go knight to c5. I really don't like that queen on e7. It looks completely in the way of everything in the position. And if you go knight to c5 to defend that pawn on e6, the problem is that your rook on c4 is now trapped. So I can go b3, which is simply going to give me the exchange. You do get compensation for it, the typical Sicilian exchange compensation.
Exactly.
At the same time, an exchange is an exchange. My king on c1 is perfectly safe, and your king on e8 is still in trouble. So it's a one-tempo type of position, like most Sicilians, to be honest. Especially
Everything
this
depends.
double-edged position.
Unless, is there some like crazy continuation if you play b3 here, that I have queen a5?
Maybe.
And by the way, g5 was played.
G5
at the
in the
beginning,
position.
the
By
line
the
that we were
way,
looking at.
tell us all the pairings for the seniors.
Yeah, let's take a look at the pairings for the Seniors Championship. We have so many games going
I
on.
know.
So Alexander Shabalov against Alexander Onischuk, the top player Alex Onischuk, playing for the first time in this tournament. Alexander Goldin against Stuart Rachels. Gregory Kaidanov against Joel Benjamin. Vladimir Akopian playing Igor Novikov. And the defending champion Alex Fishbein against Jesse Kraai.
I just want to say, Stuart Rachels, welcome, Stuart. Here is 1989 U.S. champion. He went on to become a professor of philosophy at University of Alabama. And it's nice to see Stuart Rachel's now enjoying his retirement, coming back into the world of chess and, throwing the patties here at the Seniors Championship. So welcome to Stuart and Alexander Goldin as well, of course. Okay.
So the players are kind of following our line.
Yes, so far so good. And, a lot of players, myself included, I loved including the move King B1. It's just one of those tucking the king in to safety because it's not like F4, F5 is running away. I mean, at the moment, I can do it on my agenda. And a lot of times, tucking the king away with King B1 is just so useful. I can't say it any better than that. So big moment here for Vladimir Akopian. Go for it. Launch the attack. F4, F5. Launch the 1,000 ships and deal with it, or a protective move first and then go for it.
And staying with the theme of kingside attack, let's go to the Women's Seniors Championship. Beatrice Marinello against Ivona Jazierska.
Yeah. Oh, whoa. Okay. So, again, one of my favorite variations, the Averbach King's Indian. I love to play Bishop E2, Bishop E3, and G2, G4. So Beatrice has gotten my position, if you will, on her board. Knight C5. So King's Indian defense players going to rejoice as black. They've achieved more or less what they want. They got the knight to C5. And then I would say, okay, great, good for you, but deal with my attack. A lot of King's Indian defense players want to play F7, F5. And essentially, Beatrice or White's setup has said, no, you don't. Yeah. I'm not going to let you, under any circumstances, play the move F7, F5. You've got to come up with some other ideas. And what Ivona said is like, well, I'll attack you in the center with C7, C6. Normally speaking, I like to play the move H5. I also like, my knight on G1 isn't exactly lighting up the skies, and I like to bring it to F2. I like to go knight H3, knight F2. You can see a lot of my games, including Ardiansa, Grandmaster from Indonesia, Dr. John Nunn from the UK. A lot of my games I would play like this as Beatrice. So
I mean, for White playing H5, it seems very straightforward.
Absolutely.
Right? It's black who has to be very careful because the rook is going to be open, the bishops is going that direction.
That's right. And suddenly black, who's usually plays for attack herself, is on the defensive.
Yeah, and also when we look at clock, we see Beatrice having 1 hour 90 minutes, while Ivona Jazierska only 55 minutes on the clock.
Exactly. From my neck of the woods, we have Shoshana Erapetian. She is on the white side against Angelina Veloskaya. Angelina, many-time U.S. champion for women overall, and Shusha from Seattle, Washington. So I knew her in the time that I was living in Washington State. Has launched her queenside with A4, B4. I don't like the move B4. I like A4. That was fine, but the inclusion of B4, to my mind, it just invites an attack against the pawn on C3. The immediate knight E4 would be met by capture. So as black, I would aspire to trade light square bishops with the move bishop G6 so that I can play knight to E4 and sink my teeth into the base pawn
And also,
on
I don't know
c3.
if White really wants to play even pawn to b5.
I think that's exactly what she's aspiring to.
But then I'm going to get knight a5, and I'm going to be even targeting the c4 square. I have the open file for the c3 target.
Exactly, exactly. I think that this is a premature attack by White with b4 and b5.
And let's take a look at the pairings for the Women's Senior Championship. Round 1.
And again, this wonderful inaugural event here in
Yes.
St. Louis. We're so happy.
So Olga Sagalchik against Alexei Rut, Cho Chanik, Ira Petian against Angelina Belakovskaya, Diana Lani against the defending champion Natalia Tsodikova, Beatrice Marinello against Ivona Jezierska, and Jennifer Smith against Catherine Dodson.
And those two players, Jennifer and Catherine, I actually don't know. I haven't met them except at the opening ceremony yesterday, but a big welcome to those two players.
And I think we have here the Women's Senior World Championship team, right? That also medaled at the World Championship.
Exactly, exactly. Our seniors are getting the gold
Yeah,
medals.
we can see Angelina Belakovskaya having the US chess jacket from that tournament.
Exactly. By the way, Shusha has just played the move bishop to g5 after launching her b2 pawn. And again, if the pawn was on b2, I'd be much happier with White's position because c3 square is not weak. Cristian, over to you and take it away. What caught your eye in this opening round?
Well, let's go back to this leading game between Putnam and Woodward and see how that developed. And we're going to start with this position.
It was the a5
After a4,
variation.
yes, he did play a5, which again, this is mainline theory. So I'm sure he knew exactly what he's doing. Perhaps he was just trying to remember the line that he prepared. The same goes for Andy. I mean, whenever you play this type of positions, you know for a long time, bishop to a7, and you will see that illustrated in his next few moves as well. Castle, bishop to e3, rook to a8. You played rook to b8, now a5 came on the board, you go rook to a8. You might be wondering, what is this mysterious move? Well, if you go something like bishop to b7, for example, whoops, that's one of the ideas in the position and one of the traps in the position. The bishop on a7 is not protected. So if you move the knight, you lose the piece. That's what the rook on a8 is doing. And if you take on e3, then I take on c6, and the bishop, both bishops are under attack. You're going to lose one of them. So that's bad news for you. That's why he played the move rook to a8, still within theoretical knowledge. Knight d2, h6, rook to e1, rook to e8, queen to c2, bishop to b7, and now d5. The engine really dislikes these moves, and this last move, d5. And I sort of understand why, because it's all about the tension in the position. Who will be able to develop their position, develop and find the best spots for their pieces first, while keeping the tension. And you don't do that by playing the move d5. In fact, knight to f1 seems to be a move in the position. d5, after knight to e7, and again, it's quite important that I don't trade on e3, obviously, for very simple reasons. I take on c6, and it's really not looking good. I'm just simply taking more pieces than you. You take the rook on e1, I take on a8, you take back, and at the end of all of it, I'm a piece up. So after d5, I'm going to go knight to e7, which I expect him to play quite quickly. I don't know if he has played it yet. He did. Knight to e7 is on the board. This is the position. Again, the tension is no longer in the position. In fact, it is black that has ways to once again create that tension by playing the move c6 and transition into a pawn structure that's going to favor him. c6, we exchange that, and then black goes for the d5 break in the position. Also, I'm really going to start eyeing this weakness on a5. For example, let's say you take, and then you play rook a to d1. Well, guess what? After c6, take, you no longer have a good way to defend that pawn on a5. And in fact, even with a rook on a1, it's going to be very difficult for that pawn to survive in this one. So I'm starting to favor black. I'm starting to like what Woodward is doing in this one. And Liam is under some pressure on the clock as well. 54 minutes against an hour and 20 minutes. Woodward is speeding towards an advantage with the black pieces out of the opening.
Working well for Andy, and tell us about all of the pairings for the juniors.
Yeah, so the juniors round one, Kirk Ghazarian against Brewington Hardaway, Liam Putnam against Andy Woodward, Bach against Nico Chasin, Tanitoluwa Adewumi against Abhimanyu Mishra, and Alice Lee against Evan Park.
My goodness, you did that so well. I remember last year Kirk doing very, very well in the junior. We're going to come back. When we come back, we're going to take a look at his game. And what are we doing on our break?
Well, during the break, you had a chance to sit down and interview the defending champion in the girls' junior section, Zoe Tank. Take a look.
It was a good.
Zoe, welcome to St. Louis.
Thank you.
My goodness, it seems to me like you're a real veteran of this tournament. How many years have you been playing in this championship?
This is my 5th year now.
Wow.
And I remember playing here my first year and being like, wow, there's so many older girls here. And now I come back and I'm what, second oldest in the field?
What happened? Wow. Welcome to these national championships. What does this tournament mean for you?
This tournament means a lot to me because obviously, you know, I've been playing for a lot of years, and every year it's really nice to just come back, meet with friends, play in this really, really well organized, really nice, prestigious tournament. It's a lot of fun.
St. Louis is happy to have you. Thank you so much for coming. And when you think about this tournament, your goals, what are your goals?
I think I want to play well.
Yes.
That's most important. I want to just basically like try to use what I've been learning these past few months and then just really play my best.
Ooh, what have you been learning these past few months?
Trade secret.
When you have a tournament like this, do you play what we used to call training games to try to reenact being under pressure?
I do. Not necessarily for the pressure part though, more just to practice, like, you know, practice some openings and then practice just staying sharp.
Mm-hmm. Your biggest strength as a chess player?
I think I'm pretty good at playing under pressure.
Your biggest weakness as a chess player?
Am I allowed to not say that?
You're allowed not to say that. We're trade secret.
Yes,
We'll call it that. When you think about chess today, chess in the United States, it feels like we've grown, but at the same time, there needs to be more opportunities for women. There is the Cairns Cup that's coming up. If you had a brush and you could say, I would like to organize these events, what would they be?
I think I would organize more tournaments for girls and also like provide some sort of opportunity for girls to play in just open tournaments as well, especially with discounted free entry fees, something to encourage more of them just to play more chess.
Exactly. But are you saying a section for girls that they play against each other solely?
I don't think so, just like play with everyone,
open,
yeah.
But more encouragement for them to be here. Wonderful. When you think about the really big games of the tournaments of the previous years, what comes to mind for you?
Obviously last year, last round game against Jasmine, like I won that game to win the championship. That was very important.
That was huge, right?
Yeah.
And before that?
Before that, I'd say maybe still last year, my 4th round game, because I came off of 3 draws in a row and I was like kind of not feeling it. But then like I won a really nice 4th game and I was like, oh, maybe I can get my momentum back.
You know, I've always said, and maybe you'll disagree with me, I've always said that chess is a confidence game. When your confidence is high, it's like it can overcome a lot of weaknesses, right? It masks. When you have low confidence, when you're not feeling it, boy, then it just like you can't do anything right. Is confidence a big factor for you?
I think confidence definitely is very important. And so I try to, you know, when I'm doing bad or whatever, just reset after the game, forget about what happened, go into it as if it's a new tournament.
Yeah, and then how do you get that mindset? It's easier said than done to say, okay, that's in the past.
Yeah, for sure.
You don't have trouble sleeping.
Oh no, I always sleep very well.
Really?
Yes.
Pretty impressive. There was this, one of my favorite questions was asked of Magnus at a press conference. A young boy said, Magnus, when did you learn to stop crying after a loss? And Magnus said, well, what makes you think I learned to stop crying?
Exactly.
You can put it in the past. You can put it in the past. It happened. It's done.
Same here. I never said I don't stop crying after the games.
It's hard, right?
Yeah,
it's hard.
but it's like after you allow yourself that time to cry, then you try to get past it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Last question for you. If you had a word of advice for a young lady coming into chess, what would it be?
Really try to enjoy the game because there's so many fun parts of it. Playing itself, meeting other people, like there's so many fun parts of chess, and just really try to keep seeing that side. Don't put too much pressure on yourself.
Perfect. Zoe, thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you for having me.
And we are back, and in fact, we have a special interview with Emily Allred, our chief curator at the World Chess Hall of Fame. This is one of the things we do here in St. Louis, not only the chess club, but we have the World Chess Hall of Fame, and we have some intriguing exhibitions coming up and being there right now. Tell us a bit about the newest one.
Yeah, so our current exhibition is Game Plan, the strategy of chess and sports. And it explores the connections between athletes in chess, but also how chess players integrate exercise and athletics into their own preparation for tournaments. So we have everything from photos of chess players like world chess champion Magnus Carlsen playing soccer, to a bat given to Garry Kasparov by Cincinnati Red Joey Votto, and we even have some loans from folks who are right here on the broadcast, like you.
I think you're talking about the collegiate
Yasser.
chess.
Yes. We have a whole floor featuring local sports teams as well as the local collegiate sports scene, since it's so strong here in Missouri.
What's the most interesting thing you learned while curating this exhibition?
Gosh. That's a tough one. I really enjoyed meeting some of the folks who were lenders to the show, and one of my sections for the exhibition was about these hybrids between chess and other sports. So things like chess boxing and diving chess, which we featured in the exhibition, and then we also held a competition here in St. Louis at a nearby house with some local grandmasters and international masters playing chess underwater.
Take a look at that.
Yeah.
That looked quite the fun right there.
Yeah.
Were you there at that point?
Yeah. So it was kind of like a little mini tournament. In the center there is Eitan Ilfeld, the inventor of diving chess. And so we had Nicolosi Cacciarava playing against Linier Dominguez, who is our local St. Louis diving chess champion.
Okay.
And Eric Rosen also participated. And it was just a lot of fun. And it adds a different spin onto the game of chess, adding kind of like the challenge of thinking quickly, as long as you can hold your breath underwater, as well as kind of like this physical element to it. And so it was a lot of fun. We're hoping to host diving chess again sometime in the future.
Well, again, this is not something new for chess players also. We like to combine physical exercise with chess because we need physical exercise. We need to be in good shape in order to perform at the highest level for so many hours. So I really love this exhibition. It's quite personal to me as well. For how long will we be able to see this one at the
So visitors to the World Chess Hall of Fame can see this through April of 2027.
Well, Emily, thank you very much for joining us here on the broadcast. I hope you enjoyed the studio as well, and I will let you go back to your job.
Yeah, thank you.
Across the street.
Thank you for featuring the exhibition.
Thank you, Emily.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Cristian.
Yasser, are you expecting an invitation for the diving championship?
Oh, absolutely. As a former lifeguard myself, I would love holding my breath underwater, but I wanted to say that I had made a contribution to that particular exhibition. It was really interesting. Stop and think about it, folks, for just a moment. The idea is the perfect body for your sport. So, for example, if you're a jockey, a horse jockey, you would want to be a certain height and weight. If you were a long-distance swimmer, you would like a certain body type because it's really, really cold water. But what's the perfect body for a chess grandmaster? Stop and think about it. Well, the correct answer, obviously, was a young Yasser Seirawan. Because if you go to that exhibition, you would see a health report featuring my body.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Very, very impressive. You gotta take a video. A video. I know our readers want proof. Anyway,
Let's go back to chess.
Let's get back to chess before we go too far. Tani against Mishra, because that was that Benoni, and I was more than curious what the outcome of the opening was going to be, because it just felt like Tani had basically dropped the tempo in a mainline position. And what we're currently seeing is that Mishra did get in the move b5. He did play bishop to d7 to b5 as I prescribed. He did trade off a single minor piece. And if you look at the position, I'm sure the chess engine is going to say white's perfectly fine. Like the position is balanced. Yeah, something like that. But that's not the way I see it. I see it as very easy for black to play. White has a weakness. The weakness is the pawn on b2. The pawn on b2 is very nicely covered at the moment by the rook and the queen. They're acting defensively. Black has a weakness. In fact, black has two weaknesses, the a6 and d6 pawn, but they're both covered by black's pieces. But from black's perspective, black has ideas of knight e5, knight c4. Black also has ideas of rook b4, rook d4, rook e8 to b8, and rook takes b2. Now, normally speaking, with our majority, we're trying to play the moves f4 and e5, which isn't very easy for us to achieve. So, in fact, we're not even looking in that direction because, well, for one thing, you know, we could take the knight and take the pawn. So f4, e5 is hard to achieve.
So we have a move on the board, by the way. Abhimanyu played
after queen c2,
rook b8.
Rook to b8. And just basically ask the question. And I think the move queen d2, pardon me, I think the move queen to d2 is
signaling retreat?
Signaling, you know, trumpeting the retreat bishop to bishop to c1, protecting the pawn on b2. But you know what I'm saying? I'm saying, again, the engine will say even, 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 but sometimes you prefer one side of a balanced position.
When you were discussing the position, I was like, what is white going to do? Because everything you mentioned looks so great for black, so active, so easy to play, nothing to worry about. But now, I didn't see this defense, queen c2, bishop c1, but now when I see it, like rook d4 is not that scary. Knight e5 is not that scary anymore.
And maybe
By the way,
f4.
he played rook b1. So rook b1 is actually on the board, not bishop to c1.
Exactly. And now, by the way, with the queen on c2, the move f4 and bishop f3 starts to reassert itself. And just as Cristian was saying, he did not choose the move bishop to c1. He defended the pawn on b2 with the move rook b1. I actually prefer bishop c3, bishop c1
But
myself.
I think maybe now we're going to go bishop c1 and then we're going to push the rook to the a file. Because if we play before the bishop c1, then you block the rook completely. Now we have a target on a6 as well.
There you go. An interesting stutter step. You wanted to play the move rook on f1 to a1, but you first had to defend b2, first with the rook and then with the bishop. intriguing maneuvering game going on here between our junior players. And Cristian, what caught your eye?
Let's go back to this Iris move versus Rochelle, because we do have a developing story in that one. And in fact, I think we left it off after knight takes d5. Iris was still thinking which way to capture.
With the queen.
She decided to take with the queen.
Okay.
In fact, and maybe this is the practical way out, because look, you're going to be a pawn up. You might as well steer the game towards the endgame, right?
Clear.
Towards the simplification of the position. Take, we exchanged, and now h5. And this was the drawback of taking with the queen. You don't have that target of the queen on e5 that you can tie your whole ideas around. And black has this move h5, which more or less seems to be getting the pawn back. The problem you're facing as black is, despite the fact there's no queens on the board, you're still facing some challenges if you don't develop your pieces. Your king is still out in the open, and this is a queenless middle game, if you might. So after h5, she played the move bishop to g2, the right decision. You don't have a way to defend that. You cannot play h3 because you cannot recapture. The rook on h1 is going to be lost. So bishop to g2 was played, take on g4, and now castle, and she's prioritizing the finish of her development. And that's the right strategy for white, for Iris. In this one, again, Rochelle is not out of the opening, and a4 is coming.
Right.
Look at your pawn structure as black. First of all, you lack space, and there's not a clear way for you to get out of this conundrum. Maybe you can go g6, but then I take, and now your pawn structure is looking atrocious in the position. I can just go knight to f4 if I want. I can continue developing my pieces. This is an ideal game for a chess coach to illustrate how you should not play and how you should develop your pieces.
Yeah.
Forget about the extra pawn, just give it back, but get that lead in development. This is what we're seeing from Iris. So castle, this is the position. Rochelle facing a very, very tough situation right now. For example, I think she's going to go bishop to b7 is the only thing that makes sense. At some point, you do need to challenge on that diagonal. Otherwise, you're going to get destroyed after d6. d6 is coming at the right moment. But then a4 is coming. Knight is jumping into the middle of the board. Everything with tempo. At some point, you will need to make decisions. How are you going to react to this? Either b4 or b takes a4. Everything is going to create new weaknesses in your position. Whichever way you're going to go, you're going to have to face some consequences. So I'm not liking this one. The position is simple enough that I'm not too worried if I were in Iris's shoes in terms of, okay, counterplay coming from the black side. That's not happening in this one. I think Iris is having an easy advantage in this position.
Absolutely. I like...
Don't tell me she played rook g8.
No.
I see you just
I'm playing. I'm having fun with the position.
Yeah. It's ugly. It's an ugly position.
For sure, because all of black's pieces are on the back row. And from Iris's perspective, she's castle, knight develop, bishop develop, and she's looking to take advantage of a superior development by opening up the position. So very nice position for Iris to start the competition.
And maybe Yasser, we stay in the girls' junior section and take a look at the game between Rose Atwell and Rachel Lee, because it seems like the armies there are looking at each other and the battle is going to start.
Okay, so we're going to go up to... There we go.
Yeah.
There we go, Rose and Rachel. So this, again, this was the Botvinnik triangle position. And Rose, before playing the move e4 takes f5, she first decided that she would like to include h3 and king h2 to keep her king under that extra layer of protection.
And with rook f8, black developed, completely finished development, and is now ready to decide how to proceed on the f file, whether to push for f4, to capture on e4, or maybe maybe knight h5 could be also considered.
Yeah, okay, so exactly at this position, something doesn't, it feels like Rachel has almost kind of like balled and is ready to break out. And to my eye, with the king on h2, and what is that? what is that opening called? The Grand Prix attack? To my way of thinking, Black has achieved everything she wants, and it all starts with the move F4.
It's a pawn sacrifice, but it opens a lot of diagonals and squares for Black.
And you play the move knight H5 as a follow-up. You don't recapture the pawn. And you blast open the F-file. And oftentimes white takes on E5 because you're not interested in seeing E4 takes F5, and you take. And instead of taking, like with a minor piece, a knight, if you capture with the knight, then a move like F2, F4 might hurt. But let's say you take with the pawn, just for argument's sake, and you say to white, you're a pawn up. Great, congratulations, your turn.
This is not comfortable.
You don't want to play D4, that kind of, you don't want to play F4.
But I'm even worried that maybe you will play something like Rook F3, you know, at some moment. Like,
yeah, exactly.
You're going to sacrifice an exchange because then everything is falling apart on the king side.
Exactly. And it's considered, look at the games of Vasily Smyslov. My best games, I think it's the 200 best games of Vasily Smyslov. He would play these positions on the Black side in his sleep, and he was really very good. Now, after the move knight H5, I think that this is ill-timed because it gives white the time she wants to play E4 takes F5.
And then F4?
Exactly. And then F4. And Rachel will be stymied, I want to say. Her play isn't as easy as it was just a moment ago. So it's remarkable. One pawn move can make a world of difference. And for
that's
Rose,
chess, right?
Yeah, and again, Olympic player, Rose Atwell. Let's take a snapshot.
Yeah, let's take a closer look at this amazing player, the international master-elect, Rose Atwell, 17 years old, USCA rating 2467, currently the second rank in US Girls Junior, and she made the US Women's Olympic team for the 2026 Olympiad in Uzbekistan, board 4.
Congratulations, Rose. That's a great achievement. And I remember in my career, if you had asked me at her age what I really aspired to do, wanted in chess, I said there's two things. I want to play in the US Championships. I want to make the Olympic team. Because just as Cristian was saying at the start of our broadcast, you want to be shoulder to shoulder with these top players, so you can see how you can compare.
And you know, one more amazing achievement for her this year, she won the U.S. High School Championship.
Did she? Wow. Okay. For
boys, girls,
boys, Wow. Applause.
Just really good year.
Fabulous. 3 words. Fabulous. Great. But for Rose, she now absolutely...
She needs to stop, because with knight h5, Rachel is saying, I am playing this f4, and if you're not going to stop me, it's going to be just game over very soon.
Exactly. And then the problem is that after takes, again, Black is ready with all of her might. Black is ready to play f5, f4, and that's why the move f2, f4 gives Rose the time that she needs to meet this attack and essentially face it head on. And I think when Rose plays the move f4, it's a little bit easier to play white's position, strangely enough. So we're going to keep a very close eye on this one.
One more question.
Please.
Do you capture on f5, or what if I play f4 immediately?
Sorry, what?
One more? Now. If I play f4 now.
f4 I don't like.
Because you take on e4.
Let's say I take on e4.
Okay, I take.
With the pawn, yeah.
Oh no, the bar is coming down.
Don't be influenced by these AIs. Rely upon...
okay, pawn captures.
Pawn captures. Now, the big question I would have is, can I play g5? If you play f5, I want to take.
Okay, but then I'm going to attack your g5, so...
Oh, sorry. Or... So bishop e5 check.
By the way, she just captured on f5.
She did.
Rose Atwell. So she makes the right decision to first capture, and then she's going to stop.
I think you're giving me options when you play the move f4, whereas I think that if you get into the current position after Rosa's decision to capture on f5, the options go down.
So at least I'm blocking your f-file, right?
Exactly.
Because before I allow your rooks to be active.
Exactly. You've got to pay attention at least to the move g3, g4. Maybe you would prefer to recapture with the rook, and maybe rook takes f5 is a great move, except for the move g4. If it wasn't for g4, rook takes f5 would be my choice, in fact. So that's the problem. That's why I think you actually have to recapture with the pawn, and then f2, f4 reduces the options. Anyway, great stuff going on.
What if we jump back now to the senior championship, to the game of Vladimir Akopian against Igor Novikov? Because Igor, he allowed Vladimir to push for g6.
A decision he might shortly regret.
Because that's kind of the break where we target the f7 pawn and make sure the e6 is going to be weak. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so I'm pretty sure Igor is making everything, he's planning on playing the move knight to c4, winning the two bishops. Now the question is, okay, does he want to recapture with the king?
I mean, he has to, right?
Or does he want to recapture with the queen? Queen f6.
Oh, so he has a move.
So does he want a position like this, or does he want this
c4 first?
This position? Yes, that's right. Takes, takes. And now, do I give up both bishops? Do I play because this king is so, in the words of Vladimir Luboyevich, miserable. How can you play with such a king? Queen f2. Okay, I want to play f4.
Like has to take the dark square bishop.
Yeah, you've worked so hard, but now, again, f4, f5 is on the agenda.
Okay, queen f6.
Queen f6. All right. I'm assuming.
Oh, knight c4, and you're just gonna continue with that pawn.
Yeah. Or even. I'm guessing you want it to be.
And e5?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, this is not great.
And this is not great. The other thing that goes through your mind when you get to these positions where you've blasted open the G file is this idea of bringing your queen to G2. A different approach that you might want to do as white is capture the knight and sacrifice.
Ooh, and go for the weak light squares.
Yes, sacrifice the bishop. You want it, you got it. Queen G6 check.
No, I don't want the bishop now. But we can show the checkmate because it's a very nice checkmate both ways.
Both ways. Yeah, I just saw the bar just go on. So the first checkmate, I think it's actually called Anastasia checkmate. The idea is that...
no, Anastasia is on the file with the knight on e7, no?
I thought you have the checkmate where you have the shoulders. There's one type of checkmate where the king is on e8 and the rook is on d8 and f8.
Okay.
So the epaulette mate, and then I thought this was the Anastasia mate, and then
I'm pretty sure Anastasia is different. But
okay, that's one. We'll get our top agent to look into the answer, and then
brush
the other
on
one.
The names of checkmate.
So what would this one be? And it would be the rook checkmate.
Rook on h file checkmate with the queen.
With the queen.
I'm sure it has a name. Not everything has a name.
I didn't know this until I got a book on the checkmates, but there's something like, I'm not kidding, 38 or so identified checkmating patterns that have all of the names. And at one time I took it seriously and I knew them all.
Wow.
Yeah, I was so proud. I knew nobody knew what I was talking about. But I was so proud. Now I can't remember an epaulette from
And I'm actually writing a book also about some of the checkmates. I was picking those that are most interesting, and I didn't even know that so many of them have a name.
Exactly.
Because as chess players, we don't need to name it. We see a checkmate and game over.
You're right. Exactly. That's exactly what we think. Oh, it's just a checkmate. Did Igor reply to G6, by the way? Has he?
He played knight c4, right?
He did play
Yes,
knight
knight c4.
Knight c4 on the board.
Yes.
So, again, I'm assuming that after captures, he's going to be the proud owner of a king.
Because he has to capture with the king, right? If he captures with the knight,
then it makes no sense.
the problem is that we first capture the knight on c4 because our queen is hanging, and then we capture on e6.
Exactly. The white's operation of undermining the e6 pawn is about to pay a dividend. We're just going to capture the pawn for free. So king takes f7 is forced, and again, I'm finding myself drawn to this line of queen to g2, and I mean that's a horrendous threat of a queen to g6. And again, the pawn on e6 is weak. Yes, this is a temporarily unhappy bishop, but deal with queen g6 first. And I think Vladimir is going to be very happy about the outcome of the opening.
Also, when looking at clock time, we see Igor Novikov only 35 minutes. And Vladimir Akopian already having a half an hour advantage.
Yeah, that's already an indication right there. This is where we expected the move g5, g6. Igor didn't play that move. He did play knight b6, followed up with knight c4, but finding himself, I realize that because he's thinking, he might be considering the move king d7. Not that I'm a big fan.
I don't think
Really?
he wants to.
Well, the idea is pretty simple. You might have better pawn shield on d7 than on
The problem
f7.
is that you're still going to need some time to take that pawn on f7. You cannot really leave that pawn on f7 to live for long.
Yeah, but I'm with Katya on this one. I want to
No,
play
I'm
queen
not with
a5.
you on this. Yes,
I'm definitely with Katya. I want to play queen a5.
I'm not sure she approves of that.
She mentioned.
I want
Maybe we should
Cristian.
ask Katya if she's with you.
Yes, you're on your own.
Okay, so imagine king d7, bad move. I agree. You're going to take on c4? Say it. Yes, no, maybe.
Let's take on c4.
Take on c4. Okay.
But the bishop
Knight,
can, in the future, there can be knight takes b5.
knight takes
and stuff.
c4. Now, assuming you're going to move your queen, e2, f2,
Sure.
queen
Anywhere.
f2. Now, because my king is, quote, sheltered, ha ha ha, by the d pawn, let me start my own great attack. Knight takes a3.
Okay, why did we go to f2 and not d3?
Oh, sorry.
It's
back.
fine. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Because
Yeah.
we need to get to that pawn on e6. This is the key right now. That pawn on a3 doesn't really matter.
By the way, just as I was developing a defense to king to d7, sure enough,
just
Igor
took
took
on
on
f7.
f7. Commentators curse, and we're back to square one. But the problem that we're having in this position is just the simple fact that bishop takes c4, knight takes c4, queen g2. How on earth am I supposed to deal with queen to g6?
Probably queen f6, right?
But the problem is now I get to develop my bishop, which is under attack, goes away with the tempo.
Yeah.
Presuming you're going to go queen g6, you're walking into a ready-made, and this knight, as pretty as it looks,
So let's go knight e3.
knight e3.
Now you have f5 or you don't, is the question. I think f5 just wins,
f5,
right?
let's go.
f5, you take on g2, I take on g6, and at the end of it, you're a piece down.
A piece
As
up.
black.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. By the way, knight e3 was a surprise.
You forgot about it, I know. That's why I asked.
I just wanted to pretend like f5. I saw it
that's why I
all.
asked,
It's all very
yes.
nice. But
And
yeah.
even if, to be honest, after knight e3, even if you give the exchange away,
Exactly.
if you go something like queen to f3, a super calm move in the position,
Exactly.
I still don't believe that you're fine with black.
Yeah, exactly. You may well.
Even though the engine says that you're fine,
right.
it still looks extremely, extremely dangerous.
That king really is an eyesore on the f7 square. Because I mentioned Stuart Rachels at the start, and I haven't seen him in ages. I know he visited the club during one of the years that we had a U.S. championship. I'd like to see how he's doing. I'm going to go to the game between Alexander Goldin and Stuart Rachels. Stuart with the black pieces here. Wow, we've got a mess. I mean,
White is ready to push for his f5.
well, yeah, but whoa, but there's some.
Yeah, the bishop on b2 feels a little bit off.
Truly, that's an understatement. That bishop is nothing better than a glorified pawn at the moment, like the pawn on b2. Now, on the other hand, when you play the move f5, you're also, it's sort of like you're throwing your own king shelter away, right? I'll take with the e pawn and maybe go queen g5, try to infiltrate on the king side a little bit. How do you feel about the position?
I would love my bishop from b2, be on h6, and then let's go.
Yeah, well, then totally. I'm 100% behind you.
So I agree with your maybe queen g5, some stuff, but
okay, for
do
the
we
moment,
have time to play like bishop c1 and somewhere?
Okay, I wanted to say, what was the purpose of Stuart's last move, knight? In my opinion, maybe I'm wrong, but I think he's telegraphing either f7, f6, chasing the knight away, or even more interestingly, to play the move f5, blockading the king side and trying to bring the knight back to the e4 square, like knight f6 to e4. And he's basically saying to White, you're the one playing f4, g4, go ahead. You know, follow it up, play the move f5, open up your king side. Are you sure you're making the right decision? Double-edged position, I'd say.
So let's say I play f5.
f5.
Or maybe let's take a closer look at Alexander Goldin.
Yes.
So here we go. Grandmaster Alexander Goldin, 62 years old, USCF rating 2594, and currently third rank in the US seniors.
I remember him in his peak years in the 2700s at the US Chess Federation. Really, and when you played him in one of these open tournaments, whether it be the World Open, National Open, American Open, he was a force to be reckoned with. He loved attacking.
So how many games you guys played?
Not that many. No, I don't even know our score between us, but not that many. But very much in the Alexander Shabalov school of chess. Thou shall never, ever retreat.
So do you think he is going to play f5? What would be your prediction?
I don't know, 100%. I mean, you know, he wasn't one who bluffed either. I mean, when he went after you, he went with all the marbles. But I'm expecting f4, f5 as you've prescribed. I don't think the desirable bishop c1, some of those preparatory moves are in his mind.
But I also see his perspective that, okay, I like f5.
Right.
Yes. But if black plays f6, you know, black is only creating weaknesses for his pawn structure. The knight is back. The pieces are somewhat passive.
Right.
So I also see the idea of maybe wanting him to
then
to weaken it.
Yeah, but if you had a building move, a development, again, a bishop c, if you could play bishop h6, can't do it, illegal. If you could play king h1 and wait for f6, I get it, right? But what are you going to do if black plays f5? Are you going to rue the idea that you missed your chance? Because if black plays f5 and knight f6, there's no kingside attack. There's no.
So if we have a move, and I think it's f5. Yep, f5 is on the board.
Oh, we could have guaranteed you. Guaranteed.
But Stuart Rachels, if you saw his reaction,
he knew
he
it was
wasn't very
coming.
happy.
He knew it was coming. Let's take a snapshot of Stuart, a former U.S. champion.
So international master Stuart Rachels, 56 years old, US CF rating 2486, and US senior rank 13th.
Not used to seeing with a goatee, so this is clean shaven, as how I remembered Stuart. So that's a very different look than what I'm used to. And he knows that he is playing a formidable player who loves to attack. There were certain players that you absolutely didn't give such positions to. Michael Tal, Gary Kasparov.
And his facial reaction is like he's not happy about his position, but if you look at the bar, the engine is like dude, I'm okay, it's fine.
Yeah, no, he probably, that's what you have to say to yourself. You've got to console yourself. It's okay at the moment. I've got moves, takes, and queen g5 check. Nothing untoward has happened at the moment. So you have to start adding up your positives as well.
So let's take a look. So pawn captures f5, probably the e-pawn, right?
Yes, and
we
G
have to
takes.
capture back.
For sure.
Queen g5 check.
I'm not a big fan of queen g2 when I'm attacking. I want to keep as many pieces in the attack as possible. I want you to do me a solid and capture on
I know
f5.
you want me to capture the knight. But
Yeah. Just for those in our audience to let them understand, whoop, there is also, of course, bishop takes.
because now a skewer is
But-
coming up on
but-
the g file.
Exactly. No, actually, Katja, you've just spent the better part of the last 2 weeks coaching summer school classes, and probably a great amount of your coaching is tactical problems, attacking, learning how to attack, and things like this. So a position like this might have been right out of
We
one
do
of
a
your
lot of
courses.
tactics. Kids love tactics.
Exactly.
But talking more about like defending, no, that's boring.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's very important to know how to defend.
Exactly, and as a boring defender myself, I mean, I would be looking to trade queens with a move like queen f5.
What about knight f6? only?
Exactly. Another move, I'm not a fan of the knight on e8, so bringing the knight back to f6. You know, one of the things that is lurking is this bishop on b7. If I bring my knight to f6 and maybe, figure out some way of opening up the long diagonal, I could console myself that I've got some trickies ahead of us. Cristian, we're going to leave this game to the hands of Goldin and Rachels. What have you got for us?
Well, first things first, I just realized that there is an absolute domination of the name Alexander in the competition.
Oh, big time.
We have 4 Alexanders
At
out
least.
of 10. Out of 10 players.
Wow.
That's quite incredible, I have to say.
Right.
Staying with the Alexanders,
Yes.
Shabalov versus Onischuk, and this is, I would say, a big clash for this round, perhaps a championship game between these two players, because they're
That's calling
so
things
strong.
early.
First round, wow.
We do predictions anyway towards the beginning of each tournament. I'm not going to do the predictions right now, but I'm going to say that this one is going to be a crucial matchup. It's a much slower game than what we've seen for the past, I don't know, hour or so, because we've seen a lot of attacking games in the Sicilians and the attack of Goldin as well with f5, so that was quite intriguing. Let's take a look at what's happening in this one, much slower developing. Bishop to f5, queen to b3, and queen to b3 already, it does seem like it's a little bit off, because what you can do as black is, in fact, take on g3 first. Now, you would love to take on b7 and say, hey, if you defend that rook on a8, I'm just simply going to take back on g3, and I picked up the pawn on b7. I'm looking good in the position.
Right.
But you can just simply go back with the bishop d6, you take that, and then after queen to b6, the queen on a8 is going to stay there for a long time, and it's going to be very difficult for you to get it back. Winning advantage for black, so you cannot really do that. You have to take on g3 back.
Okay.
But then I can defend the pawn on b7 from a much better square. I don't need to allow you to go queen to b6 as we've seen in the game, as we will see in just a second in the game. And I think this is just a much healthier position for black, given that the queen on b3, I don't really like the placement of that queen on b3. Instead, I'm sometimes seeing ideas of knight jumping to a6, c5, and then that knight coming on c5 with a tempo on the queen on b3. I just don't see the follow-up of that queen on b3. Going back to the game, he did not take on g3. He played the move queen, well, he did first, but then he played the move queen to b6.
Right.
And after f3, g4, white did exactly what he needed to do, and that is to get as much space as possible, take advantage of the fact that that block of pawns on the king's side is very mobile, and it's very restrictive for the black pieces as well. Pawn on g4, pawn on f, supported by the pawn on f3. So I'm really liking what Shabalov is doing. Knight to b4, king to d2, getting out of this very annoying knight to c2 check. King to e7, knight to f4. It just seems like this is one of those much easier endgames to play for white.
For white,
For
yes,
white,
exactly.
especially right now. Look at the pawn on h7. That's a weakness.
That's
the position.
crucial.
I understand. At some point you will play either h6, either h5. But even, let's say you play something like h5. I go f4. That pawn on h5 will be tackled at the right moment with the move g4. Once you move your rook away from the h file, then I can go g4 and start invading with my own rook via the h file. It's play on one goal, it feels like. And
Precisely.
I just have more ideas in the position. On the other side of the coin, like, what is black doing?
Well, black actually did
How is
play.
black going to attack my structure?
Yeah.
By the way, we have a completely different setup for white. He just played the move e4,
Exactly.
Shabalov.
Which again, in the same school of chess as Alexander Goldin, there's Alexander Shabalov. Thou shalt never retreat, thou shalt always attack. And in this particular case, I really like Shabalov's approach because what Shaba has done is given himself this possibility. You mentioned the pawn on h7, Cristian, and I see, I'm a pawn grabber. I see the move rook e1 with the idea of rook takes e4 check, and whoop, immediately zooming over. It's not just that the king on e7 is potentially a tactical target, but that pawn on h7, if it falls, it's like the whole structure goes. So a big moment here.
But what if I don't take and play king d6?
King d6, okay. So after the move king d6, now it's a different story. Back to e7, shall we? For argument's sake,
yeah.
just for argument's sake.
Yeah.
You can tell me later. Play f4. And what I want to do is I want to play g3. I want to double my rooks on the h file. And I want to play bishop to d3, forcing you to capture.
Okay, I go knight f8.
Knight f8, okay. So g3, just
Knight e6.
Knight e6. So I've got an issue. I've got to deal with that. No question, I've got to deal with that. Knight e6.
And yeah, looking at that, c5.
It's an interesting idea, right? I'm telegraphing, by the way, I do want to play the move bishop h3, and I do want to capture that knight. So just in case you were looking in this type of a direction.
Problem is that I had never have rook c8 now.
Yes, exactly. I'm protecting the
Because
square.
you're guarding that square.
Yeah, and this, it feels like something went wrong a little bit. Your black's on the back foot. Yes, temporarily you're pawn up, but it's not like you're going to go d3, d2, and promote the pawn right away. Rook c7 check. And so I'm suggesting that the move e3, e4 is the most aggressive way.
I'm not a big fan of it.
For Shabalov?
I'm really not a big fan of it.
I love it.
I just feel like my position right now, my structure is just getting so much weaker. After e4, for example, what if I go knight f8? This is
I was just thinking about it because I was wasting time with king back and forth. and I can immediately transfer the knight to e6, and I'm targeting d4 and g5.
That's really what I don't like, because leaving the pawn on e3, first of all, that pawn on d4 is rock solid, well defended. The pawn on f4 is going to complete the pawn chain on the other side of the board, and the pawn on g5 is going to be rock solid, very well defended. Right now, both of those pawns, after the move e4, sure, you're putting pressure and tension, creating tension in the center, but the pawn on g5 becomes a weakness. The pawn on d4 becomes a weakness. I just feel like black finally has something to play for, and this is something that he was lacking just a move ago.
Interesting. Knight to, you know, it's funny, the knight, a moment ago, the knight is doing no damage. You know, it's like, it's not bothering anybody. And then suddenly you see the move knight f8, and you go, wait a minute, the knight actually is going to be really good on e6. It's going to tickle the d pawn as well as the g pawn. And that, I've overlooked it. I simply did overlook it. Huh.
So very
and maybe
important
Shabalov
moment for
did
now Alexander
as well.
Onischuk to find this move knight f8.
Chess is sometimes not just about being a great attacker, but you know, in this moment, the move knight f8 is a great defensive move that just kind of maybe.
So if Alex now wants to play rook e1, continue with the same thing,
and
do we go knight e6?
Yes, and like you say, instead of losing time with the king
back and forth,
right? Now, if you allow me to take one of these pawns, it will be a trade, but then I'll go king out of the way. I'll get my king out of the way somewhere, the f file most likely. And it's not clear why I actually weakened the structure. Maybe g3, I don't know. And this is what I was saying. The king just goes out of the way.
But this is the problem, right?
Yeah.
And again, this is the problem with the pawn structure right now. Onischuk is finally breathing a sigh of relief, I feel, because what was he playing before this?
Right.
Or right now he knows exactly what he's playing for. If he finds the move knight f8. Again,
knight
it's not a given. You can also take on e4. But
right.
I feel knight f8 just preserves some chances, some serious chances for black to destabilize white's structure as well.
One of the reasons why I wouldn't want to take on e4, not that I'm suggesting it's a good pawn sacrifice. How can a pawn sacrifice ever be good? But you do give the bishop a great square, and potentially, once the bishop comes to c4, with or without recapturing on e4,
wow.
he took
Alex
on e4.
is not playing knight f8.
Okay,
instead he captured the pawn.
Wow.
Understandable. Look, it's serious pressure on d5 as well in the center.
I was thinking that the initially when I saw the move e4, I was really gung-ho about it. I thought, this is great. I get to play rook e1, rook takes e4 with a check,
and rook h4.
Rook h4, and I was like, I was cheering. I get out my pom-poms and woohoo, look at me, I'm going to win a pawn.
I think he just wants to sacrifice that pawn on h7 at the right moment. So probably he just wants to go something like rook e8.
Rook e8?
Yes.
Okay.
Rook a8, rook h4. I put my king on d8.
Oops. King on, king to d8, yep.
And maybe rook h4.
Yep.
Is that what you were trying to do?
Absolutely.
I guess I'm just going to give you that pawn.
You are? Oh, you're such a nice person.
Am I?
Is it my birthday today?
Let's go c5. I want to go c5.
c5.
I feel I need to do something in the position.
Wait.
Bishop b5.
No. This bishop, which has been lurking and waiting for a good square to open up, suddenly...
I think it's time to shine.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe c5 was a bit too much.
Yeah. But had you, for example, gone knight f8, nothing terrible has happened. I just feel like there's some space advantages here.
Now I'm stuck. Yeah, I feel like I'm stuck.
I wouldn't want... I think Alex Onischuk missed an opportunity with d5 takes e4, and he should have played your knight f8 move. That would have been really, really nice. Right now, it's 3-result game, but I do like rook e1 for Shabalov. Where would you like to take us,
I
Katja?
think we now have Irene Sukandar with analysis.
Ah.
Oh, okay. Then maybe let's go to the girls' championship. Amy Yang against Chloe Gaw, because we have there also the isolated pawn, which we already had in a different position of Zoe Tang and Megan Paragua. But now, who's attacking?
Well, this is how very strange that we have two games that are nearly identical to one another. The Amy Yang and Chloe game. 4 knights, isolated queen pawn. Take, take, take. And this is a big moment right here. Amy decided that she wants to become a great attacker. Go f4, f5.
Alternative is just to develop the rook, right? Maybe rook ad1. Just let's get the last rook out, target the d5 pawn, and wait.
Precisely. I'm all about winning a pawn. Rook to d1, rook to d2, rook to e1, knight to e2 to f4. Boring, win the pawn, let's go. Now, however, having said everything what we just said, I have to confess, this is bringing out the inner tall, get the attacking juices going. The problem is, what do I do after knight back? If I play f5, what was the idea of f4 if not to play f5?
No, I think maybe now she wants to go rook d1.
Now she wants to, but it's sort of like boo-hoo-hoo. Why did I voluntarily weaken the e3
I think maybe
pawn?
she was worried that if we move back before, if you play rook ad1 before f4 right now, maybe she was worried about some h4.
Very, very reasonable move. I'm still finding myself
because then it's going to destroy your pawn structure, but also the pawn on h4 can be actually weak in the future.
Absolutely. But we do have the current situation, and suddenly I don't think Chloe's position after the move f2, f4, knight back to c6, I think she's right back in the game because white has presented, Amy has presented a target. She wants to go rook to e8, and by the way, the rook is ready on a
to
good
go to
day.
c2, second rank.
Exactly.
And who is attacking then?
Exactly. The game could have easily swung. Are we getting ready for a break?
We are. Okay, we are ready for the break. But during the break, we will have Irene Sukandar doing some analysis.
I saw her sneaking in, so I knew something was afoot.
Hello everyone and welcome to the preview of the World Cup semi-final. No, I'm just kidding, obviously. We are here at the US Seniors Juniors Championship, and thanks for tuning in with us because we know it's a very packed day today at the sporting day here in the US. We have so many things going on, but now I'm going to take you to some of the highlights of today's rounds. So first round is very, very action-packed. Obviously, we have 4 tournaments at the same time, the seniors, the senior women's, the juniors, and the junior girls. And I'd like to take you to one of my favorite games of the day. Well, the day hasn't over yet, but this one will take your interest so much because we start with e4 and c5. We know this is Sicilian, and Sicilian is usually going to be firing on the board. And Iris move versus Rochelle Wu. We know that Katerina, Yasser, and Cristian have been analyzing this, but let's take a look once more time. So e4, c5, knight f3, d6, and we have the open Sicilian, and knight takes d4, knight f6, and what I like to see is this is first round. Usually players would like to try the atmosphere, stabilize things, feeling the rhythm, but here we go. In the juniors girls, they're just playing it out. With the knight of Sicilian, they just want to attack. f4 is there. And after queen c7, here's the momentum. Early in the game, Iris already played f5. And this is kind of prep because, well, in this type of position, obviously white has many other options too. Bishop can go to e2, bishop e3, and so on. But this f5 is a bit unusual, and obviously this is a home prep. And in this position, Rochelle played b5. We analyzed this a little bit. You could go e6, e5, pretty much trying to challenge the pawn on f5 because this pawn on f5 is signaling that you want to seize more space in the king side. So what black has to do is black has to challenge it. e6 takes, and this position can arise on the board, but this did not happen. Had this happened, well, it's still like a three-way result game. Anything can still happen, but that has to be the right approach by black. Instead, Rochelle played b5, and now Iris, I think she was still in her prep. She played g4, trying to consolidate more space in the king side. And had this happened, then this is a little bit too late because now with the pawn on g4, you just played g5, and the knight cannot really move advance because the queen is controlling all of this diagonal, g4, h5, and the knight has to go to g8 because if knight goes here, e6 is going to be gone. So with that being said, now after g4, the advancing move e6 or e5 is now a bit too late. And instead, if I was on anyone's prep and I didn't know what to do, my natural move would be developing my pieces. Like, for example, bishop b7. I think that's a very natural move to make here. But instead here, Rochelle played d5, and this was a huge blunder in the opening. And I believe at this moment, both of the players already out of prep because I don't believe if Iris actually expected this move because this is such a mistake. And what we can suspect is after this move, probably in this position, knight e2 was a cold shower for black because suddenly this pawn is untouchable because what happened after this is just mate in one, knight c7 and game over. So probably since this is still the first round, players are still warming up and such things can happen. There's always like a blank side on their calculation that they didn't see the dark side of the whole variation in this line. So instead, after knight e2, of course, you couldn't take the pawn on e4 because of what just happened, knight c7. And here, knight takes d5. And in this position, white could take the d5 knight with anything. With the queen, with the pawn, both are good. But I really like how Iris approached this position. She just eliminated all the complication while maintaining the clear advantage, the extra pawn, and the space. So she took it with the queen, because now after queen takes, e takes d, white is a pawn up, and you can see white has lots of space around the pieces, and h5. This is actually a very good move by Rochelle. She had to play this, because otherwise there's no more chance on the board for black whatsoever. With this one, she kept the chance alive. But unfortunately, for Rochelle, Iris played a very perfect play. Bishop g2, giving up the pawn, but after that, she just castled. And after she finished all the development in the king side, now it's time to open up the queen side. a4 is there. This is such a beautiful strategy, because once you're done on the king side and you don't see anything else in the center, you just want to switch to the queen side and then break it open. And you realize that your advantage in this position is the space, and your pair of bishops are more powerful in open position. So that's why Iris just tried to exploit all these facts. A4 and knight d7, and after takes, and then exchange. I don't particularly like this exchange of the rook, but I think in this position you have to. Or maybe I'd like to get my bishop out, so if there's any exchange to a1, I can slide in my other rook to a1, and then he'll be fine with it. But in this position, taking with the rook like this, it's also fine for white because the advantage is just huge. Then after this, knight d4, and then b4, yes. So black still having the same problem, that is the development, while white is trying to put everything in the perfect square, try to develop, try to seize more space. Black still has the problem. The bishop on f8 is still not working. The rook on h8, normally if you have a free file, you'd be happy with it, but we don't see anything along the h-file line, and the king is still in the center, and you're pretty much empty on the queen side. This pawn will sooner be later taken by white, I believe, although it's not an urgent thing to take the pawn. Instead, I'd like to get this rook activate towards the queen side. So let's see what happened after this. b4, knight b5, and this is the current position. And after the last move, knight b5, white is already trying to pose some attack here with the fork, knight c7, and taking on a8. It's a very rough position, to be honest, because now after bishop b7, let's say, how do you even prevent this? You cannot really prevent it unless you move your king over here. But then if you move your king over here, then it's time for the bishop to come. Rook and then a1 comes, and then I think this is just over. So, wow, if any result happening on this game and it is not white wins, I'd be very surprised. But obviously, anything can still happen. This is first round. We are waiting for fireworks on the board, and there's so many other games that's still going on. Some are the Sicilian, and in the spirit of the World Cup, of course, we saw so many Ro Lopez or Spanish opening happening in this round as well. Well, that's for me, and I think we have to come back to Katerina, Yasser, and Cristian because we have to keep tuning in to what happened in the first round.
Welcome back to the first round of the US Championships. And thank you, Irene, for all the analysis. And I think we want to take a look at the pairings.
Absolutely.
For all the tournaments.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's start with the girls.
So we have the Girls Juniors Championship. Here it is Iris Mo against Rochelle Wu, Zoe Tang playing Megan Paragua. Very interesting game. Amy Yang against Chloe Go, Irene Fay against Jasmine Zhu, and Rose Atwell playing Rachel Lee.
And the senior women's?
I think we may go with first juniors. No, you're right. Seniors women's. Olga Sagalchik against Alex Seirawan. Okay, Yasser, you won. Cho Chanik, Ira Petian against Angelina Belakovskaya. Diana Lani against Natalia Tsodikova. Beatrice Marinello playing Ivona Jazierska. And Jennifer Smith against Catherine Dotson.
And the junior boys. And I'm so glad that you went to the senior ladies.
So now we're going to go to juniors boys. Kirk Ghazarian against Brewington Hardaway. Liam Putnam playing Andy Woodward. And that's, I think, the game you want to focus right after we wrap this up.
Yes.
Bach Nogo against Nico Chasin. Tanitoluwa Adewumi against Abhimanyu Mishra. And Alice Lee playing Evan Park.
And would the real Alexander please stand up as far as the senior legends are concerned?
So the seniors championships, a lot of Alexanders. So Alexander Shabalov playing Alexander Onischuk, Alexander Goldin playing Stuart Rachels, Gregory Kaidanov playing Joel Benjamin, Vladimir Akopian against Igor Novikov. That's a really interesting game happening right now. And Alex Fishbein, the defending champion, against Jesse Kraai.
I'm going to predict Alex is going to win the championship. I'll tell you after the tournament which
the
one.
Last name.
As we have 40 participants And that's probably one of the reasons why the club expanded to 6,000 square feet. We knew we were going to be hosting lots of championships and 40 participants, lots of spectators. So if you're anywhere near the Central West End in St. Louis, you're going to want to come down and join us. I wanted to jump into the game, a junior game of our pre-tournament favorite, Andy Woodward, as well as defending champion Andy against Liam, because I just absolutely love the way that Andy has gone about his business as far as this game is concerned. A lot of times, I like to stress in my philosophy about chess is you want effective piece development. You want your pieces on effective squares. So I'll give you this position for instance, and Liam had just played the move as C4, C5, which, as we're about to see, actually plays directly into Andy's hands. In my opinion, this knight on E7 is not effective. It's not. This rook on A7's not effective. It's not. So you've got two pieces that you would like to place on better squares. Check out what Andy played. In my view, fabulous move. Bishop A8, getting out of the way for precisely what you're about to see. The knight is now joining the party. Gift me the pawn on A5. Maybe the square on D4 will fall into my midst. And finally, after the move, captures on D6. Not the immediate recapture of the pawn with the queen, but the rook on A7, which is not well placed, suddenly goes to the square D7. And look how Andy's game has just unfolded. He's ready to play rook takes D6, effective. Queen on D8, that hasn't moved, by the way, is very nicely, effectively placed. Doubled on the open file. Maybe the knight jumps to D4. So
everything makes sense now, but playing move like bishop A8, it's not so easy.
Not so easy
to find this, but now, as you explain this, like, of course,
I
move the bishop, get the knight out.
It's sort of like watching Michael Jordan slam dunk the basketball. It's so easy, effortlessly, but Andy's play has been stellar. I think he's got the advantage with the black pieces in round one. So very, very nice
well,
play.
It's all about the weakness of the structure for white, right? The pawn on E4, that one is being attacked as well, and it's probably your best pawn in terms of how vulnerable it is as white. Pawn on D6, obviously, you lose that. But the pawn on A5 is the crux of your problem, because right now the rook on A1 is tight defense of that. It doesn't matter.
Right.
I will take that pawn on A5. You're not going to be able to save it. The question is are you going to have enough compensation to, let's say, block that knight on A5 via the pressure down the A file, right? And maybe recapture and reestablish the material balance after the knight moves away and you take the pawn on A6. But if that doesn't happen, then black just will be material up. And it does seem like the harmony right now is with the black pieces.
Absolutely, absolutely. So things are going very well. And Cristian, you have
Absolutely. So in fact, I do want to show you another game from the juniors, and I'm going to go to this Tani versus Abhimanyu.
Nice game.
That's the game that you were prescribing, and you were saying that Abhimanyu has the easier position. I tend to differ.
Not the case anymore?
Yes, I don't think that's the situation, and I think this is the position that we left it at after rook to B8, rook to B1. I get it. The pressure is on the B2 pawn. The pressure is on black's side. But what's next? And it doesn't seem like Abhimanyu has found an answer to that question. He played the move knight to E5, a very natural move. But again, bishop to D2. What's next? I see the pressure coming down the B file. I also see the fact that your pieces are stepping on each other's feet, especially down the B file. This rook on B4 at some point is going to get attacked. I will play the move knight to D1. I will release the action of this bishop on D2, and then where are you going to hide with that rook? Knight to D1, knight to E3 is my plan in the position. And then I'm going to start looking at ideas of displacing the knight from E5 with F4, obviously not like that, F4, and then if I manage to jump with the knight on c4, imagine a knight landing on c4.
That's the dream.
That's the dream position for white. And that's exactly what black needs to find a way to detract from. Knight to c4 he played, bishop to c1, queen to c8 and knight to d1 arrived on the board finally, knight to e5. You have to go back, that's the thing. At some point I will push your pieces back. Rook to b7, knight to e3, knight to b5. He's trying to find spots for the knight. Beautiful, by the way. You are coming to d4. f4 perhaps a little bit better in the position. Queen to d1, not really a huge problem. I like queen d1 as well. And c4, and this is a big decision because I get it. You play c4, you're getting another square in the position. But that pawn, now that it's advanced, it's going to get captured and it's going to get viciously attacked. Rook to c1, rook c7, and queen to f1. How exactly do you defend that pawn? And if you don't, you will have to find the compensation.
I'm thinking knight d4 is the best chance.
Probably the best move in the position. Yeah. Another huge issue right now that I'm seeing from Mishra is his time management.
It's
14 minutes.
It's been very good.
Wow. Tani has an hour on his clock. Tani seems relaxed. He seems poised, and he seems like he likes the position. Like, despite the fact that he was getting attacked down that b file, he just calmly defended it, regrouped his pieces, reshuffled the knight from c3 to e3, ready to go to c4. I mean, look at the body language right now. Mishra doesn't seem relaxed at all.
He's concerned.
He's concerned right now. I mean,
he's
you're losing the
almost
pawn.
200 points higher rated.
Yeah.
By far, yeah. He's expected to win every game, and that's why we're seeing these aggressive openings coming from Mishra. And maybe he got a decent position out of the opening.
And let's take a closer look at international master Tanitoluwa Adewumi. 16-year-old, USCA rating 2554, and US junior ranked 11th.
Remarkable life story as well. I remember him and his family, his mom and dad, visiting. They were refugees from Nigeria. Came shelter at a sheltered home, was where Tani learned chess. And he immediately became a chess prodigy.
It was a big story, right?
Yeah,
because he won the New York first
junior
grade
championships.
championship.
And, State championship, yep.
In fact, an entire book had been written about their
I remember when he was here visiting in St. Louis, like
That's
maybe 5, 8 years, 10 years back, and he was playing Puzzle Rush, and he needed an extra chair to stand on.
I wanted to say at that time, I mean, he was such a junior kid. I towered above him, and now
he towers above you, Yasser, right now. He's like 6'2", 6'3".
I know,
right now,
he just joined the 6 foot club.
He's only 16, so he's probably going to be taller than that.
Bishop h6, and I don't think I like this move. Bishop h6 was played by Mishra with 13 minutes on his clock. Obviously, he's trying to take advantage of a tactic down this diagonal, and specifically the c. So he's defending the c pawn tactically with his move bishop h6, but he's also inviting a very, I want to say, compelling move f3, f4. Was this move a blunder, Cristian? You didn't mention it, and I don't feel good about it.
It's just a bad position, to be honest. Like, you were going to lose that pawn. Probably the best way to try to find compensation was after knight to d4.
Right, that was what I wanted.
Still, let's just go through the lines. Knight to d4, it's not obvious why your compensation is there. After knight to b3, apparently you had to go into this.
I don't think we have your
It doesn't.
analysis
Right, we don't
board.
have our board. I'm just going to backtrack, and right now we're going to see after knight to d4 the ideas behind black's play. Again, they don't seem very clear to me. Okay. Knight to b3, you have to go bishop to c3, you exchange, and then you have some moves such as knight to a5. This is completely bogus to me. I get it. If you take on
first rank,
here now, you have some first rank issues, and if you take on c4, rook to b1, obviously you cannot do that.
Right.
I get enough compensation. It's not natural to start wandering around with your knight from b5 to a5. It just doesn't make a lot of practical sense. Like, these are just not the ideas that you're looking towards. So you get to this point, you lost the pawn, and then you're wondering, okay, what's next? What is my knight on d4 doing? It seems like it's just making life more difficult for the bishop on g7 to attack the pawn on b2. So Probably he got detracted from this idea because of that, and he played bishop to h6. But again, this was your idea. You said f4. Hey, what's happening here?
What are we doing?
How do you defend that? Knight to d3, the answer is you don't. And the simple line to just pick up the pawn, how is this one after rook takes a6? Where's the compensation? I don't see it.
I don't see it either. I really don't.
Maybe there's something. Maybe there's something, but even this position, I'm a pawn up, I'm enjoying life. Maybe your king is also in some serious danger right now.
Yeah, there's just knight g4. Where's my dark square
Do
bishop?
you have knight c5? Maybe, but then you have ideas of queen to d4. You have to be ready for that. Knight to f6, good luck calculating this, because once you get to this position, you're probably going to have 2 minutes on your clock. So if he finds f4, and I'm sure he's calculating it, if he plays and makes that decision to play the move f4, I think Tani is in pole position to pull an upset in this round. This would be a huge upset, by the way, to start for Mishra, his campaign to try to regain the title. He's been the junior champion quite a few times here in St. Louis, but last year it was Woodward that took the title. In order to regain it, you need to win some games. If you start with a loss, that will be painful and very difficult to recover from. But again, it's just the start of the tournament. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Thank you, Cristian. As you were showing us what I think is a very nice
f4
position
on the
for
board,
Tani.
by the way. He just played the move f4.
A very nice move for Tani. I'm skipping to a game between Jennifer Smith and Catherine Dodson, and this is like a dream moment for a puzzle rush kind of a tactic. I mean, again, coming right out of your summer camps there. E5, E6, and visually you just see...
You're blocking the queen from defending via the G file.
Exactly. No queen. And what we want to do, obviously, as white, is checkmate in 2 moves. And now the question is, okay, after king h8, right? You got to get out of dodge. Where is there a cruncher? Is there a...
Oh, I see we sacrificed the piece.
Yeah, we've sacrificed a piece.
So, because at one moment I was like, let's just push e7, right? Why not?
And I'm fine. Yeah, exactly. So,
but we have to be careful because we are piece down. So just pushing a pawn may not be enough.
Okay, queen takes d5, queen e5 check comes to mind, queen g4.
Queen h4, maybe going to that diagonal.
So something of this nature, queen here, rook
Only
here,
move.
And queen here, threatening a
But there's
checkmate.
bishop d4 here.
Oops. Now you're defending very well. You're on a diagonal.
Oh, wait, what?
Whoa.
What are we missing?
Bishop to d4. I thought that was a good
is there
move.
maybe rook e3 now?
Rook e3.
I guess so.
That's hilarious.
Too much.
Let me show you what you might have missed. No, it's not rook e3.
Then it's just rook e5 or something. Like we need to...
Block.
No, rook e5 they take and queen takes e6. Okay, what are we missing?
Let us see. Can
Or
we
maybe
just take
rook
this pawn?
ad1?
Well, what if we just...
Take a pawn? No.
No, rook, I think maybe just rook ad1, just wait.
Just
because
attack
I
the
don't
bishop?
think you may have...
Oops, sorry.
You may have a good square.
Rook ad1? It likes the move rook ad1.
Okay, good.
Thank goodness.
Third try.
Third try is a charmer. And I think the idea is, in case you do move your bishop, you go the whole rook e3, rook h3. But we blundered for black after the move queen. Bishop d4 is not a good move, and black has a better move. Maybe queen to d8. How's that as a... Or rook to g6. Maybe just rook to g6 is an option, just to defend the f6 square and say, do your worst.
Yeah.
I mean, the bishop is, after all, covering f8. So in other words, pawn takes doesn't scare me. I've got bishop f8 in my pocket. And e5, e6 doesn't scare me.
That's a very good defensive move, rook g8, rook g6.
doesn't scare me either. I can defend, I can blockade. So wait a minute. Jennifer's got work ahead of her here. It's not immediately obvious how she's supposed to. Let's go back. Queen g4, rook g8. Does she have a better move than this? No knight h6s, no queen h5s. So one more look. Queen went to g4, rook goes to g8, queen goes to h4, rook goes to g6, and I don't see the follow-up.
We just don't have enough pieces. We need dark square bishop there or another knight.
I'm blind. I'm thinking, Catherine, whoa, I guess bishop f8 isn't the right choice.
Probably just queen f6.
Queen f6.
No, there's, yeah.
That's it.
No, you take and rook e8.
You'd prefer another move, queen c6, just to defend e8? No.
Wait, it's a dangerous position.
It's easy for either player. Like you can tell from our engine is bouncing all over the place on every move. And
well, the engine is saying that black is much better, right?
Yes,
at the beginning of this
the
whole
extra
thing.
piece. Yeah,
I don't believe it. From a practical perspective, let's take the practicality into account as well. I think this is infinitely more difficult for black to actually survive.
Right.
Yes.
I think so. I just feel like this is going to be a tough ask for Catherine.
Well, but on the other hand, defensively speaking, it's kind of easy for black to play. What you want to do is trade queens with every fiber of your being. You
and there
just
are not
want
that many tricks from white, too. You have to be careful about the back rank and about the diagonal.
Exactly.
Right? That's two things. Once you cover both.
And any queen trades and
well, I'll tell you an easy pitfall.
Yeah.
I think after queen g4, so we start from the beginning, you go king to h8, queen g4. I think here the much more natural move is bishop to d4.
Instead of rook to
Instead of
g8.
rook g8, yes.
Yes.
Because the pawn on f7 remains protected. I think it's very difficult to play rook g8
and you want to
have
defend
that
it.
hanging out in the air.
And you want to defend. But I thought we had a problem dealing with rook to d1.
Well, we do, yes. And that's why I think, it's quite difficult for black to defend. Rook d1, bishop c3, let's say. But now I go e7, and this is a completely different story, right? It's a completely different position.
Well, 3-result game for sure. Give us a snapshot of Catherine.
Yeah,
I don't know
let's
this
take
lady.
a closer look at this player. Catherine Dodson, 68 years old, USCF rating 1864, and she competed in 1986 U.S. Women's Championship.
Fantastic.
Yasser, were you there too?
I wasn't at the. I don't think. Well, wait a minute. 1986. I thought I won in Estes Park in 1986. I'm wondering if the Women's Championship was played alongside. I think they were. I don't remember. My goodness.
Wow.
Remarkable. I just. Yeah. Well, welcome, Catherine. Wonderful stuff. And where would you like to take us?
Maybe let's take a look now at the Juniors Championship.
Okay. And which game in particular?
Let's take a look at the Bach Go versus Nico Chasin. I think Go is a newcomer, right, to this competition. He qualified by winning the U.S. Open Juniors, I believe. This was his qualification method. And right now, he's putting in the work against Nico Chasin and exchange up. But most importantly, look at that pressure down the bottom rank, right?
Exchange up and the compensation.
And the compensation.
He's the one with the initiative.
Well, I need to get one of your pawns, either the c5 or d5. Most likely, I'm going to angle towards the d5 pawn. So, for example, let's say you go something like, I don't know, rook to b7, knight to c3. This one seems, it's starting to feel easy for white to simplify the position and just get into, and okay, I'm just seeing the body language right now. Look at Nico in desperation mode right now. 40 minutes on his clock, quite ahead on the clock, but it doesn't really matter.
No.
After knight to c3, the position is simple enough. You're not going to be able to defend that pawn on d5. I'm going to simplify this one. Let's say you go d4.
Well, it's the unfortunate pin as well, right? I mean, this is not...
Knight d5, rook to b1. This is an elegant way to make it easy for me after d4, the exchange on d4 and rook to b1, because...
Include rook to b1.
Yes, rook takes b1, knight takes b1. You have to move the knight, and then you're going to lose the pawn on d4. Easy way to simplify the position into a winning endgame. If you try to keep contact with that after knight to d5 with the knight on d7, after knight d5, you're just lost. Rook to a7, rook takes d7, and then we get this beautiful fork with the knight coming to f6. So
sweet.
It's bad news for Nico. He knows it. Let's see what he played. He just made a move.
After rook to b7, let me
Yes, he just played a move. Rook to b7 is on the board.
Oh, sorry. As expected, we just don't have a good answer for knight c3.
Knight c3 seems deadly.
Fantastic.
Deadly and simple.
Yeah.
Again, it's not super complicated. There's not a lot to calculate in the position. Just don't get checkmated on the back
first rank. Yeah. So it looks like Bach is doing very well. Again, let's just check in on the game between Liam and Andy Woodward for a moment, because I mean, when we left it, Andy's pieces were just finding absolutely superb squares. We left it after the move rook to d7, and we were admiring
all the pieces, right?
What Andy
perfect
had
harmony.
Been crafting. Now, Liam chose the move bishop to d5, a move we didn't look at, I think for obvious reasons. The bishop is just, I mean, it's just begging for this move knight b5, which is a double attack, a fork, if you will, against both the bishop as well as the queen. And oops, no
but where
answer.
do you go with the queen now?
Yeah,
because if you go to c3, that's going to be another fork.
Oh, that would be the worst of the worst, right? Because now, not only we lost the pawn back, but we also losing an exchange. So likely.
So queen b3.
Well,
but that's also with a tempo. I take, and then I take with the bishop.
Precisely. Ugh. I mean, it's all gone horrifyingly wrong, I think, for Liam at this point.
So queen b1. Wow.
Also an indication that things, you know, there was a grandmaster from the Ukraine, Grandmaster Edward Gufeld, a very famous grandmaster, captain of many Soviet women's team. And I got a chance to analyze a lot with him and play blitz with him too. And he'd come to Seattle, and I would play a move like queen b1. Mm-hmm. And he would say to me, Yasser, did you ask the gentleman on a1 how he feels when you played? It's like you're entombing your own rook, right? So like the queen didn't have a good square, but at the same time, you're stepping.
But the rook on a1 here has to be protecting the pawn on a5. So I feel like the rook is busy focusing on its task.
And that's the problem. You have so many things to protect right now. You're going to have the pawns on the d file. So I will take on d5. Let's say I take knight fd5.
Just pause for a moment, because there's absolutely nothing wrong with rook takes d6, queen takes a8.
I just want to destroy your pawn structure.
But please, how would you like to go, Cristian?
Knight fd5.
Knight f takes d5?
Yes. So what I want is, once you take back, I will go f6. This is the structure I want. Everything is protected. Now I'm just going to start collecting.
Slurp, slurp.
Yes.
I love f6 from the perspective that you're giving the knight a tremendous square. Knight takes d5, which will come with a tempo, and knight to f4.
Yes.
Whenever you see a knight on f4 with the bishop lurking against g2, you're done.
As white right now, you need something.
Knight
and you need
h4 here.
Knight
exactly.
h4.
You need to go for the light squares.
I'm going to go for some counterattack.
Where is the counter?
Rook g3.
Yes.
Knight f4.
Be careful.
And this rook on, funnily enough, I was always thinking that this rook was poised to attack down the it's actually defending. Maybe you desired rook g7 and queen g6.
So
you know,
let's go king
you were
H2.
thinking
So king
about
h2.
About that, right? And then suddenly the rook on g7 is defending. King g2. What do we have? What do we have? How come I'm not
Okay, knight
crunching?
f5 is being planned, or
Yes.
knight
It's
e4.
funny.
So I have a question. What if you just go knight h5 here?
I was singing the praises of the knight on f4, and you're singing the praises of the knight on f5. The knight goes back to
Okay,
f4.
rook g4.
Yeah, this looks ugly, and now I take on d6, but it does seem like you're getting
No,
some
but now-
counterplay, right?
No, I would prefer. I like the knight on f4.
Queen f5 is coming.
I'm just wondering how. May I close my eyes for just a moment and see this? Rook takes d7, knight f5. I'm a materialist. I took.
Okay, rook takes g7.
I took.
Uh-oh. Really?
Really? The most obvious move on the board. I think
What are
the
we
engine
missing?
wanted you to take on h6.
Yeah, probably.
That's hilarious. Because the most obvious move was the one I was expecting.
Oh, but
King f8. And now queen
Queen
h7. Cristian, jump in on this one. Andy still hasn't secured victory.
He hasn't, but this is a dire situation for Liam. Not only because of the position. The position is close to losing. With best moves, this one is losing objectively. But the problem is on the clock as well. 7 minutes for Liam. And this is not the 7 minutes that Mishra has. Mishra has 5 moves to go. Liam has 16 moves to go until he makes the time control. So very complex position after queen to b1. Yes, knight fd5, followed by f6. It gives black a clear advantage. I can also just do something else. I can take knight b takes d5, and then after taking on d5, even rook takes d6, but knight takes d5, and we go into this position. It's the harmony of my pieces, which is clearly superior to yours. Everything, down the d file, down the e file. This rook on a1, tight defense of the pawn on a5, is just black's pieces are much better coordinated, including the bishop on a8, which is going to become a monster in cooperation with the knight coming to f4. So this one is not looking great for Liam. And Andy senses the moment. He understands whenever it's time to strike. So I think this one is looking good for him. Tani, and this was the other game that I was alluding towards, is putting a lot of pressure right now on Abhimanyu. Abhimanyu 7 minutes, but just 3 moves to go until he makes the time control. The problem is the position right now for Abhimanyu. If you go, and you have to go right now, bishop to g7 to challenge me on the long diagonal.
Done.
Bishop to g7 has to be played. It's pretty much the only move. I don't know, it has been played. He just made the move bishop to g7. But now after, I don't know, maybe even a move such as queen to c4. First of all, let's count the pieces. I'm a pawn up for the moment as white. Even if I take, you take back, and then I just go king to g2 to safeguard my king. You need to prove your compensation.
For sure.
That's the thing. You need to prove the compensation. I get it. Your knight has a beautiful square on c5 coming back. But you have to get ready for that. Because if you go directly,
check,
then the dark squares around your king are becoming a huge problem in the position. So you cannot do that. You have to go queen to e7 first, be ready to block that check with queen to f6, start the game towards an endgame. These are not easy moves to
Especially
make.
with 7 minutes
Not
on the clock.
easy. That's the thing. This is the problem. At the same time, he will get those extra 30 minutes in
30
just a few
seconds,
moves. So he found bishop g7.
30 minutes, yeah.
He's fighting. He's really fighting to stay in this game. And Tani perhaps made a few careless moves. Like, for example, after queen takes c7, g3 was a bit soft. He played it fast. He's trying to put a lot of pressure on the clock. Maybe it will backfire. At the same time, he's playing a very good and practical game.
Yeah, pawn up. Nice. Statistically speaking, we've got a great statistician, Ben Underwood, who enjoys us, teasing us with his stats and simulations. For all 4 tournaments, the AI is going to tell us who's going to win.
It's not the AI, it's the statistics. But let's take a look for the pie charts.
All right.
So chances to win tournaments pre-tournament, and we are starting with the girls junior. It's Rose Atwell, she's top ranked, 43.4%. The defending champion is second, Zoe Tang with 20.9%, and Rachel Lee, 18.4%.
And in the junior boys, or juniors, I should say.
So in the juniors championships, now again, it's pre-tournament and it's based on 15,000 tournament simulations.
Right.
So it's Andy Woodward, 38.8, but Abhimanyu Mishra right behind him with 35.6%. And a big jump then, Kirk Ghazarian, third with only 7.8%.
Wow, Woodward and Mishra are the
Clear
overwhelming favorites. And in the ladies, women's seniors?
So the Women's Seniors Championships, here we have Angelina Belakovskaya with 42.2%. Wow.
Honestly, honest engine, I was going to pick Angelina before I saw the stats.
And then Natalia Tsodikova with 24.1%. And then still we have third place of Olga Sagalchik with 15.4%.
And finally in the seniors, the legends.
The legends. So is it Alex Onischuk? Let's see. Okay.
Yeah,
wow, this is very close. So Alex Onischuk, 33.4% chances to win the tournament, and Akopian Vladimir with 32.1% chances to win the tournament.
I like this because Onischuk is 100 rating points ahead of Akopian, but the odds are very, very close, right? So it's taking into account the fact that he's been quite inactive.
And if we stay with this chart for just a moment, because you said something that was very insightful, Cristian. You said the game between Shabalov and Onischuk could decide the tournament.
Right.
And statistically,
it's
this kind of
that,
bears
right?
you out.
Yes,
Number 1 and number 3 seed play each other in the first round. Suddenly it becomes a big game as we see Alex Onischuk on our screen, and he looks to be on the back foot. But now that you, Kate, have had the benefit of the stats.
Only me, right? No one else had that benefit.
Nobody else had that benefit. You get to go first and tell us your predictions.
Well, I don't want you to copy me. So.
Oh, yes, I will. No, I won't.
Okay, so predictions for all 4 tournaments. By the way, I'm also having the predictions of Irene and VAR, also who are part of the team. And
okay. Oh my gosh, you got that as well. So it means that you really have great insights.
Okay, so we start with the girls juniors.
Yes.
Okay, that's...
sorry, let's start with the boy. Okay, that one is easy. I'm going with the defending champion.
Okay, you are going with Andy.
Of course.
Okay, so I'm not going to do that. I will go with... you know what? I'm going to go with Kirk Ghazarian. He had a very good tournament last year.
He did. And
Cristian, what about you?
Tell me who VAR picked.
So VAR picked Liam Putnam, and Irene picked Andy.
Nobody picked Mishra yet.
Nobody's picked Mishra.
Look, okay, normally I would have picked Andy. I feel like he's the most in shape player, but I do believe that Abhimanyu definitely has something to prove in this one. So I'm going to pick Abhimanyu despite the position that he's having in round 1, even if, you know, this one is going to be a misstep, which I do think it will be, at least a draw in this one. He doesn't have clear chances of winning that one. He needs to defend. Even if that happens, I think he has a chip on his shoulder, and I think he's going to try to prove that.
All right.
And in the girls.
Now we go in the girls junior championship. I see that Irene Sukandar, she picked Rose Atwell, and Varakobian picked Zoe Tang. So I'm going to go with, drum roll.
The drum roll.
You know, I'm very impressed by Iris Mo, how she's playing this round against Rochelle Wu. So I don't want to pick any of the leaders. I'm going to go with Iris Mo.
Okay. For me, it's easy. I'm going with Alice Lee. Oops,
she's not here.
How dare she do that to me? She just forced me. I'm going to go with Magnet. Oh, I can't do that. Okay, I'm going to go with the defending champion. I spoke with Zoe Tang. I had this wonderful interview. She's so, how do I say it, full of enthusiasm about this tournament and what it means to her. I'm going to go with Zoe, defending champion.
And Cristian?
I'm going to go with Rachel Lee.
Whoa.
Rose is terrifying in this field.
Of
I
course.
understand that, and she's probably the favorite.
She's the favorite.
Given the trend as well. But Rachel Lee, I saw her here with her grandmaster brother.
Yes.
So I think there's going to be some cooperation there. Obviously, you have
Actually-
the support of a grandmaster here on site that you know so well. I think she's.
And I
going
was
to play a
saying
good
that
tournament.
in the World Youth Championship under 16 just 3 weeks ago, she won the 3rd place there.
There you go. Rachel Lee for me.
Okay. Next up?
Is the Women's Senior Championship.
Well, for me, I just wanted to say I didn't realize that Angelina was going to be the pre-tournament favorite, statistically speaking. But Angelina was going to be my pick because in 1994 we were Olympic team members back in Moscow, and I have, this fond memories of that event. So Angelina.
Okay. I see that Irene, she picked Natalia Tsodekova, and Var, he did the same, Natalia Tsodekova. So not going to do that.
Okay.
I thought about picking Angelina, but I cannot copy you, Yasser. So let's go with, I don't know any of these players. Okay, Beatrice Marinello.
You don't get the 30-second bonus, but
I'll go with Angelina.
All right.
Kovskaya, I know she's a 3-time U.S. Women's Champion.
as
so
well.
She has the experience. She knows how to win. I think in this one, coming in the first U.S. Senior Women's Tournament that's happening here in St. Louis, she's going to be motivated. I think she's going to take it.
She has a memory gene of what it's like to win. And
It's very
finally,
important, yes.
the legends, the
Legends.
seniors.
So the seniors. I see both Irene and Var, they picked Alex Onischuk. So Yasser, you start.
Oh, okay. I actually, before the tournament, I liked Vladimir Akopian. I thought that Alex Fishbein last year had a great victory. He did indeed. But Vladimir was, for me, really the way he played. I really liked his play. I'm going to stay with him, Vladimir.
And today he's having also a fantastic game.
And it just so happens that he is actually having a great game.
I'll go with Akopian as well. I'll follow you on this one, Yasser.
Dang. What are you?
Onischuk, I get it. You know, he's by far the rating favorite. You can see the
Right.
100 rating points.
But he hasn't been in the
difference.
anvil. He hasn't played
That's the
a
thing.
lot of chess.
That is the thing. I know how it feels.
Exactly.
Because I'm exactly in the
Rusty.
same position. I've played a tournament a couple of winters ago after 1 year or a couple of years of
Absence.
inactivity. It was terrifying.
Right.
It really was terrifying. Like, I did not feel like I had the same rating that was showing on paper. I
Right.
didn't feel like I was
Okay,
playing
but then
at
you
that
guys
level.
make it very difficult for me. So I'm picking Alexander Goldin.
Okay,
Goldin,
That's
who
an
has
intriguing
a
pick.
very
The dark
nice,
horse.
a very nice position against Stuart Rachel.
I'll pick Chris Bird.
Checking everything is under control. No problems in the playing hall.
If you don't mind, I want to bring up the game between Alexander Shabalov and Alexander Onischuk. Again, there's 4 Alexes in the tournament, so if I just pick one Alex, I think I'd have a good chance.
You're safe.
Well,
yes.
yeah, I would have been safe.
You can say Alex and then you hedge your bets.
That's it. Rook takes e4 check. We more or less saw this position. For those of you joining us late, it was actually a very key moment right here after the move e4. And in our opinion, Alex Onischuk missed an opportunity right here of redeploying his knight. Knight f8 to e6 and a 3-result game. We didn't like his decision to capture on e4, and we felt that after rook takes e4 and most especially rook h4, we thought Shabalov was the one who was dictating in the position. Knight now went back to f8, and again, I'm just going to be catching up, I mean to say, with the players. And these last 2 moves, rook to d7 and rook to e7, are kind of an indication that Alex Onischuk doesn't really like his position, and he's just keeping his position at the moment. His knight on f8 is rather stuck to the h7 pawn, as is the rook on h8. So maybe not that easy for white to improve his position, but we think that maybe Shabalov
I mean, white's position, pawn structure on the queen side is also nothing that fabulous.
Exactly. We would so much prefer this B3.
Wow. Yeah, that would be
wow,
great.
it'd just be a dream. Saying all what we're saying, I'm thinking white would like to play knight f4, menacing an eventual knight takes g6. So if I could play two moves at once, knight f4 and king f2, I would then want to take on g6. So let's just have a look-see.
But now I have knight c2, right?
Knight c2 is a check, but okay, I'll move my king.
Okay, I go back.
Okay, but now this is more or less what I wanted, which is this idea of menacing knight takes g6 thanks to the pin.
But I wasn't sure how worried I am because then you allow my rook to get to e3.
Or to e2 and checkmate me.
Some kind of counter-attacking
ideas. Just to illustrate
Mm-hmm.
the point that we want to make. Bishop takes g6, knight takes g6, knight takes g6, pawn takes g6, rook takes h8, rook e2. So at the end of the day, some ideas like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I have to be careful not to put my king in a position where I'll end up checkmating myself. So king here, knight here, maybe just king to d2, protecting business squares. And again, having ideas of this. Although I must confess, I'm not too sure if I wanted to sacrifice an exchange on h7. I mean, I'm a favorite to get two pawns.
So some rook take h7.
Rook takes h7. It's something to think about. We'll keep an eye on this one. Where would you like to guide
Maybe
this
let's
cake?
take a look at the seniors stay there and Alexander Goldin against Stuart Rachels.
Yeah,
because that was that f5 push we were looking at.
Indeed. We left it way back in these days. We saw the retreat knight e8, f5 as predicted. As predicted, not
Queen
as
G2.
predicted. Queen G2. All
so
right.
the idea is just to take away control of that G5 square after we capture the pawns, and yeah, maybe also looking at some discovered attacks.
Precisely. Looking at discovered attacks, the queen got off the discovered attack. Now white recaptured his pawn, maybe menacing a potential piece sacrifice thanks to this bishop on the diagonal. Stuart played f6. Ooh. And knight to g4.
Wait a
And
second.
by the way, the chess engine didn't like that move at all. The chess engine is telling us white has a massive winning move here. Is it that
So there
obvious?
are two ideas, right? Knight takes G6 is the first one.
And that's the one I would find myself attracted to.
Takes, and then some queen h3, queen h7. That's one idea.
exactly.
The engine doesn't like it.
No.
So
maybe,
the other idea,
maybe we can take it once.
we could take there.
And if we capture here,
We take one more time.
pause for a moment. We've got queen h3, we've got rook f8, and we one more time capture. King has to go in the corner.
And now just to take on e5,
Simple chess.
because where are you going to go with the bishop? You have to go to e7.
Okay.
And now something. I mean, now my bishop on b2 is going to be alive at some moment.
It's not quite alive just yet.
Oh, maybe I take the rook. Rook takes f8.
There.
Bishop takes f8 and rook f1.
Uh-oh. Real simple chess. You're telling me my bishop has no...
I'm in rook f7 now, and that's it. No, there's discovered attack. Bishop c5.
Not quite yet.
Okay, but this seems super suspicious.
This looks really nice too, right? Eventually you're going to get something...
I could also play some trick chess, like queen g5. Take my queen.
And you also have some very nice ideas of getting the queen to g8. I suddenly realized that the rook is not defending g8. I was looking at queen to g6 to f7. But the computer and the engine, as we can see on our bar, is absolutely loving white's position after the move f6 and knight, sacrificing the knight with pawn takes and pawn takes.
Wow,
Goldin
not that
played
move,
knight
though.
g4, and after g5, as you can see, the bar is telling us the game is actually balanced, and maybe black has missed an opportunity here. Did Stewart miss something? Because it
I don't
seems
know
like
if you want to take on b4 and rook a2 or something, but I'm so scared on the king side.
I was afraid that if I ever captured, you would recapture with the c3 pawn. Remember, you're telling me about this bishop on b2.
Yeah.
I don't know. g5 is on the board, knight h6 check, king h8, and we've caught up with the players. And for me, it's still a 3-result game. I mean, the knight has secured itself, but wait a minute. Knight could come here, the knight could jump here. This other knight on g7 is looking for a job. Is this that bad for black?
I mean, I don't think I'm going to allow your knight to jump, so I'm going to start with queen h3.
Nice. Queen h3, that's a good idea. Just stopping this for the moment. But it does feel
But black pieces are also a bit tangled.
Yeah, how am I going to get my my knight on e8 into the game? I don't like my bishop sitting in front of my knight on. I feel that the knight on e8 is like the cork in the bottle that's keeping my pieces passive. So I'll move my bishop in order to bring my knight out, maybe go knight f7, maybe go rook e8. Sorry, I'm feeling 3-result games, but I don't think, tactically speaking, this is the big show. Cristian, where's the action? Where's the tactics?
To be honest, there's a lot of big shows in
Let's
town.
go.
I just want to move for a quick second at Akopian versus Novikov, and I think we left it somewhere around here after
Vladimir
this idea
was
of
going
queen to
after the
g2.
king.
This is exactly where we were looking at, and we're saying that obviously after knight to e3, queen to g6, you get checkmated. The rook checkmate with rook to h1. Queen to g2 forces queen f6. You need to defend against queen to g6. Bishop g5, queen to g6. They played it. And f4 would have been the winning move in this one. It's really bad. After f4, f5 is coming. It's so difficult to defend this position.
Plays itself,
It plays itself, exactly. Yeah. You just have to allow this knight to e3. See that after knight to e3, f5, you're winning the piece, and this would give you an instantaneous advantage, decisive advantage. He played the move knight to e2, a bit backwards, but I get it. You want to go knight to f4. You want to provoke something and to force the creation of new weaknesses in the position, because black needs to react, has to play the move e5. No knight f4 allowed. But that gives me the f5 square, and he went there. Take a look at the next move.
Whoa.
Queen to f2, sorry, not this one. Bishop to c5, knight to d4.
Wow.
What exactly is happening in the position right now, this cluster of pieces in the middle of the board? Knight to d4 is a shocker.
But it's all about black's king too,
the idea
right?
Being, yes, exactly, and that's the idea. If you take on d4 with the pawn,
which happened,
which he did,
yeah.
Now what he had to do was bishop to h4. Instead, he played the move bishop to e7.
How could you not play bishop to e7? Bishop e7 looks so attractive.
You can, but it's very forced, actually. I'm just going to take on f5. I'm forced to sacrifice the queen somehow, right? But I'm getting enough compensation and enough pieces for it.
You got a rook and 2 minors.
That's a lot of minors, right? That's a lot of pieces for black. And guess what? This bishop is coming to f6. This is looking really good. Unless white is able to create something against the king, and this is still the problem for black in the position. Still queen g3, queen g6 is the main way to get to your king. But if I manage to find a way to stop that, or at least get ready for it. So for example, you go queen to g3, I go bishop f6, I go king to f8. If I don't get checkmated in the next few moves, it is black who is going to start putting the pressure.
Knight
d3 is coming, knight to e3 is coming. Even if we manage to exchange all the rooks, and then I still have so many targets in the position, the bishop on f6 is immovable in the position right now. So this one is looking from a practical perspective
Bishop
quite
E7?
interesting right now.
So bishop e7 was not.
Rook takes d4 was
Rook takes d4. So he's
so
Vladimir
what's
is
the plan
thinking
after
about
bishop f6?
rook to g4.
Yeah.
But you're right, bishop to f6, and that bishop is actually, maybe I have to play king b1, and how much?
King b1 right now?
Well, bishop f6, king b1. How much material have I given up for the queen? I mean, I'm giving up a lot of material.
I'm not taking on d4.
That's what I'm
actually
hoping.
not taking on d4. The bishop on f6 is so much stronger than your rook on d4.
Truly.
In fact, he wants me to take on d4 because then finally you get the pawn on g7.
Exactly.
I'm just going to continue my play. I'm going to go rook e8, maybe rook to e3, double up. Maybe I will start focusing on the pawn on f5 with rook to e5.
I'm so desirous.
Bishop f6 on the board.
I'm so desirous of getting that bishop. I'd even like to play rook g6 and rook takes f6. The problem is I have my back rank, and that's why I started with the move king b1, anticipating that I want to play rook g6 and take the bishop and give my king a square. But you're right. There's no reason whatsoever. I would not touch this rook at all. And
this game completely turned around.
It did.
Novikov is looking really good.
Wow. That queen sacrifice was outstanding. Queen takes f5. I think Vladimir miscalculated or underestimated.
Something went wrong. Something definitely went wrong for him. He had such a nice position. The attack was playing itself, and he just didn't get to it. And allowed this queen takes f5. I mean, this is such an opportunity for Novikov, and he took it with two hands.
And let us just check in on the senior women, as Diana Lani has just, oh boy, I think she's made an oversight here with the move rook on. She's having a decent looking position, but rook c2 is just a blunder.
Yeah, because now there is a tactical trick, right?
The rook
is going to be a discovered attack.
And exactly. And once you the geometry, you see that geometry of the rook on e8 and the bishop going to b3, you immediately calculate the rather forcing knight takes e3, king takes e3. Oh, by the way, I'm getting news of a result.
So Alexander Shabalov drew against Alexander Onischuk.
Oh my, that happened quickly. I guess they had a 3-move repetition. Sorry, I'm having trouble with my...
It's what?
Yeah, the bishop is going to make a discover check. You can't move the knight.
Right.
All right, let's check in on how the two Alexanders drew their game. It was just a repetition, as we expected, that it went back and forth. Hold on, where was the repetition?
Rook e7, king d2, rook d7, king e3.
I'm not getting those moves as recorded.
Yes, that was
it. Okay, there we go. Yeah.
And it makes sense. The position is actually equal. It doesn't seem like white or black has a great way to create anything extra in the position. Black is sort of stuck, trying to defend the king side, the pawn on h7. White is stuck because it has to continue attacking that pawn on h7 unless he wants the knight to be allowed back into the game, which is not something that you want to see in the position. Knight e6, rook d8, that would be terrible news for the king on d2. So, fair result in this one. Guys, before we move on to anything else, could we go to Kirk, Ghazarian versus Brewington, Hardaway? This is a big matchup as well, and we haven't really looked at it. And I just want to ask you a very simple question.
Please.
When a pawn is under attack after rook to b8, generally you should defend it with rook to b1. What exactly is rook to e2, which was what Kirk played? And of course, Brewington immediately said, okay, thank you very much, I'll take that pawn. Why did he just give up the pawn for nothing, apparently? Queen takes b2, right now he's just worse. Rook takes c6, rook to b2. You are losing the pawn on a3, and it's just going to be a simple endgame with an extra pawn for black. But really, this did not have to happen. All you had to do was just defend the pawn on b2 with rook to b1. It's a simple move. Black doesn't have anything else to attack in the position. It's not like there's anything crazy happening. Did he just forget about that pawn?
I mean, he has only 2 minutes. Maybe it was like a glitch?
No. This is 2 minutes right now. This is what he has right now. I think at this point he had maybe 40 minutes.
Really?
Minutes, yes.
Well, there was a bishop takes a5 sighting as well. Didn't he anticipate that after rook c1, queen b2, bishop b2, there's
but
bishop
if you take here, I just take on a3. Now that attacks the bishop pawn down, right? You're still you're going to go back, and then you're going to be a pawn down.
So no, queen b2, bishop a5. There's still that rook to d3 move.
Yeah, rook to b3.
Rook b3, sorry.
You move the bishop. I take on a3. Your bishop is under attack.
That's a pawn down.
Pawn down. you're just simply not getting to that second pawn on c6.
You're
and if you try to get
right.
it directly, for example, queen takes c6, then this one is quite easy. You just resign.
Right.
You
That's
move
over.
the queen, and then rook takes c1. It's over. So it's a very strange situation because, again, rook to b1 seems simple, right? I get it. You don't want to make a move. You played rook to c1. You don't want to go back to b1. But when you have no alternatives and you need to defend your material, then you probably should go for it.
Okay, assuming that Kirk did mistakenly blunder a pawn, the current position...
He certainly did.
The current position, is it... I mean, I'm seeing a knight on c5 and...
It's not that bad anymore, yes.
Right?
This last move, rook to d8, was quite poor.
That was a slip.
Quite poor, yes, by Brewington.
I see.
After h3, knight to b4. I don't know if you can see my analysis, but knight to b4 would have been very powerful.
Knight to b4.
Anticipating an opportunity to play.
Oh, because the rook is under attack. Okay,
the rook,
yeah,
exactly. You know.
I was just thinking bishop takes e6 follows.
Right.
Well, you do take your pawn. You do take the pawn on e6. So bishop takes b4, maybe bishop takes b4, bishop takes e6. And you can take the pawn if you want, but...
Yeah, but you have a pass.
A pawn is so strong. So strong.
So the move rook d8 really gave up... Brew lost his advantage with the move rook d8 because knight c5.
Yes.
And there are suddenly issues down the e file. There's a bishop takes, knight takes e6, bishop takes d5 sighting.
With that being said,
yeah,
Kirk has 2 minutes on his clock.
Oops.
Still 17 moves to go.
Oops.
Still a pawn down. You still need to recuperate that somehow.
Right. The pressure.
You will need to be very precise. Will he be able to maintain his precision with only 2 minutes under pressure? Only time will tell.
All righty. Good there. Now that I've got skin in the game, in the girls' championship, Zoe Tang, our defending champion, up against Megan Paragua. Just a second. How come? I'm sorry. I'm having real troubles with my mouse. We're going to have to reboot on one of our breaks. We're going to reboot our system. She's just played the move g3, and 3 versus 3, 2 versus 2. Pawn structure is all intact. Megan's position looks quite decent. Rook on d4, queen on e5. No, this looks real balanced to me. I don't see... Zoe, remember, she had the isolated queen pawn, or rather she was playing against the isolated queen pawn. I preferred her position. This looks balanced.
Knight c6, I like this. You are going to the center with knight d4.
Yeah, no, this is not where the action is.
I mean, you can go one board down. There was just a oversight in this game. If you move back just 3 moves, very quick tactic. Irene missed with this move, rook e2.
Oh no, rook e2 invites
Bishop D1, that's a...
Bang, bang, bang.
Yes,
and that is terrible. That's losing the exchange after queen b2. She ended up...
But then it's also losing the pawn.
Yeah, it's all gone terribly wrong for white here. And suddenly, Jasmine has, frankly, completely won
because
position.
at some moment I can now transfer just to endgame later on.
Yeah.
Because I have extra pawns.
With all of these extra pawns. For me, very solid, just keeping...
I may also just go for d4, d3, and also like that pawn is going for promotion.
Yeah, no disagreement here. It's all good for Jasmine, as she's got this game. Our pre-tournament statistic favorite was Rose Atwell. She's up against Rachel Lee. Remember, this was the Bodvinik. And let's see what has happened. Remember, it was all that big fight that was going on over the f4 and the f5 square. Well, let's see what actually happened, because there was this capture on e5 and f4 as predicted. Now king h8, catching up with the players. Rachel decided that her rooks were no longer that good on the f-file.
Which makes sense, because the f-file is blocked. Suddenly there is g3 target.
Exactly. So we're catching up.
Reshuffling pieces back and forth.
Yeah, there's a lot of maneuvering, I would say. Ooh, Rose just played the move rook takes. Whoa, and that gives up the e3 square. What is it, Zach? What do you think about this decision? There's this e3 square that I'm looking at.
I think she was just worried that it's everything going to move to the G file, and she's worse there.
Tell me what you think about this position.
I think, isn't that what happened in the game?
Oh, is it already happened? I beg your pardon. Let me just refresh the live button. No.
No. Oh, okay.
This is rook takes e6. So, sorry.
Queen takes.
Queen to e3. I mean, if you move your queen, I move my rook.
So I have to take.
I take. No, here I could take with the pawn, but I was more or less pawn hunting. Takes. Do you have to go rook to d1? Feels passive. Maybe it's not that bad. Feels passive. Wow. But we have a special guest.
We are with Alex Onischuk. Alex, first time at the seniors. Obviously, you're coming into this one as the rating favorite as well, but you haven't played in a while. What are the emotions right now?
Exactly. I mean, lots of emotions. First time since the club reopened. First time I play classical chess in 7 or 8 years. 5 years. 5 years.
I checked on the rating list.
If you count 45 minutes games, it's a different kind of classical. Long time, and it was kind of so unusual to get in this mode again. You know, this morning when I was preparing for the game starting yesterday. Again, great to be in St. Louis. Great to be on this side of chess, because I'm a coach and
I want to ask you, because obviously you're on the other side, the side of coaching, and you know how to do that, but do you remember how to prepare yourself? This was my problem when I played a couple of years ago. I was just unable to prepare myself. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, my analysis are old, so it's pretty much everything is gone. So when I looked at some openings today, it's like I need to do this, pretty much everything. And and of course I expected e4 from Shaba, and looked at some surprises for him, but he surprised me first.
With something else, and you guys got to this position, and you decided to go for queen b6. Take us through the game. Take us to what you think were the critical moments in this one.
I guess, being rusty is a little bit one of these issues is decision making. First, when I went for this, I wanted to play queen e7, but then I looked at queen e7 and I also didn't like something, although this is normal move, right? And I thought, okay, I'll play queen b6. Then I played queen b6, he played f3, and I didn't like my position anymore. And I started thinking and came up with this knight a6. So this part of the game, I didn't play so convincingly, and definitely got.
And I think he was playing quite well. This f3 g4 plan is
exactly.
really dangerous.
Yeah, I think I found a decent setup, and at least there is nothing like direct for him. And slowly but surely, I started liking my position.
In fact, after this move, e4, I felt like this gave you some opportunities in this one. Did you feel the same way?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was calculating c5 here, but maybe this. Yeah. I guess d is okay, but then I kind of missed rook e1. Rook e1 is a good move for now. Now I realize that my pawn structure is okay, maybe better in a way, right? But I have some issues, obviously. He has all the activity and the h7 pawn is weak. So rook h8, probably a decent move. Rook e4, king d8, and I think rook h4 for him was inaccuracy. Let's see if that's, I feel like maybe after rook e8, he's better in this position.
Take like this, and then go bishop to d3.
Something like that. And,
it does make sense if you think about it, because he does have to go. You do have to go knight f8.
Yeah. So pretty much he traded my active rook, right? And I'm a little bit passive. Probably still can hold, but quite unpleasant. In this position, I didn't feel like I'm worse at all, honestly. In the end, I even was considering playing for a win, but maybe I can show it to you. When he played e3, we repeated rook e7, rook d7, but for a second I was considering knight d5 here. Yes, and he should play king f2, and I go knight e7. And I thought this is a decent plan because I want to play knight f5, and maybe I keep going, especially because at this point I had more time. But then I thought maybe even g4.
G4 here, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not that easy to find something for you as well, right? You would love to be able to get this knight to e6, but
exactly. I mean, you always will have
everything is locked.
Yeah, very strong position. Yeah, so.
And if you go too far, maybe you can start looking at knight f4 ideas as well.
Yeah, quite uneventful game, but I'm happy with this because
some dust is off your shoulders right now. Yeah, you must be feeling.
Now I think I feel much better. Yeah.
You came into this one as the rating favorite, and we saw some AI assessments as well. It was putting you as the favorite. Do you feel any extra pressure because of that?
No, I consider myself a favorite as well. So, so what I think kind of matches my predictions.
Well, Alex, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow at the games.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Alex. Very nice game. Big development going on between Vladimir Akopian and Igor Novikov. I think Igor has missed a really nice attacking idea for Vladimir. When we left it, actually, we thought Igor's queen sacrifice was superb, that he had kind of gotten rid of the danger, if you will. But he went after this f5 pawn that was completely unnecessary. And then he followed it up with g5, and he's thinking that his king is safe. He's not worried about f4, and he's not worried about anything, and give him time to bring his pieces over. But I think he's overlooked an incredibly strong move. The move rook h4, at first your eye isn't thinking about this because of
Or even rook h1, no?
Or even, rook h1 runs into rook h8.
Oh, okay.
But rook h4 with the idea of rook h7 and queen h6 mate, oops, makes you question, why did I put my king on g6? And I think rook h4 is a really powerful move. If you end up having to play, just for argument's sake, a move like bishop g7, I've got, there's not many people guarding the king. I've got a follow-up of f4. And this would be a huge turnaround, because when we left it, we really thought that Igor is doing well. But first, Vladimir has got to find a move that's kind of invisible. Let's say, you know.
And only 5 minutes on the clock.
Against 5 minutes, and he played, I think,
F4.
F4 immediately. Okay, I didn't like F4 immediately. Maybe this isn't so bad either. Rook H4 has not gone away, but I think I didn't like Rook H8. What am I overlooking after Rook H8?
I mean, I can go... Like, I can move the queen. There's no threat, right?
You can take on G5?
But if I go queen E2?
Well, then I've just kind of gotten a defensive move for free. And you're no longer killing me on the H file.
Yeah, but I go queen E6 then, and then I want to take on G5.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, a moment ago you were playing Rook H4, Rook H7 mate.
Right.
You've given up the H file with a loss of tempo. So why did he play F4? Oh my gosh, he's over. I think he's over. So Rook H8, Queen E2, Bishop C8. Let's just say, and do your worst. If you take on G5, Bishop E5.
And if I go Queen D3?
Queen D3, is there a massive threat? I don't think there's a massive threat. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe there is a massive threat.
I want to take on G5.
Ah.
It's not massive, but it could be uncomfortable.
What could I do? What should I do? Rook H2? Is there a why is this? What am I? Oh, you're taking with the rook on
Yes.
On G5.
Rook takes G5.
Ah, sorry. You're playing rook takes G5. Okay, so maybe I have to go here. Rook H5. I'm kind of, what I want you to do is shut down the G file. If you take on G5, I don't want to trade. I want to play Bishop G7. I think Igor. I think the move F4 has let Igor back in the game after Rook H8.
Well, but Igor played Knight E3.
What? Oh no, he's forcing.
Then Rook H4 is even stronger now.
Yeah, he's forcing.
Wait, what?
What? I thought Rook H4 was a winning threat. Is there something?
Maybe Rook takes C. No.
Is there?
Well, the problem with Rook H4 is
similar?
maybe Rook takes C2.
Rook takes C2, you think?
Seems like Black is getting enough counterplay. But you can just take on G5.
Maybe you take the threatening mate.
So in this position, not with the pawn, with the rook.
Not with the pawn, but
with the rook. Forcing matters in this one.
So bishop takes.
F takes right now.
F takes, threatening the same.
Queen H6 is
Queen
coming.
H6.
If you allow me to go Queen H6, the game is over, right?
Right.
So you have to take.
Right.
But then Queen D6, right?
That's correct. Queen to D6. And somehow I will take one of your pieces.
And it's on the board. Vladimir Akopian took with the rook on G5.
The easiest is probably if you go King to H5. I'm probably not even going to start looking for the checkmates, which might or might not exist after a rook to H1. I can also just take on G5. And then Queen to E7, pick up the bishop on B7, and that must be winning as well.
Wow. Okay, I understand being a materialist, but it just feels like this is a naked king, and
you might as well go for it. Yeah.
That there might be some checkmates on the board, actually, something like this.
Yeah, rook takes G5. He found it. I think he's going for the victory in this one.
Wow. And we're getting 2 time control, so I'm expecting things to blow up all over the place. I'm expecting Vladimir to now win the game after rook takes G5. Other time control games,
Maybe
crazy
let's
things
go to
happening.
The girls' championship, Iris Mo against Rochelle Wu.
Well,
I see Rochelle
just before we go to
no
that
time.
one.
Yeah. Oh, Rochelle's no time. Yes. Sorry, Cristian. Please.
That one is quite imbalanced, right? I think Rose definitely has an advantage. But Liam versus Andy, can we go to that one for just a second?
Ooh, again, Andy coming in as the top seed in the juniors. We're going to switch over to...
it's a simple position, but Liam has 50 seconds on his clock. And he has one more move to make.
He's defended amazingly well. Because
50 seconds, though. He's done great so far. He really has done great so far.
I thought he was in desperate straits, and to achieve this ending, I think, is a massive success.
So here we go, like rook d1 and rook
20
d6?
seconds. He needs to find counterplay. Rook d1 is probably the correct move. Yes.
Rook d1, rook d8 check, knight e5. Easy counterplay.
20 seconds.
Rook d1 on the board.
Andy did not like looking at that.
No.
Did you see Andy's face?
Yes.
He kind of turned a little sour when he saw that one. It was like,
he did not like that one.
That was the good move.
He understood that if Liam would have stayed passive and tried to defend, I don't know, maybe rook b1 or something like that, that would have given him a good chance of maybe capitalizing on that, on his activity. But after rook to d1, the rook is coming towards that a6 pawn.
Yes.
You have your weaknesses as well. Once I get the passer on the a file, it's going to be very difficult to create anything for black. So we both get activity in the position. Sure, you have an extra step as black, but that's simply not going to be enough.
It's agreed. He let it slip away. Tani versus Mishra, just staying with the juniors for a moment. We really like Tani's position. I'm not sure if we still do. This last move, knight g5, hello, that's a wake-up call. Knight coming to f3 with a threat of checkmate in 1. It looks that the white pawns look threatening, but are they?
Well, the thing about this game is already past the time control,
Way
past the time control.
Thank you for...
we do have a few that, you know, Zoe, for example, has a minute on her clock.
Let's go there.
8 moves to go. Simple position, though.
Oh,
so
simple position.
Quite a simple position in that one.
Give me the action, Cristian. We're there.
Well, I would say Kirk is not having an easy time against Brewington.
Oh, by the way, we have a result. So Irismo won against Rochelle.
Yes, that one was looking pretty bad.
That was the action I wanted to go to Yasser.
Well, thanks for telling me. I've been begging.
That was a poor game by Rochelle. Very, very poor game.
Oh, that's Rose Atwell. Sorry.
What about Alice Lee versus Evan Park? What do we think of that game?
In the juniors, again, we're in great admiration that Alice chose not to play in the girls' championship, but in the open championship for the juniors. She's white, and right now, this pawn on f3, Evan's the one pressing, right?
He certainly is, but the question is, how bad is it for
Alice?
Where's your final punch, your final blow in this one?
It's going to be h5, h4.
h5, h4, trying to...
regroup.
Bring the rook on the h file. That makes a lot of sense.
Also,
knight
I could do something
a4.
about the knight on a4, like knight b6, knight d7.
But do you need it? It's sort of like, I mean, if you can win the game with rook takes e3, or you know what I mean. I like your h5, h4, and just crunching over there. Clock times, 5 minutes. What move number are we on?
Move 37.
37, so 3 more moves.
3 more moves for white, 4 more moves for
There's no real time scrambles. That's kind of strange.
Could we go now c5?
From Evan.
From Evan, because now my idea is I want to transfer the knight to e4 as soon as possible.
Makes sense. In fact, that knight...
The engine doesn't like it. Okay.
Rose
I mean, it's
Adwell.
opening up some stuff too for white.
Rose in big trouble with a minute on her clock. Still 3 more moves to go. And
Rose Atwell in
her
big
position
trouble?
is collapsing. Yes, Rose Adwell.
Okay, where are you, Rose? Up against Rachel Lee. I'm not getting an update. Let me
You should
check
go to
it out.
live position. Yes.
No. It's like a 20-second transmission delay. Whenever I hit live, it doesn't go immediately. Okay, rook to c1 was Rose's last move. I think she was fearful that rook was coming across to c3 and then to c2. So she's played the move rook to c1 and basically saying, if you go rook to d3, I'll play king e2, and that will likely be a repetition. Is there a way that Rachel can improve her position, playing for d5? I don't know.
I mean, she can certainly play even king f6 and to ask you, what are you going to do? Because
it's not easy.
You may be having some difficulties finding a move.
Right, like my knight's kind of stuck. My king is stuck. My rook is stuck. I mean,
your pawns are stuck too.
Yeah, I'm not playing a3, b3, and I'm not playing g4. So where?
I'm sort of curious. If you go rook to c2,
Then
does that allow d3? Does that allow some funky stuff in the position?
Maybe.
That's nice.
Maybe.
Because if you have to retreat with the rook, then I finally have rook e2.
By the way, we have a result.
So Vladimir Akopian won.
Wow, that was a game that actually had 3 results going on. And I don't think that the player, maybe Vladimir was aware that after queen takes f5, something had gone amiss. And Igor's rook h5 takes f5 was not necessary.
But really great comeback from Igor, like in the middle of the game, and then it just, just didn't happen.
Congratulations to Vladimir. I want to stay with the Rose Atwell position for just a moment because Rose, again, is coming into this competition. Is it too strong to say the prohibitive favorite? But having made the Olympic team, having had a great year thus far, a performance in round
I really
one.
think there are so many girls who have a great year, like Zoe Tank, I mean, Rachel Lee. They're really having great performances.
Exactly. Rose is down to, why isn't my clock ticking? Okay. No, this is not the live position. That's our analysis board. So
Rachel is now thinking,
pardon
and
me.
we were suggesting king f6. Just move the king
Right.
and see what white wants to do.
Right. Bishop b4, something similar, just saying, I'm intimating that maybe on a good day, wrong-footing the rook, bishop a3. This idea of d3 is not going away, you know. And Rose, tick, tick,
It's
tick.
the same idea. It's just making a move and
Please.
forcing white to do one. My idea with king x6 was just I didn't like the knight to have a check on me.
Understood, but the knight on g5 won't bother anybody after king e7. The move bishop b4 by Rachel does introduce another tickle, a5, a4, forcing maybe b3 takes a4, and then the rook would swing across and attack a4 and a2. So I like this move. I think that this move introduces a powerful threat of a5 and a4. And I keep saying Rachel, Rose is down to 30 seconds. 30 seconds, and she doesn't have a good move.
I think she may just give a check and come back.
By the way, guys, we do have a few results. It seems like Jasmine Su won her game.
Yes, she was up in
Irene
exchange.
We also have Ivona Jerzierska beating Beatrice Marinello.
Beatrice, yeah.
Black pieces, so that's a big result as well.
By the way, I think Rose just made a move with 7 seconds on her clock.
Knight
and
to
that
G1.
was knight to G1.
That's
and
unexpected.
again, the idea of A5 and A4, this might just crack White's defensive fortress. And Rose with the white pieces in round 1, potentially losing the game. Wow, what a what a shock that would be. Also just keeping an eye on the game of Alice Lee. Alice Lee up against Evan Park. She seems to be doing okay.
Maybe do you want to switch just quickly to the seniors, Alexander Goldin against Stuart Rachels, because they are on 1 minute only.
Whoa.
Look at that.
For how many
position.
moves?
Yeah, so you ask too many questions.
Well, I mean, if you're going to tell me about a minute,
Four more moves for Black
okay.
and 3 more moves for White after king to
Okay,
f1.
okay. And we just had the move, rook takes d5, inviting knight takes d5. There's a rook e1 check sighting as well. 18 seconds for Stuart.
Then we have rook e6.
20 seconds right now. Let's go to the live position, perhaps.
Queen c2. Whoa, 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 whoa. What just happened there? We're hitting, there's all kinds of pieces.
Well,
No, the
that's not the
is-
position that we have. Rook to e6 was played, king to f1, because it was threatening checkmate on e1. You cannot touch the queen because of rook to e1 checkmate.
Right.
King to f1 and queen to c2. This is what we have right now.
So there was a threat of checkmate in one, and now we have queen c2 on the board. We now have the live position.
This is over because rook to d2 will be met by queen takes d2.
Hello.
Wow, that's a nice back rank checkmate.
That's his idea, and it's very
12
difficult to stop it.
seconds. 12 seconds.
Queen to e2 followed by queen to e1 is a checkmate threat as well.
Okay, rook d6, rook d7 check.
That's a spike check.
Hide the king anywhere, h6 or
King g6 on the board.
g6. And again, queen e2, queen e1. Big, big threat. And Alexander Goldin, there's no defense.
You have take on c4 right now. It's your only move in the position. If you don't take on c4, the game will be over.
Queen takes c3.
You need
Pardon
to
me,
defend
queen
against
takes
that
c4.
queen to e2, otherwise you get checkmated.
Gotcha.
Great, 10 seconds,
Pick up that pawn on c4 and defend against queen to e2.
5 seconds. Okay, this doesn't look good.
He played king to... No, he played h3. Whoa, 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 whoa.
This is mate in 3 moves, guys. Just a rook to e1, followed by queen to e2 after the trade
Oh,
of the
that's
rooks.
a nice magnet.
Checkmate in 3 right now for Rachel's, and he
And he
finds it.
found it. Rook e1 on the board.
Yeah, that h3 was a blunder. He had to play queen takes c4, but he had no time. He played the move, and there it is, handshake. He played the move h3, I think, with 5 seconds on his clock.
Well, congratulations to Stuart Rachels on his first win in the first round.
Yeah, but he's making a debut as well in the senior championship. So a very, very nice debut indeed.
So we can go
Any
back
other
to...
games? I was expecting all kinds of results. I'm just going to check in with Alice Lee because when we left it, we thought that she was in a bit of trouble. Queen takes e3. We've got this position on the board. For whatever reason, the engine is not loving it. And I think it has to do... Evan has this posting up move, queen e4, but maybe there's something even more concrete. If you take, I was afraid that there would be a perpetual check. Bishop takes, queen takes, and we've got a perpetual check in the position. So how to deal with this?
So if I go just queen... No, I don't want your knight.
Any time you allow my knight to fly away,
Right.
then I'm a happy camper. And they've made time control, so we'll let them sort things out as we have a guest with Cristian. Over to you, Cristian.
We are indeed with Jasmine Su after her victory against Irene Fay. Jasmine, welcome back to St. Louis. Tell us a bit about your experience here in the first couple of days, the opening ceremony, as well as this game.
Yeah, it was a good experience so far. This is my 3rd time playing in the event, so it's nice to see some new people, and I think this game went pretty smoothly. It was a very drawish line. I expected a draw.
Was that the strategy? Were you just trying to keep it simple, keep it safe?
It wasn't exactly the strategy, but it was kind of a drawish line. So I was okay with the draw, but she could have played. She could have taken pawn on a7 instead of playing bishop d6.
Let's see.
She could have played queen takes a7 instead.
Eliminate that pawn, yeah, that seems like a good idea.
And then I'd play something like queen a8 and trade the queens. And it's very symmetrical and about to be a draw.
Was this part of your preparation? Like,
yeah.
Did you know this?
Yeah, I knew this, but she played bishop d6, which was new.
And it seems like not very good because after rook to e8, perhaps bishop takes d4 was also possible. You played rook to e8. When did you feel like you're starting to get some chances? It felt like already once you have the imbalance in the pawn structure, this pawn on a2 becomes quite a weakness.
Yeah. I think I'm like always slightly better because my queen on c3 is very active and yeah, g4 was, I feel like, slightly weakening, but she didn't have much to do, so.
Yep. And especially after rook to e2, immediately took advantage of that with bishop to d1. After this one, I feel it was quite straightforward.
Yes.
Your victory. What are the goals at this event? Obviously, it's a big one. It gives you a ticket to the U.S. Women's Championships if you win this one. Is that the goal coming into the event?
That's a little bit of a stretch, but maybe to do better than last year and my first year here. So that's always the goal, to do better than last time.
Improving with every step. Thank you very much, Jasmine, for coming in, and we'll see you tomorrow at the board.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, and congratulations, Jasmine. We have some standings to share. We've just gotten through the time control, and let's update where we are at.
Yeah, so the girls' juniors, we do have two results where Iris Mo, she won against Rochelle Wu, and Jasmine Zhu won against Irene Fei.
Rose in trouble in her game, and also in the women's, I believe.
In the
in
the seniors.
Seniors, sorry.
So we have Vladimir Akopian, who won against Igor Novikov, and Stuart Rachels won against Alexander Goldin, and then Alexander's made a draw.
And I know that Joel Benjamin has a big advantage in this game against Gregory. He may be joining the leaders. And finally, I do believe we have the life standings for the women seniors.
Right, so Natalia Tsodikova, she won against Diana Lenny, and Ivona Yazirska won against Beatrice Marinello.
And Angelina, my pick, is still hard at work. And we have a guest. Over to you, Cristian.
Vladimir, first of all, congratulations. This is a great start for you. I feel like we've seen this matchup so many times in the past few years.
Yes.
And this, the Sicilians, these crazy Sicilians are always happening between you two.
Yeah, with Igor, yeah. We have
Yes.
played already twice, actually, but a little bit different lines. Today I came up with this A3 line. But 95 is definitely not the best in the position. The critical are both rook c8 and d5, d5 being main. Yeah, it's just many games have been played already here. And yeah, somewhere here, I think that black is already suffering. But I went wrong. I don't know exactly, but something like...
We felt like you were just one step ahead in this position.
Like, yeah, it seems like it should be, but as it was in the game, I don't know, knight b6.
I think he played knight b6. We were looking at this variation.
This also. Yeah, this is like this possible. Yeah, but this is a 5.
Like for example, if the knight was on e5, his position would be perfectly fine.
Yeah,
but he
as always in the Sicilian. Yeah, of course, one move. Yeah, and but also as it was in the game, I'm not sure that everything like it seems like white is crushing at some point here. Yeah, but f4. Yeah.
This seems to
I
have
saw
been
this
the
93, but I could not actually make it work. 93, f5 immediately, yeah, because I did not see actually the convenient square for the queen. But if f5...
This seems to just win the piece.
Just winning the piece, yeah, like this.
Yeah, just take.
Yeah, so, and if not knight e3, then no moves, yeah?
Probably you have to start groveling like this
G8,
with
yes,
king g8.
Yes, king g8.
It just
yeah,
felt
king
like...
g8 and queen f7, yeah, this is also one of possible ideas.
Maybe
Just
now you
rook
can
d3, yeah. Yeah, probably this should be played, yeah. This is right, yeah.
It did look very dangerous for him.
Yeah, yeah, it looks very dangerous. But actually, I thought that knight c2 even stronger because here, instead of e5, there were some moves. I think there were still like, yeah, I thought maybe bishop e7 there is, and bishop takes probably should be lost, yeah, because takes and knight e3 here. I thought that something should be here for sure, but also I believe after knight bishop e7, knight takes e6 is possible. This wins, yeah.
Yes.
Knight takes g2.
Rook
takes g2. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. This should be on. Yeah. And after e5, yeah, here many moves I did not know. Queen g4 there is, for example, very interesting. But king g8, and again I could not actually make it. It looks like very dangerous for black, but somehow and after knight f5. For some reason, no, instead of queen g4, yeah, in the game. After knight f5, for some reason, I spent like all my time. d5 I did not even consider seriously because I thought, okay, opening position. Rook h5, there was interesting move. Yeah? I thought that rook h5, and somehow like black is like targeting this bishop, and in fact he wants even to take it. Queen
it's
g5.
not that easy, right?
Not that easy because he wants to take, and g6, yeah. And here rook h1 and then king f6, and again I don't know, maybe possible king f6, maybe I don't know. But
yeah, this one already seems good. I think you have one move, b3 perhaps.
No, b3 already too complicated.
But it's
this I did
not easy stuff. Yeah.
I thought maybe after rook h5 there is king b1, just quiet move I can play, but I was not sure actually. I thought, and after he played d5, yeah, I mean, I had seen this sequence of knight ed4, but somehow after queen f2, bishop c5, bishop e3, I thought very strong, yeah? Because if bishop takes e3, knight e3, queen h6, f4, this should be one for white. But of course, queen takes f5, and bishop takes c5, and d4. And again, it looks extremely dangerous for black, but again, I failed to find. I thought maybe there are some queen g3 moves. Yep. But like I was not sure that this is like
still not easy to understand that everything works in your favor.
I was just misevaluating. Right? Yeah, everywhere probably this is one, yeah, for white. Just
yes, the F file also opens up.
Yeah. I saw something, but you know, you see what should be, but you don't know the estimation. Yeah. I mean, I believe that this very strong attack, very strong initiative, but I could not be like. Sure that for sure white is like crashing.
Of course, from afar. I mean, especially with such a complex position, it's.
And knight e4 is just bad, yeah.
It's probably one of those positions I will give my students, because I see what black needs to play, and I mean, queen h7 looks like a completely crazy move.
And bishop takes d4, I thought critical, not working, yeah, just loses, yeah.
Bishop takes d4.
Rook takes d4, e4. Yes. I thought bishop h4. I don't know. I thought that like. Again, I mean, I thought that it's very dangerous for black, but from like very dangerous to what this position in general, difficult to say. Yeah?
It's a crazy position. I think this was,
and here black
was a bit
should
of a
be
mistake.
Able to stabilize, I believe. Yeah, it should be equal. I also thought, but like difficult to play, I believe, for black. Yeah, because this always rook g6, rook takes f6 idea, and once white does this, I believe he will be better. Because like bishop on b7.
You just would love to get rid of that bishop on f6.
Yeah,
after rook h5.
Rook h5, yeah, this.
You're crashing through. After this one.
f4 correct? Yeah, because
yes.
f4 correct. Yeah. I thought rook h4.
Also rook h4 is probably.
And then f4. I thought this bishop g7 f4.
Probably better, yes. But f4 also very powerful. I don't think you gave him too many chances in this one. Vladimir, this is a good start. Obviously, the competition is getting tougher and tougher. And now you have Onischuk as well joining the fray.
Yeah, more interesting. Yeah.
It's definitely interesting. How do you see that matchup come along, and how do you see him coming back to chess after 5 years of inactivity?
Yeah, I'm glad he's here. Yeah, we have played many games actually. when we were both active, of course. Now it's not. The tournament is exactly what we were talking with Yasser, becomes stronger and stronger. Yeah, but it's good, yeah. I mean, it's
well, maybe next year we can get Yasser in.
Yeah, that would be fine.
We keep trying to get Yasser in, but he wouldn't budge.
No, but really, it's very interesting. Yeah, it becomes indeed, yeah, it becomes stronger and stronger. But it's just like a pleasure to play here. Yeah? It's not like don't think too much about this lineup of players or something like this. But it's just a pleasure because of the attitude here that we have here in this tournament. And in general, I believe in the United States, this tournament stands out definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
We don't have to play twice a day, something like this. So I was when I was young, somehow I was used, but nowadays already, of course, it's impossible to even think about that.
Well, especially in the US, a lot of opens do have 2 rounds a day, so this
one
is a breath of fresh air. Well, thank you very much, Vladimir, for coming along, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Congratulations, Vladimir. Really a nice start. I'm looking at the game between Rose Atwell and Rachel Lee, and in my view, Rachel is staring at a winning position, and she can force a rook ending, which is absolutely fantastic for her. And she can start with the move bishop e3 check, and for example, king g2, and bishop takes g1, king takes g1. Now, why do I say that this position is a winning rook ending? It's equal material. But think about it like this. White has a pawn majority that's actually not doing anything. This 3 versus 2 is frozen, so black is the one who's actually a pawn up.
And you also have to think about rook activity.
Exactly.
Right? Rook e3 is coming.
So there's 2 huge pluses in this rook ending for Rachel. The first is she's the one with the protected passed pawn, so she's actually a pawn up. And what you just said, which is absolutely key, this idea of this incredibly beautiful active rook versus this incredibly sad and defensive rook on b1. Rachel will play king e6, she'll go d5, she'll go a5, a4. Everything's going brilliantly her way as we have another guest with Cristian.
Ivona, first of all, welcome to the show and congratulations.
Thank you.
That was quite a game from your part, but it was never easy. It was a complete mess in this one.
It was. It was. I agree.
Tell us about the game, and I will start it at this point. It looked completely wild. Like, what was your assessment facing this move, knight to e6?
You know, most of the game she was pressing me on king's side, so I was just afraid that she's going to open lines and just clobber me. That was my fear. So
good reason to be fearful.
Right? When she blocked everything on king's side, my king of a sudden felt safe. And so I could switch to the queen side.
Which you did.
Which I was very happy to be far away from my king. And looking at her king, maybe, in some way, on the queen side.
Do you feel she underestimated a bit your attack?
I think so.
In this one?
I think so.
Because you do have only your queen and the rook, but also the pawns are starting to move forward, right? So that might be problematic.
So the lines are getting open, and that made me very happy, I must say. Because of a sudden this pawn, I can attack a few times. My knight cannot move. My bishop is really not in a good place, but you know.
You have your attack coming.
I have an attack, because before I didn't have anything.
Yeah. It certainly looked dangerous.
Yes.
But once you got this rook takes d7, and now she cannot really take on c3 anymore because she gets checkmated. There's no queen takes d7, so this is already starting to look good. And if she has to take this pawn and open another line towards her king.
Yes, you know, from at this point, I was feeling very good.
pretty confident at
yes,
this point.
Yeah.
And after rook takes d3, in fact, you delivered the goods in this one. This is a good start for you with the black pieces against a very strong player.
Yes.
Beatriz,
yes.
one of the favorites, at least on paper.
Yes. And, you know, she is my teammate. We were on Goldin team. We got the gold medals in Albania. And, you know, she is a friend, and it's hard to beat friends, you know?
Absolutely, absolutely. Yasser, any questions for our guest?
Congratulations on a very, very nice start.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Very nice. Speaking of friends and bad starts, I'm looking at the game of Gregory Kaidanov and Joel Benjamin, and it's not a kind of a major piece ending that you see very often. 4 connected pass pawns on the king side for Joel, 2 pass pawns on the queen side for Gregory, but a couple of things that are happening. First of all, Joel's 2 pawns up. That's big. Second of all, it's actually Gregory's king that is in a massive, I would even go so far as to say, dire straits here. By the way, this is actually the current position, and I was expecting, no, it's not the current position. Joel has actually played queen e5, did he? Sorry. Yeah, sorry. So this was the position. I was expecting Joel to play queen to d2. And I thought, because there's a checkmate of a2, right, I thought you have to play rook to d3. And now I thought queen c5 just wins the game. Because you're attacking the pawn and you're attacking the pawn here. He actually played queen e5, and I'm wondering if that actually gives white the opportunity, and he did play queen c1, and Joel said, okay, but you've got a back rank problem.
No, there's a skewer, yeah.
Is this 100%? Absolutely,
yeah,
absolutely.
Because here, and I'm threatening queen takes c3.
Correct, but are you getting, I don't want a situation where your queen is stuck on c8.
But then my pawns are running anyway. I don't think I mind my queen being there.
Okay, so you think it's still, yeah, it must be. Then in that case, Joel is well on his way towards victory, and we're back, Cristian, to you, as you have a very special guest.
We do indeed. We have the defending champion, Natalia Tsodikova, with us. Natalia, welcome to the show. First time here in St. Louis?
First time in St. Louis, first time here, first time in the club. I mean, first time everywhere.
Tell us a bit about your experience yesterday at the opening ceremony, and of course the first game played.
You guys, like, it's all like different level that I used to, because I did play 3 times in the women U.S. Championship. I mean, it was a great experience for me, but this is definitely on another level.
Is there any extra pressure, the fact that you're coming in as the defending champion?
You know how it is. Sometimes to defend the title, it's even more difficult than to, earn the title. So there's no pressure. I mean, a little bit of pressure, like the cameras and all this, setup, a little bit of pressure. But I mean, once you start playing, it's just, it's like you don't pay attention.
It felt that way, and it was quite a balanced game, I would say, up to this point, after knight to c4.
Yeah, just to go back a little bit, so I tried to look for Diane's games, but it seems like it's been a while since she played last time. I know, like, I found a game where she played the Spanish, like Rui Lopez, and I said, okay, maybe I will, turn away from the theory and do, I will get some game, and just, that's what I was hoping for. But then after bishop takes on c6, it was like, the queen takes on d4 is like the better than the knight takes on d4, and it's like a very simple, game for her.
It's a safe line.
It's a safe line, and they just don't have any game. So I don't know. Like, I was not happy with my choice.
But you also have the 2 bishops, so you might as well.
But it's hard to keep, right? Because like even here, like she could have played knight c6 and just to take the bishop on d8.
Yes.
It's like hard to, and because there's so weaknesses, so it's hard to keep everything, in balance in this position.
Absolutely.
So I wasn't happy with the opening choice and what I got. And if I would, have a choice to open a draw, maybe I would have done this, or maybe we agreed because this really was nothing to play for. Yeah. But I mean, this kind of luck got on my side. Really.
Well, you guys got to this position, and then she just chose the wrong squares for the rook, right?
Yes, probably there are so many other moves, that she could pick from, but
This seems like the easy choice, just to keep contact with the pawn on b2 and then not get into the whole trouble that came after rook to c2, which was the simple f5.
Yes. At first, for a second, I thought maybe f5 right away, but then I thought, maybe I can miss something, let's remove more pieces from the board and just, go from there.
Both of them were just fine.
So, but the less pieces, the more, confident you are, right?
Absolutely, and I think after this one, you never let go of the advantage. Slowly but surely, you picked up.
Yeah, probably she didn't choose the strongest moves, but I believe the piece is a piece, right? So it's like maybe she could have resisted more, but I don't complain.
Well, Natalia, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
victory.
it's a good start. It's a good start. Yeah, I'm very happy. Thank you.
Many games to go, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Cristian.
Thank you, Natalia. Let's take a look at the results for boys right now and see where we stand. As you can see, a crucial result for the newcomer, Bach, who just defeated Nico Chasin in today's round. A couple of draws. Kirk Ghazarian made a draw against Brewington, Hardaway, and everybody else is still fighting. We will go on a short commercial break to talk with Andy Woodward, and we will be back.
Andy, a big St. Louis welcome. Good to have you back at St. Louis.
Thank you.
Absolutely. U.S. Junior Championships, and which number is this for you?
It's my third year.
Yeah, it's like you're a real veteran now. Aren't you? Andy, tell our viewers what's happened in the last year for you, and what's your trajectory of your chess career looking like?
Yeah, I guess since last year's US Junior, I played in quite a few tournaments. I guess the bigger ones were Grand Swiss US Championships and Tata Steel Challengers. So those were probably my...
Malmo wasn't bad.
Oh yeah, Malmo also. I forgot about that one. Yeah, also
you get to play Magnus, It's kind of cool.
I played in quite a few tournaments. Yeah, and got to play against a lot of top players like Magnus, Bobby, Aljun. So it's really been great. Been getting to have a lot of time enjoying playing chess as well. So yeah, in general, I think I've really enjoyed playing and got the opportunity to play some really strong players.
You certainly have. You've impressed a lot of people. Have you impressed yourself?
There are certain days where I can play like really good games or find really nice moves, and I'm really happy with those days. But other days, not so much. But yeah, in general, I've been happy with how I've been playing recently.
What's it like playing against the world champion?
Just getting to play in a tournament with him was like really special to me. Of course, like I didn't expect to get invited to that tournament in the first place. I was already like making other plans like of what to do in that month, and then when I got the invitation, I was like, okay, well, cancel all those plans for going to Malmo. So yeah, no, that tournament just in general, getting to play against Magnus and some other top players as well is just a really great experience for me, especially since I looked up to them as people to be like.
Well, I mean, you're playing great players, U.S. Championship, as you just mentioned. You still get those butterflies in the tummy before the game?
Yeah, I guess it's always nerve-wracking, but I try to stay as calm as possible. Even if it's not possible, I still try to stay as calm as possible.
Yeah. Your ambitions for this event?
Yeah, I guess this tournament, there's lots of really strong players. I'm probably just gonna try to play my best chess. Everybody here is equally strong. I think we all just have good tournaments here and there, bad tournaments here and there. So yeah, it just depends on who can play the best chess over the next 2 weeks. So yeah, I'm just going to try to play my best.
When you think about this year's competition, it seems to me, without putting any words into your mouth, that Mishra's back. Mishra's always the guy you're looking for in some ways it's a friendship, but it's also a rivalry, right? What's your relationship with Mishra?
I think we're pretty good friends. I think I'm probably pretty good friends with about everybody in the field, especially this year. There's lots of people who I've been friends with that finally made it into the tournament. I pretty much have a good relationship with almost all the players in the tournament. So I think that's another fun thing in one way, but also it's also hard to play against all your friends every year. But yeah, in general, I think it's going to be really cool.
Wonderful, wonderful. Final question for you. When you think about yourself right now, this moment in your career, your ambitions in chess going forward, what would you like?
Yeah, in general, I'm going to try to probably play more tournaments, try to play strong opponents, try to gain more experience, and work on chess in the meantime. Try to just, I guess, become a better player. And then we'll see where it takes me. Closest goal, probably 2,700.
Right. For me, it was always about playing in the U.S. championships and getting on the Olympic team.
Yeah.
I want to make the Olympic team.
Yeah, that's also a goal for me.
All right, lovely. Thank you, Andy. Good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, and let's take a look at standings.
After a few results, not all the results are in, but we'll start with the girls.
With the girls juniors, so we have Iris Mo, Jasmine Zhu, and Amy Yang, who all won their game, and they're tied for the first place.
Yeah, the remaining game, Rose Atwell in serious trouble. We expect Rachel Lee to join the leaders in the next competition.
Let's take a look at the juniors. Here we have Bach, who won against Nico Chasin. That was that extra exchange.
Right.
And then Kirk Ghazarian, he managed to make a draw with Brewington Hardaway. He was in trouble, but Brewington kind of didn't have the precise moves, and then that was a draw.
Mishra and Andy appear to be drawing. In fact, Andy has just drawn his game, and Mishra as well. We're expecting Mishra and Tani to draw. Evan in good position against Alice Lee at the moment.
Now the seniors women's championships. So we have 3 wins: Olga Sagalchik, Natalia Tsodikova, and Ivona Jezierska.
With 2 games remaining. And finally in the seniors.
And the seniors, we have one important win that we just saw, where Vladimir Akopian won, and actually second win, Stuart Rachels, who won against Alexander Goldin.
Rookie 1 check and Queenie 2 checkmate.
Very nice tactics.
Because I mentioned the game of Rose Atwell and Rachel Lee, Rachel did not capture the knight, trading off her bishop for the knight, going into what I thought was a winning rook ending. But what she's got is actually pretty dominant as well.
Very good too.
The rook is back on e3 where it belongs. And frankly, there's really nothing that Rose can do to prevent her opponent from essentially playing king e6 and d6, d5. Rose is not up a pawn, but the reality of the chessboard is that, yes, she is. She's up a protected pass pawn on the square d4 because this majority on the queen side means nothing. Majority on the king side means nothing. Whereas once Rachel goes king e6, d5, forces that trade, she will then eventually be able to play for c4. And frankly, this is, strategically speaking, a one game.
And it will be very difficult for White to even make moves here.
Right. The king Rosa's king is stuck on the king side, the rook controlling the e-file. We can imagine that the bishop will drop back to b4 so that the rook is glued to the pawn on b3. The knight has there's nothing going on here for White. There's no fun. There's no fun in Mountville. It's pretty bad. Rosa's really hoping that her opponent will misstep.
So
we have a new move, do we? Check.
G5, king f6.
Bishop goes back, and once again, the rook is likely to be driven back to the b file.
Well, this one is pending, and we do think that Rachel is going to win.
Yep.
Should we move on to Gregory Kaidanov versus Joel Benjamin? I think
over.
it just finished.
It actually just finished, yeah.
It literally just finished. It does seem like Gregory Kaidanov resigned after this last move. F3, I don't know if we still have the players at board. There you go. And this is a huge victory. A great start for Joel Benjamin.
Absolutely, with the black pieces against a very tough Gregory Kaidanov. But they did go into that whole variation that we were looking at. Joel won queen
queen
versus
to be
rook.
blocking the pawn and then just the black pawns running on the king side.
Exactly. F4, F3 is the last move, and Gregory gave it up. I mean, I would have probably played A7 myself, waited for the move F2, and pawning,
you would go
queening
F2.
with the pawn with check.
No, I would take the pawn on A7.
I would take also the pawn on A7. One of those two moves. I'd wait for one of those. But if you played queen takes A7, then I would definitely play C7.
Well,
and then
yes,
wait
and
for
then I will give you a check, and I will put my queen on C8.
Exactly. Wait for queen B7 to
I don't want
C8.
to allow you to get a queen on
Of course not. But queen with check in an open position. Anyway, congratulations to Joel, as we're seeing a lot of decisive games. And I see you've got on your screen the game of Catherine.
Actually, I want to take a look at the women's senior championship. Jennifer Smith against Catherine Dodson.
Exactly. And when we left
We have this kind of cool position where White is a piece down, but has two passers.
And I would be absolutely mortified by these two passed pawns. And in fact, I'm not exactly sure how Black defends this position. Can I rook? No.
I think we start rook c2, force you to play rook c3, and then rook d2.
So rook, excuse me. Okay. So I'm threatening the decisive rook c8 checkmate. And as you say, the only way to deal with that threat is to block it and then attacking the bishop, right? No real...
The engine didn't like rook c3, so what else is there?
I didn't see another move. Oh, maybe bishop e6? But this is also winning.
It feels like once you allow me to go to the even maybe 7th rank, 6th rank.
What is going on? The engine doesn't like this for some reason. I thought that this, now it likes it. Jump in on this one, Cristian. The engine thinks that White is completely winning, but then when I make what I think is a completely winning move, it says not so fast.
Yeah, well, first of all, bishop to d5 was a huge mistake.
Was it?
Yes, bishop to d5 seems to be giving White the winning advantage. The only move was rook to f3. Rook to f3, and you do need to start picking at these pawns after, for example, king to e5. you have to continue with rook to g3, force them to move with g7, king to f7, and at least I got them blocked right now. It does seem like black should be more or less fine in the position. White still has rook to c2, and you're not going to lose as white, but that's the best you can get, just a draw.
Gotcha.
After bishop d5, though, rook to h2, how exactly do you defend? Probably king to g8 seems to be maybe the only move. You can try for a passive defense with bishop to g8, but after rook to h8, how exactly do you stop f7? You probably don't, so don't go for the passive defense. Just, whoa. And as we were discussing this, she played rook to c2, which...
That was my idea.
Which looks really good.
Looks good, but after bishop to e6 right now, and I do think it's kind of the only move in the position, right? Otherwise, rook c8 is coming. So you do need to defend against that with bishop e6.
Okay, and then rook c6?
Rook c6, and now check on f3.
Oh, wow.
This might be what she missed, and it's not an easy one.
Easy move to miss.
It's not an easy one, yes. So a big miss. We'll see if Dodson will be able to find this one.
Why is that? I mean, there's still king e5, and it's
I'll
still...
keep giving you checks. Rook to e3.
And king to d6. This looks like I've done well, haven't I?
You almost are losing after bishop to b3. My rook is coming back to e8. And actually, the bishop right now controls the promotion square. G7, G8, that's it, controlled by the bishop on b3. So you're starting to lose your pawns. You have to be careful. You might even lose this game.
Oh, probably I will, in fact. I probably have to play king to d4 in this case then.
So bishop to e6, crucial move right now. It's still not over even after that. Obviously, after bishop e6, rook c6, you have to see rook to f3. Not a given. And even king to e5 looks very threatening.
Menacing, yeah.
Yes. But again, this is the problem. If you take, I take with the bishop on b3 and everything is protected. So,
in the current position, Cristian, isn't there also the idea of rook c2, bishop e6? Can't we then play also rook h2?
But rook h2, rook h3, right?
Wow.
How?
No, rook h3 is actually bad. Rook h3, rook d2 apparently is bad.
I can then go rook to d2, can I?
Yes.
That's hilarious. Like,
so now you have to go king to g8 first.
King to g8.
And if you go g7, now maybe I can go rook to h3 or bishop to h3, now that the pawns are committed on the dark squares.
And you have king f6. Wow. Very,
super
very
complex
tricky
position, right?
Very tricky rook ending. Ending, just simply ending. Wow.
I just
like
moved to
rook
the
c3.
Evan Park game against Alice Lee because that one seems to be finishing anytime soon.
Right, let's go there. Again, Alice Lee eschewing the Girls' Championship, went for the Open Championship where she's only the 9th seed up against Evan Park. And positional domination from Evan at the board. As we see, she's just, Alice's last move was h4. She's trying desperately to get her pawns moving because the problem is...
So black is a pawn up first.
Yep.
And then also has super active knight and a lot of space.
Yeah, I think the other problem is if you don't create counterplay for yourself, king d5 or king d6, doesn't matter, followed by knight c2, and you're losing the queen side. So this move h2, h4 at least intimates that in the near future I'm going to play g4, g5, and try to create counterplay. I don't think it's fast enough, though, is the problem. Let's say I go, for example, king to d6. Just, whoops. I love this
but I was thinking that
fluctuation
maybe
of the
I
chess
prefer
engine.
to like trade the pieces if I just go king knight c2 now anyway. Is that a problem?
No, that's a great move, knight c2. By the way, we do have some moves. Let's see what Evan chose. He did it right away.
Okay, so they just repeated once and now knight c2.
Right.
Yeah, because I think these exchanges now are very good for him because he has a passer.
He's going to go back to c2, back to b4, and as you say...
And White King is kind of in a cage.
And he will have a passer, and again, as you say, the king on f1 is kind of stuck. The knight might even go to d6, d3. Nope.
Okay, so what if we switch now to the seniors championship, the defending champion Alexander Fishbein against Jesse Kraai?
I think
so
that's
we also have an
remaining
end game there.
That's the only game left, right? And
in the seniors championships.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And keep in mind, this was the exchange French, right? Yeah. And the last move was, just a second, last move was b4, king to d2. So Alex is trying to, in case of b3, he wants to make a blockade on the dark squares. Finally, I'm just getting the result that Tani and Mishra drew their game. And Cristian, we have a guest. Hello, welcome, Joel.
With, Joel Benjamin, after a big victory with the black pieces against Gregory, Kaidanov, this was a balanced game.
Yes.
Up until this point.
Up until this time, I'm just maintaining. And
Yes.
I'm figuring it's probably going to be a draw.
Yes.
But then when I got here, I realized that if he doesn't take the pawn, maybe I'm already a little bit better.
Why not, right? The pawn on h5 seems to be a forever weakness type
But
of
I thought,
situation.
I mean, queen takes a7 just seemed very risky. I didn't think it was necessarily bad, but that I had a lot of possibilities.
Well, you went for this flashy knight to e3, and it was a good move, but it did feel like finally he had one more way out with this move a3. Did you spot this idea, this defensive idea for him?
Well, yeah. To be honest, I thought like this might just be a draw.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, I didn't think that I was necessarily winning. If I absolutely had to win the game, maybe I would have played knight b6 to cut off the queen. But I wasn't sure. That I was a little bit afraid that maybe my queen would be tied down. But there are some interesting possibilities, like rook f1. I think. Rook d8 and queen then queen c4 wins.
Mm-hmm. Queen c4 with, so for example,
and then rook a, because I'm threading the rook.
Let's say rook to e1
and then rook a.
e8.
So I saw this cheapo, but I mean I didn't think that he would put the rook on f1.
Yeah, and
but I thought knight e3 was a safe move.
I like it. Yeah, it looks very threatening.
And I wasn't interested in taking the g pawn. Queen f, yes. I can even play rook d2 and then knight takes b2, and I think that's a draw. Perpetual check. But knight takes b2.
This one seems to be quite good.
Oh, what did I miss? Rook d1 and then?
Rook where?
Rook d1.
Rook d1, queen f4. So keep it
I
like this.
never
This
saw
is
this
crazy.
move. Yeah, I never saw this move, queen f4. Yeah, okay, so maybe so.
The same idea, queen d8, queen d6 would work as well, but such an offbeat idea, right?
Right. I mean, it looks dubious for white.
Yeah.
But knight takes b2 it was a safe move.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
I wasn't sure that if he defended the best way, whether maybe he should bring his king up and put his rook on b1 or I thought he maybe could even bring his king to c4. I wasn't sure that was losing.
Instead of
when I gave the rook d2, can it go up? Yeah. Queen b6. Can he do this? Queen f2.
He's probably going to
apparently
be
not.
as well. Slowly losing.
Because eventually the king on a few moves. Because he can play rook f1, but to be more active, but he's getting mated. Yeah.
Yep.
So the way he wasn't really possible.
He gives some checks as well, but
yeah,
you're the one giving the checkmate
I get him
first.
first. Yeah. Not surprising.
Yeah. And he went to b1, and once you guys got to this position, it already felt like you had the pawns coming down, and if he tries to do the same thing on this side, he's getting checkmated.
The thing is that as long as the pawns are at a2 and c3, he could keep his king safe.
Yeah.
But then he's going to lose on the king side.
Yeah.
So if he pushes anything, then he's going to open his king.
Exactly, and that's exactly what happened. You started picking up some pawns. and I think you delivered the goods in this one. How are you feeling, Joel, coming into this year's championship?
Well, this is I believe this is the first time I've won the first round in St. Louis.
Yes.
I did from my basement in the 2020, but in St. Louis, this is the first time. I never get off to a good start in this tournament.
I remember a couple of years ago you started with about 4 draws, or you were making a lot of draws at the beginning.
Well, I usually make a lot of draws because I don't play enough, so my technique is usually terrible. Okay. So like last year I had many winning positions go by the boards, ended up draws, you know. So, but I think that I, prepared a little bit more for this tournament, so this year.
How was your preparation? Did you play more? Did you spend more time with?
I did never get time to play. That's the big problem for me. I just try to get, to get sleep. And,
do you have any training partners or?
No, I just stockfish.
That's the best training partner nowadays.
Tried to get my openings in order, and I feel like they're in, better shape than usual. So maybe this will be a good year.
Well, it definitely showed in this game. Joel, thank you very much for coming.
Thanks.
And we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Congratulations, Joel, indeed. That's the tough part. I think a lot of the seniors are having that issue of finding time in their lives to play and, being at the board and, really exercising themselves.
How are you going to be doing that, Yasser?
Well, I'm not. That's my answer to that one. I enjoy doing the broadcast. I mean, we haven't really seen the game between Shushanek and Angelina, and I'm just looking at this position, and it's just absolutely superb for Angelina. It's a rook and pawn endgame, and whenever I look at rook and pawn endgames, the first question I always ask myself is, who's got the dangerous pawn? That's what you look at. And in this case, it's absolutely stone cold clear that it's Angelina. This pawn on d3, as Aaron Nimzovich famously said, is a runaway criminal. I mean, you just got to keep it under lock and key. And Shushanek's last move, rook d7, attacking the pawn. I think that you can either play d2 with the idea of playing king e3 and rook d1, or king e3. I think both moves will see Angelina to victory in this game. The other game that I've really been keeping a close eye on is the one between Rachel and Rose. And for Rose, there's just nothing she can do. She's been in a terrible position for some time. I'm not...
Especially now, Rachel is going to get the rook even to the second rank and maybe push pawn to d3.
Exactly. d3, d2 is coming, the bishop. Everything is coming up fantastically good for Rachel. Now, having said all of that, keeping the rook on e3 and then playing for king e6 and d6, d5, I mean, that was just clean as a whistle. By the way, I just saw on your screen, Angelina, the poster for victory has just come up. Angelina Belskaya won her game to start round 1. Knight f3, and I think we've got rook c2,
rook c2, that's
check
expected.
on the board.
King f1.
Yeah, king f1. Now, and here as we see Angelina just win as the players are signing their score sheets. King f1 on the board. Now, you mentioned d3, but, you know, I really want to have my pawn on d5. What? I don't know what it is. Maybe d3? Would you play d3? I'd be fearful that after rook d1 and I don't know, I'm letting things slip. I mean, I think it's winning, like d3.
So d3, rook d1.
And you can go back to rook c3.
But knight d2.
Yeah, and then you're kind of stuck, and later I'll go.
But I think I always have to use this plan, king f6, king e6.
Right.
Without it, it's...
You actually don't. There's another way. You can in fact, transition to a different endgame. You can go bishop d2 in a lot of positions.
Oh, and get bishop e3.
Yes. So if you get the bishop on e3, it's starting to become very unpleasant.
Oh, for sure.
And I don't have to hurry with that. I can go king to f6 first, secure the e file first, so that you don't have to worry about any of the rook entries, and then make this transition with bishop to d2. It seems like the rook endgame is also very bad for white.
Yeah.
It's just so passive, and that pawn on d4 coupled with the activity of the rook is just going to give me somewhat of a comfortable winning advantage.
Yeah, no, I love the move bishop to d2. In fact, I liked forcing the trade of the bishop and knight about 20 moves ago, just playing bishop takes g1 and rook e3. The Rose as pawn structure is just so bad. The pawns on f4, g3, h4, the majority is immobilized. Her queen side is actually immobilized. Rachel didn't play the move bishop d2.
But I like this move bishop c3 because
I like it too.
I'm also like asking what is white going to do.
Yeah.
And unless you play king g1, then you don't have many good moves. And if you go knight e1, then I'm going to snap the knight.
Snap the knight for sure. I don't know. I'm also starting to look at the rook, maybe just going to h2. But yeah, if I go rook to d1,
then rook b2.
Rook b2, that kind of ends that. Knight e1, snapping the knight, as you say. King. There's no joy
king
here.
g1, then I may be looking at that d3 or I mean bishop d3, bishop d2 and bishop e3. That's always a great plan too.
Absolutely, overwhelming in fact, which leaves us with what games to go? Alice Lee versus Evan Park. Okay, Alice is doing her darn best to get some play on the king side. She's just played the move h5. So knight takes b4, h6, g4. So I'm sure Alice wants to play h6. King f6, bishop takes. I don't know. This looks pretty grim here. But this is the best way for Alice to fight, right? Don't all jump in at once.
I was just considering if I want to take with the knight on b4, or if I want to play knight d4 to kind of not allow you to get those pawns on the king side.
Bishop takes knight to d4. Okay.
But then I don't see how I'm going to get the knight, the pawn on h6. So I realize I'm.
Well, that is the way, according to the engine, that white can stay in the game.
Yeah, because I don't have king g5, because then your pawn is running away.
h7, you bet.
So yeah, you are right. I have to take that pawn and give up those pawns on the king side.
Knight takes, bishop here. a5, bishop takes a4. It's actually pretty darn fast.
Yeah.
Anytime I go h7, king g7 is the answer to that. But in the meantime, the a pawn, I don't have to worry about g4 and f3. You can have them. I'll go a2 and make a queen. And I see that you have the senior ladies game that's going on.
Yeah, because Catherine Dodson, she missed that, very difficult move, that rook f3 that Cristian was suggesting.
Right.
Easy to miss, right?
Oh,
yeah, very easy to miss.
So this is the moment that we're talking about. There's one beautifully invisible move, rook to f3 check, and black survives, but not with the bishop d7, as now white's threatening a decisive check on the back rank, as well as rook takes a5. The game is continued. Rook c3, rook takes a5, rook c6, king g5, and now white is winning after rook to the 7th rank.
So now I just go back King f4.
King f4, yeah, why not?
You kind of walk your way towards the rook. There's no king takes f6.
But now when you defend rook d1,
yeah.
Well, rook d1, I always have rook a8.
Rook a8,
right?
exactly.
Oops. That's actually pretty darn good. Yeah. I thought we were playing a5, but yeah, rook
There's probably
a8,
a lot of ways. Like you're completely stuck as black.
That's the problem.
I can play any moves, king e5, king e3. I can just hang around for a bit and then either push the pawn or go rook a8.
I think that's Catherine's problem. Rook a8, too many threats. Rook a8, a5, and finally there's just this overhanging g8 equals queen, which is terrifying.
This game was incredible with Jennifer sacrificing the piece for that e6 move, and actually you were saying, Cristian, that it's difficult to defend for black.
Yeah, not easy, not easy.
Going to the senior game, the remaining senior game, that's Alex Fishbein. Alex is actually the defending senior champion, and funnily
even though at that time when I said it, Catherine played the best moves for like 10 moves in a row.
Really?
And
oh
then
my
finally
gosh.
she made a mistake which allowed Jennifer back in the game, and in fact with a vengeance. But it wasn't easy.
I'm a little surprised by the move knight to d1. Somehow in my mind I thought White was putting his king on b2, and whenever Jesse runs his king all the way over to g6, you'll have d5 and knight takes c4 as an answer. None of this happened because knight to e1. Now I'm a little bit afraid. Can Jesse just go king, king, king?
Well, then I go king c1 and knight b2 and back.
Is that? I can put my bishop on e2.
Then I go to a4 with the knight.
And then you go d5 or something like that. Okay. For a moment there, I thought that Alex had given Jesse a chance of escorting his b2 pawn with the move king a4 and king a3. And I thought White's king needed to be on b2. That's not the case. So once again, we go like this. Knight, b2 check. We go like this.
King
we
c1.
go king c1. And if we say Zugzwang,
okay, knight d1.
Not quite Zugzwang. And if we say Zugzwang, we go not quite Zugzwang, and we go. Now I've got
d5.
Zugzwang.
Let's go.
Now you've got d5 and.
Oh no.
What?
What are you talking about? Oh, maybe king b1. That's a cool thing because I want to lock your bishop even more.
Oh.
And then I'm going to do d5. Wow.
Wow. That's hilarious. Okay. So we can't, the maximum we can get is our king to a3, but we can't give up control of the d-pawn. We've got to keep our bishop back. Okay, nice. Again, I'm going to go to the game of Rose Atwell. I know Rose is losing. It's been a bad game for her.
We may also see a handshake very soon in the Jennifer's Catherine game.
As now we've got the pawns on f7 as well as g7. Let's jump to that game because you're absolutely right. That looks like a game winner. Yeah. Rook takes g7. It's queen.
Promoting to a queen. The next pawn is going to be falling.
Yeah. Yeah.
And here we may just take the rook. Let's go to pawn and game.
That's what I would do. I got to tell you, it still works when you've. So on my screen, I have the current position of the game. And
I think we're looking at Alice Lee
So now we have
on the analysis board, right?
No.
Jennifer Smith against Catherine Dodson, but she didn't go for that end game.
For good reason. Why would you give your queen?
You
worked so hard for it.
Go
You
pick up
take
the pawn on
rook.
b4, queen to b5.
Really, you take the rook in the game?
No.
No?
I would.
Me too. I mean, you just
100%.
simplify it. Two
100%.
pawns running.
100%. I would have done that in a 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, as my mom would say.
I would not. I like the queen. I like the queen hanging around and picking up as many pawns as possible. And then maybe I'll take on e7. But I don't think it's necessary. At some point, resignation has to come.
Yeah, I think Jennifer's going exactly as you suggested. Just go pick up the pawn, queen c4 check, the king. After king goes to e6, queen to c4 check, and she's picking up the pawn. And then, as you say, resignation is inevitable. No cheapo
By the way,
stalemates.
that's the second, because I see so many black wins in the women's seniors championship.
Yeah.
Could we go to Alice Lee versus Evan Park? I think that one is just about to finish. Just like this one, I'm not sure which one is going to be first, but that one is looking like Alice is on the precipice
Alice Lee.
of resignation.
My goodness, they went right through that situation that we had on our board.
So it's
which
Alice
was,
Lee against Evan Park.
Yeah. And Evan is just pushing his A pawn for all it's worth. I think isn't it time to play G3?
You can certainly play G3, yes.
Wow.
Or
pawns on both sides are becoming extremely active.
Well, A2 first, king B2, then G3, and then it's going this way as well.
And then bishop H3, and just king G6.
Oh.
Well,
Bishop
maybe I can
F5.
show that line on my board.
For sure.
On my analysis board. After king to C3. G3.
We have a result. As we expected, Jennifer won her game against Catherine. Very decisive number of victories in the senior women's. They're
No draws there.
They're going for the fences.
They are indeed. They are indeed. Going back to this one, just to show you the line. After the move G3, we still don't see it yet. But
So I think Yasser can show the line.
Yeah, I was actually throwing in A2, king B2, just to be absolutely as forceful as I could be. Then G3 takes, now threatening to promote. The bishop has to come back to stop the promotion. And then you get a situation where basically Alice is kind of helpless. She can't.
But is this the easiest?
Yeah. There's no.
Wait, if I go king A1?
King A1, king.
Let's put the pawn on G3. On G4. On G4.
G4.
Yeah. I don't like this. I mean, I understand. It's probably completely winning.
You can maybe go for a checkmate, like king D2, king C3, king B3, and then checkmate with the knight.
Checkmate with the knight.
But wouldn't it be easier to free up the knight, get the same thing, free up the knight, and connect the pawns together? So just go G3 first. Go for the exact same position.
Mm-hmm.
But now you can just simply go knight to D5. So G3, take. Now just knight
Knight
D5.
D5.
Connect the pawns, and you can even take the bishop if you want with knight to E3.
Okay, we agree.
Yeah, that's simple.
This seems
Easy.
very simple.
Easy peasy.
Okay, by the way, we also have an improvement in Rose Atwell's game because she did move moved her bishop to E3.
And she won a pawn on B3.
This is a big, big change.
Everything has gone perfectly well for Rachel in this ending. It just kind of essentially has played itself.
So now the other pawns are going to start to fall apart.
Yeah. Did Rose just make a move? Rook E2. So, well, I mean, when it's time to harvest, you keep it up, right?
Yeah.
Rook B4, give me another passed pawn. And again, the entire problem is there's been no possibility for White to generate a passer herself, and Rose has been suffering.
White is completely paralyzed here.
Exactly.
There's nothing to play for.
No. Sometimes you just have to say, okay, bad game. Let's come back tomorrow. I'll play a lot better. And Rose is looking at a position that just offers absolutely no prospects.
Yeah,
and for Rachel,
that's an incredible win with
wow,
black pieces.
Are you telling me against
taking
the top
on the
seed?
leader?
Yeah, top seed and winning with pretty impressive play as well. Let me just see. Did she play rook b4? I think she did.
Before.
Before she's starting to collect all of those pawns.
Yeah.
The knight is completely helpless, right?
Right.
There's just simply nothing to do with the knight. Generally, it's very tricky, very jumpy piece. But right now, there's nothing to attack.
No.
No targets.
Yeah.
No activity for the rook. This one is just, you have to sit and wait for all your pawns to be lost.
Yeah, put the knight on b5, put the knight on d5. You can, but we would say that the knight's on a bad circuit.
You're not getting there.
You're not getting there at all, no.
You're not getting there.
But now we are getting the next pawn.
Yes.
Rook takes a4.
Rook takes
and we move
a4.
back with the rook, and we just start running with that pawn.
Yes,
By the way, Evan did play the move g3, so we are going towards that variation.
Let's jump to the game of Alice Lee and Evan Park. And when he played g3 immediately, takes, and we love the move f2, followed by knight d5 check for Evan. And we think that should he play that combination of moves, f2.
Yeah, it's on the board.
Bishop h3, Alice has no choice. She has to stop the pawn from promoting and then drop back with the knight. Then you can play b4 and knight e3. And Alice will have to give it a rest.
Mm-hmm. Very precise play by Evan Park.
Impressive game.
Well played, yes.
Especially that queen e4 there, just pushing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think...
And this was certainly not an easy position to play for either side. He just handled it much better. And when he had to strike, he did strike. Mm-hmm. So very impressed with Evan's play in this one. And this is a difficult moment for Alice. She took a big risk when she chose to play the juniors. She's coming in as one of the lower-rated players in the event.
9th seed. Exactly.
With the white pieces against Evan, who is, I believe, number 8. So they're very close in rating. This is a good chance to strike. And losing the first one with the white pieces will be a painful defeat, but she's a very, very strong, mentally strong player, Alice. So we're expecting to see a bounce tomorrow.
And for her development, it makes total sense.
Of course.
She has, the Olympiad ahead, the U.S. Women's Championships. So how best to prepare then to play actually the best way. And 2 years ago at the 2024 Olympiad, I believe she scored a medal on her board.
Yes, yes, she was one of the leading players. Herself and Carissa, they performed very, very well.
Very well, and the team finished silver?
Third.
Bronze.
They got the bronze. But this was the first Olympic medal since 2008. So it's been 16 years, and they got the bronze medal.
But once we were very close, remember, Yasser?
Oh, don't tell me. Still.
In Baku.
I mean, I'm still wearing a scar.
Me too.
I remember that India versus US game.
We won against Russia. We won so many great.
But Yasser, you were having a very interesting technique. Yes, you were the captain, not the coach.
I was the captain of the ladies, yes.
And you were always coming with a book. and reading next to the girls' game.
I was keeping an eye on the ladies, but I needed.
But the first round, I think you were not allowed to have the book, right? But you tricked them. Yasser, that's a great story.
Very nicely. Very nice. There was a captain's meeting before the Olympiad in Baku started, and it wasn't a meeting, it was a dictation. I come to the meeting and they said, here's your packet, these are the rules and regulations, and you've got to tell your players how to behave. And that included, you couldn't go to the bathroom without the permission of the arbiter.
Of course, yeah.
You have to ask
typical.
the arbiter to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
So excuse me, I don't agree. I haven't had to do this since I was in first grade, and I'm not going to do it now that I'm an adult. Oh, by the way, this one is over, and our congratulations
to Rachel.
Rachel.
Wow. Rose Atwell, very strong win, and also another game over.
A draw.
It's the game between Fishbein and Jessie Kraai, a draw between these two players.
Exactly.
Fishbein is the defending champion.
Exactly, and. Draw there, and that means we only have Alice and Evan. Is that right?
I think that's going to finish soon
also,
too.
But
Yasser, you will have to push that story for another day.
Well, I'll finish it really fast. So the first day, they had a special arbiter for our table. And it was well before the match, and I came and I introduced myself to the arbiter, said I'm the captain for the American
Remember,
ladies.
I was there.
Exactly. And she was very delighted to meet me and blah, blah, blah. I said, excuse me, can I go to the bathroom? She goes, why, yes, of course, Mr. Seirawan, you can go to the bathroom. And I go, oh, I'm so happy. I'm such a great relief. Excuse me, could I go to the bathroom 30 minutes from now? She goes, well, yes, Mr. Seirawan, you could go to the bathroom 30 minutes from now. Oh, this is getting better and better. How about an hour from now? She understood what my next question was going to be. She said, Mr. Seirawan, you can go to the bathroom anytime you want. I never had to ask permission again. Then they said I couldn't bring a book. Oh, I got over that one really fast. I go to the international arbiter, head of the committee. I said, excuse me, could I bring a book into the playing hall? They said, no, Mr. Seirawan, no books allowed. Strictly, look at the regulations, no books allowed. I said, excuse me, no, I wanted to bring the FIDE rule
Your
book
favorite book that you read every
My favorite
day.
book, my FIDE rule book. Okay, we're going to permit you to bring the FIDE rule book with you, the rules of chess. Oh, I'm so relieved. Can I bring the FIDE handbook?
Your second most commonly used book.
My second favorite. Well, guess what? I was allowed to bring any book I wanted into the playing hall. So I got rid of those two rules, and now we're back to
You were
Alice.
basically just trying to cause trouble.
Oh, that was too much fun. And unfortunately for Alice Lee, there's no fun here as Evan has just managed a beautiful situation where he's promoting the pawn. And no, the white king can't capture on b4 because of a2, followed by a1, and that's a queen.
The only thing Black has to be careful is after the promotion.
Yes.
But let's just.
So we make a move.
Mm-hmm.
We say king a2.
Yeah, so I promote f1.
Okay.
Bishop takes.
It requires that I put a queen on the board.
Knight takes.
And knight takes.
And after king b3,
yes.
just Black has to be now careful not to take the pawn.
As well. Without the knight, it's a dead draw, but with the knight will just come and collect everything.
A little bit of patience required, but then it's done.
Yeah, exactly. And that is such a marvelous rule in chess. When you have a winning ending, take your time. It's not going away. You can play, king takes b4.
What?
In case Evan
pre-moved
f2, and now she's Alice.
Well, the funny part is that even if he pre-moves, he's still winning.
What?
He's still winning.
True, because you can promote the second queen.
You go F1, bishop takes F1, and then
okay,
you,
so
you press
right.
F2.
Oh my gosh.
Congratulations to Evan Park
Bach
winning
wins.
against Alice Lee.
This is a
Boy.
big victory for Evan, a difficult defeat for Alice, but still so many games to go.
Exactly. And again, for those joining us late, two of our tournament favorites, Andy and Mishra, in the junior section, both drew their games. And I think we've actually got an updated standings. That happened
That was fast.
super fast.
Well, let's take a look.
Let's do it.
And we start with the girls juniors. So yes, we have 4 players who managed to win their games. Rachel Lee, big upset against Rose Atwell,
Right.
then Iris Mo, Jasmine Zhu, and Amy Yang.
Defending champion Zoe could only manage to draw 4 wins in the girls. Remarkable. And, next standings?
So the next standings, we have the US juniors. Here are only 2 players who won, Evan Park and Bach Go.
And Alice Lee, as we just saw, lost her game against Evan Park, who shares first.
And Nico Chasin lost against Bach, which was somewhat of a surprise. Again, Nico coming as a grandmaster into this one,
And
being
women's-
the lowest rated player.
Women's seniors, here no draws. Very fighting round. Angelina Belakovskaya won, Olga Sagalchik, Natalia Sodikova, and Ivona Jazierska. And Jennifer Smith. That was a really incredible game.
That was the extra piece, extra bishop versus the pawns. And finally, in the seniors.
Do we have the most draws in the seniors or was it juniors?
I think the juniors. Yes.
Okay,
There
here
was
we have
only 2
3
victories
winners.
in the yes.
Vladimir Akopian, Joel Benjamin, and Stuart Rachels.
For Vladimir, in his victory over Igor Novikov, I'm going to say that Vladimir was a little fortunate. He was the one pressing.
Yes.
But there was a moment there when Igor, with the two minor pieces and a rook against the queen,
But it was such a fleeting moment, right? And it was after a round and a game of just having to suffer up until that point.
Right,
You were
that's
under
true.
such a tremendous attack
Yeah.
from the get-go. And even though, again, they've known each other, they've played this type of position, I believe 3 years in a row. They've played this type of Sicilian with crazy attacks going back and forth. But now finally it seems like it was Vladimir that.
Fantastic. I just wanted to once again point out this game of Alice Lee because at the very end, I got confused. She played the move King takes B4. This was hysterical. And I'm sitting there saying, the King takes B4. She's done it pre-move. She's expecting.
If it was online championship.
Right. Like Black has already made the move F1. equals queen. And I thought, well, White has tricked, but it's actually still winning. Because after Bishop takes F1, there's still A2, and the Bishop can't get back in time to,
And after
like
we
this.
promote the queen, we are guarding that H8 square. So
Precisely.
all is good.
And in case, that was hilarious. But we have a special guest in studio.
Absolutely, Yasser. We are here with Rachel Lee. Rachel, first of all, congratulations. This is a huge victory for you against one of the rating favorites coming into this event, Rose, a player that you probably know quite well. Tell us a bit about this game.
I feel like out of the opening, maybe I equalized, but she kind of surprised me by choosing like 1c4. Like she didn't have any games in there, so that was a not so good shock. Yeah, but I think I had like a decent middle game, but definitely didn't really like my position at some point because it felt like too close, and I felt like my bishops weren't doing much.
I feel at this point, I mean, this one looks quite intriguing, right? With 2 bishops, but a closed position. Nevertheless, you do have, the dynamic play in the position as well. How did you assess this one?
I feel like maybe White has like a slight edge, 0.2, but I felt like it was going to be just like a draw because there wasn't really much going on. I was thinking maybe I can do something on the king side, like h5, h4 at some point. Obviously, I have to put the bishop back on f7, and I want to seize control of like e-file, but that feels like it's hard to do. I think if White plays accurately, I'm not gonna, the rooks will come off and yeah.
Something like
Yes,
this.
in the rookie.
Challenge on the e-file,
yeah.
like that. And then she made this interesting decision to
Yeah,
take on a6. Were you surprised?
No, I was not surprised because I felt like that was her idea, I think. You know, my light square diagonal is kind of strange, but here I think I just seized like the e-file and that kind of like completed the plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This feels like it was just a pure misassessment from her side. Rook to d1, h5. Now her knight is completely stuck in the position. All you have to do is find a way to get this bishop into play, and you did. Bishop to d8, I think that was a great decision. And again, it's all about this knight that doesn't have where to land in the position. Did you understand that you're probably winning at this point?
Yes, but I think there was like a slight mistake at some point. I think after knight g5, king f6, I had like, yes, here she made a move. I think, okay, this like repetition part, I think I did something wrong. I think there is somewhere, there is a rook c2, bishop d2 idea. I don't know. Yeah,
I think your hair is blocking the mic for a second. If you can come on this side. Thank you.
Yes, but I think there was like an early rook c2 knight and bishop d2, and then it was forcing her knight to go back to f3, but I can't find the position. Wait.
I think this one
here,
was
like rook c2, c2, and she went here. There is like bishop d2 idea to go here. I feel like the knight has to run, but I think that's like too far.
Well, I think the way you played it was
like, let's try to zugzwang.
Pretty good as well. And at some point, sure, you still had ideas of bishop to d2, and you made it happen. And once you started picking up and taking all her pawns, it felt like it was all she wrote. Now, this is a huge victory for you, a good start for you. You're here with your grandmaster brother as well. You guys are quite a powerful family. How does that dynamic play out in your preparation?
He helps me a lot with like readings and definitely pays off a lot. He also like helps me with a lot of like, middle game play. So I feel like you know more confident. So definitely that's like helpful.
Having him on your side here in St. Louis with you in comparison with everybody else that perhaps, I don't know,
for sure.
works with somebody remotely, does it feel like it gives you more confidence?
And it's like a personal, you know, like having your family support you obviously like helps with play just in general. So definitely.
Well, it definitely helped today. We'll see you tomorrow, Rachel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our congratulations as well. Somehow my sister coming to my tournaments never did me as much good. Tell us about the remaining schedule as we get completed through the first round.
Yeah, let's take a look. So today we had first round, tomorrow second round, then 3 more rounds. And on Sunday the 19th, there's going to be a rest day for the players, for us, for everybody.
Right.
Then 4 more rounds. And if necessary, we will see playoffs on Friday 24th.
And I believe they have even the closing ceremony on the 25th. I like this easy schedule for the players. They're not under the duress and the, you know, like even after the playoffs. I remember there was one playoffs where that seemed to go for forever. And we had the literally the closing ceremony and we were giving trophies. And the seniors, I think they had 5 players tied for first, and the seniors were still going.
Yeah.
It was still going on. And we have one more guest in studio with you, Cristian.
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, we are with Angelina Belakovskaya, one of the favorites of this event coming into this one. Do you feel like you're coming with a lot of pressure on your shoulders in this one?
No, not really.
Not really?
I'm just playing chess.
And you did that quite well today. Now, tell me a bit about the preparation before the event. How did you approach this important event?
Well, I have a lot on my plate. I'm a professor, teaching professor at Thunderbird School of Global Management, Arizona State University, and I'm also director of competitive chess program at GT Anywhere. So, and I'm also the chair of the AI and Emerging Technologies Committee. So I have a lot of things to take care of. And now it's summertime, so it's kind of like my opportunity before I started teaching in the fall. So I was mostly trying to make sure that I deal with all my responsibilities.
Did you manage to take time off to get some training games in?
No, I did not. So I just played. My usual preparation is playing at midnight.
Okay, on online platforms. Now,
Yes.
out of the opening, it definitely felt like you got what you wanted.
Absolutely. You know, if you look at the previous event, so you probably know that we made a draw, and it's kind of like cost me the title. So this time around, I was playing black again, and I was a little concerned that she's going to repeat the same variation. So when she deviated, I was very happy.
What type of game were you looking? You guys know each other quite well. You've played quite a few times. What type of game were you looking to get into today? More of a strategical approach?
So here is a story. You know, like my opponent is like has like this very active style. Well, she loves the positions that she has the initiative, and so my idea was if I'm gonna manage to get positional play, so that's gonna be to my advantage.
And that's exactly what you got. And I felt like you almost never let go of the early advantage that you got. And sorry.
Yeah, I'm not sure about, you know, like all this, you know, like A4, A5 move, because it's just weakens those pawns. Now, I was trying not to let that B5 happen. I was even considering, you know, like queen to D7, because always, you know, it's quite obvious when you look at as a structure when queen is only 7, so it's a potential pin that I always have to watch for, and so I probably could have played queen D7. I was not sure, you know, like C4, but I think C4 just creates, you know, like a lot of weaknesses, and so even like takes. So the knight is activated, like knight to rook takes c4, maybe rook takes c4, knight c4. But then, you know, like the pawns on b4 and d4 are weak, so it's just a question, you know, like of taking advantage of it.
It just seems like it's one of those positions in which you know exactly what you want to do. You want to target her weakness on c3 right now. If she goes c4, she goes into a worse position, and she has nothing to do. So she was looking for something, but b5 just...
Well, so here is like, it's very interesting. So if you play a little bit back, like after queen takes, no, so queen takes b5 right over here. So one would think that you can take just like rook takes c3, rook takes c3, rook takes c3, but there is this knight takes d5.
That would be not what you want.
No, that's like, why do I want to have this rook endgame? I ended up, you know, like having a much better one.
Yes, and I think you once again solidify this b7. Nice maneuver with the knight, knight e8, knight to d6.
Yes, because again, you know, like that square c4 is weak. So here, you know, by the way, I'm not sure I had to capture on b6. So it's just both of us were in the time pressure, and I figured out, you know, like I have clearly better end game, so it's just a question if I'm going to win it or it's going to be a draw. You know, like most likely it's going to be the winning end game, but I don't think I had to do that. Like for example, like maybe I can just play knight to b5.
This seems to be winning, yes.
And then, you know, like I attack on d4, so. On a8, on a6 is protected by the rook c6, and so I don't really...
Maybe you can at some point even take on b6 and go rook c6 and pick up that point.
Well, yeah, like there's I think my position is better and my pieces are much more active, so...
Well, after that, I think after king to h7, a6 seems to have been...
So here I was looking at rook a4, and rook a4, you know, like a7, and so now, you know, like the idea is that if there's g5, we're pretty much going to get... No, so now, you know, like we don't get into the same position because after rook f8, I just simply capture rook takes a7 and keep my pawn on f7.
Yeah.
So that would be a better variation because now I just simply move my king and convert my advantage. For whatever reason, again, you know, like because of the time trouble.
No, g5 was the right move, and I think I don't think you made any mistakes after that.
After g5, no, after g5 there's
No, this was fine.
Yeah, rook f8, and then what?
The way you played, and it's still winning. Sure, it would have been easier the other way around.
Yeah, like one is clearly won. So this one is. I was not sure, like if at some point, like if she plays g3, just to make sure that the king does not come on this side.
It seems like at some point you will have to start looking at
Yes,
getting into complicated stuff.
So king e5, rook takes g7, king d4, rook takes g5.
Yeah.
You know, it should be fine, but.
Well, Angelina, I think this was still a very well played game from you against a very game opponent, and it's a good start for you to your campaign.
Yes. Thank you, thank you. And at the end, you know, like it was really cute because I had king e3 and king g3, you know, like and all those different checkmates based on, you know, like on the variations what she will play. So
yes,
that's.
Well, I'm sure we'll see more of you in the next few rounds. Thank you very much for joining
hopefully.
us.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it.
Congratulations, Angelina. As we wrap up day one, just remind us of the predictions.
Let's take a look.
Kate, how did we do?
How did we do about our predictions?
Our expert panels. Okay, Zoe, Vladimir, Andy, Angelina. What did you score?
3.5 out of 4.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
I got 1.5. Not great. Tomorrow is going to be a better day.
Much better day. Hope you also had a wonderful day and will join us tomorrow. Tell your friends where you're hanging out and join us. Same time, same channel. Guys, great start to our national championships. It's
been
a pleasure. Absolutely. See you tomorrow, everyone.
Good night from St. Louis.
Bye.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.